acknowledging that you don't have the knowledge necessary to make a claim is actually a good sign. Good sign of intelligence, that you realize you're not just going to make the claim. It's the ones who are just going to make the claims and assert whatever it is they believe as fact without really having any knowledge on it. They're the real hard-headed, difficult ones to really speak to. But yeah, it can also just be a cop-out that they'll come to when they get pushed on a claim, like DJ said. Hence how they go about it.
Yeah, I had a guy come in here, I think it was 2 days ago. It might have been yesterday. I'm not sure. It's all a blur, like he said. He starts off the conversation like, I'm not equipped to have this conversation. I don't really know much about the topic and blah, 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 blah. So I start talking to him about it. He immediately cuts me off and starts saying, oh, this, that, the other thing. I'm like, I thought you didn't know anything about it. You didn't know the radius or anything. I start trying to explain some stuff to you, and you just start cutting me off mid-sentence. So it could go both ways in that regard. You got the people trying to say, I don't know enough. I'm not equipped. And the next thing you know, they're more than equipped to tell you, no. Meanwhile, they don't know anything about it. But the one the guy Square Foot, I don't know if you ever heard of that guy. That was the guy who had said that they level lakes, man-made lakes.
No, I spoke to him. That was the conversation I was having with him. Can't remember what his name is. I never know what their names are, but yeah, I definitely remember that man-made lake thing. That was funny.
Yeah, that was Square Foot. So he was back in here today, and DJ, why don't you tell him what happened about today, Square Foot?
Oh, well, today he said that, yeah, there isn't 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, and that we're all idiots, and we just got the math completely wrong. And then we showed him a bunch of sources, and then we basically challenged him to go get the formula that he said was correct, and then we did the formula that he brought back, and it said 66 feet over 10 miles, and then he just got angry and insulted us a bunch and ran away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that was the man-made lake guy?
Yeah.
Big progress then.
Yeah, well, I gave him some insults before he left anyway. So
yeah, absolute clown.
Oh, it was so funny, though. Oh, my God, I was dying, dude. Because I knew what argument he was bringing. He was bringing the slightly different equation. I'm like, oh my God, this guy's going to come back with the same answer. He's going to freaking feel so stupid. But we just let it happen. It was great. Oh, that was awesome.
Yeah, you just got to let them cook, and they cook themselves.
That was so good. You guys are idiot. No, he was like really laying into us, though. It's like, you need the context. He's like, you guys are ruining children's lives.
Oh, man, those are my favorite ones. Those are my favorite ones. See, it frustrates me, because when a guy comes in like that, a real gem, already total spazzed out, it triggers too many of the flat earthers, and then too many of the flat earthers come in at the same time. But I really like that. I like to expose those types, but more often than not, if they come in really hot, too many people get triggered and it goes crazy, and then they get muted and then they just leave. But I like to really take my time with those ones.
You're poisoning the children. Like, get out of here, dude. Oh, man, it's so funny.
Yeah, those are the funniest.
I get the idea from Horton Hears a Who.
What's that?
There's a movie about it. There's a movie called Horton Hears a Who.
Okay.
Oh, good old Dr. Seuss. Good old Dr. Seuss. No, he's saying that's like same thing, like you're poisoning the children. Same thing.
Yeah,
poisoning the children's minds.
They were like poisoning the kids' minds.
Okay. So that's the ironic thing, right? Because, I mean, they can't really accuse us of poisoning the kids' mind. I mean, that would be school. School is the one indoctrinating the children. Unless you're going to say that Earth is poisoning children's minds, because all we're doing is saying, look at the Earth. We're saying, trust what this person says or what that book says. We're saying, just look at the Earth. So...
yeah, here's some footage of the Earth. What do you think? Here's the mathematics that they told us should be present. Let's check.
I find it disturbing they want to say that, yet not consider the consequences of letting their children think they could, or their future kids could potentially go to Mars someday, and to see economies fall out and lower or middle classes not being able to get ahead. You know what I'm saying? We know how the finances are connected to everything. So, by continuing to let the kids believe that lie, then in the future generations get continually deceived, and then that's how that $3,500 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment thing happens in 2036 or something. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, that's all just projection.
We got the pop back, guys.
Do you think what shape we teach the kids the Earth is in school will change apartment prices?
Sorry, I think the truth will allow future generations not to be deceived and have their money stolen from them. And then that could then connect to, yes, more affordable living, more affordable food, more affordable gas, more affordable, etc. Because there's no longer this lie of we're investing in space. So that's why interest rates are dropping, and, we got to bail out the bank again. Yeah, if we teach them the truth, maybe that won't happen in the future, right?
Well, regardless of all that, why would they be teaching the kids a shape of the Earth that they have no evidence for?
Exactly.
So when they grow up and become square foot, they can walk around and tell people, "Nuh-uh," to your laser test. Obviously, it's a man-made lake. Dude, that's so awesome. Oh, I still can't get over it, man. You show people the best evidence that they could possibly get in their hands, and they're still like, "What? Obviously, man-made lake, bro."
Yeah, well, that's just an obvious.
So that's their latest response, is because the lake's man-made, the water doesn't bend. That's hilarious.
Well, that just shows you that it's getting through, because to come up with that desperate and nonsensical cope, obviously it's getting through. They understand the issue, or they wouldn't be coming up with such a nonsensical cope.
Yeah. Oh, at first he coped by saying that, well, lakes are different. The notions, right?
Yeah. So that's it, because they know there's a need. Like, they sense the urgency, they just don't know how to meet it with a counter argument. So they just end up talking nonsense. Like, well, this lake water behaves differently from this lake water for reasons. This one curves and this one doesn't.
We had another one like that last night. We had this young lady, Henny Penny. You remember her, T-Dub? I kept trying to get through to her, and I'm like, well, you can't have a sphere. You can't have any completely level areas on a sphere. And she just couldn't wrap her head around it. She's like, no, you can. I'm like, no, you really can't. And I'm like, just trying to explain this to her. I'm like, you have to have some curvature. There has to be some exponential drop over distance away from the observer. And she just couldn't wrap her head around it. I'm like, so if I took a 110, mile civil engineering project that didn't require any drop over distance, didn't factor in any curvature, right? And I square that distance, how many, of the same size distances squared, flat and level, right? Horizontal areas would it take adjacent to that? She's just like, no, you still could though. You could totally, and I'm like, okay, I guess there's just no getting through to this one, you know what I mean? She couldn't even wrap her head around it.
Well, this is half the battle, is trying to, some people are so used to thinking in the purely theoretical, metaphysical, fantastical, imaginary, that half the battle is trying to get them into the empirical frame of mind. And if they're not in that frame of mind, they'll just say yes to anything that they think supports the globe, no matter how ridiculous. They'll say, yeah, that's possible, even though it's demonstrably not, because they're still in that imaginary mindset. And yeah, it's sometimes difficult to kind of snap them out of that frame of thinking.
Sorry, relating that back to the them saying they're not as smart as the scientists and whatever else. Therefore, when the scientists tell them it's raining diamonds on blank planet, oh, well, it must be. I can't question that.
Yeah, so then saying, oh, you can't have any flat spots on a globe, I mean, it's no issue for them to be like, yeah, you can. I can imagine it. I'm just going to imagine a really big globe and then just tell myself that that bit that's flat is perfectly flat that I observe.
Did she say flat or did she say level?
Well, that'd be the same thing, definitionally.
Okay, then you don't know what level means.
Yeah, look up a dictionary. I'm sure we've had this conversation before. You still haven't looked up a dictionary, huh? Do you want us to post a dictionary for you? If you don't have one?
So if you have two things at different points on a globe, and they're at the same height above the ground, what is that?
You don't have a globe.
Okay.
You wouldn't have level, because level would be not having one side any higher than another. Horizontal,
exactly.
even,
it's height,
flat.
It's altitude.
Horizontal, even, flat. That's the definition of level. Sorry to break it to you.
A certain height above the ground on a globe would be level.
I'll just post one for you.
I posted in the English Hub's definition.
It's okay if you don't know what it means.
Whatever app they use.
Yeah. Okay, so the definition,
cherry-pick definitions.
Specific indicator that establishes a flat surface at right angles to a plumb line. So you're disagreeing with that? Is that right?
Sure, you can cherry-pick as many definitions as you want, but you didn't ask them if that's what they meant by it, did you?
I'll post another one straight from a dictionary.
Here we go.
No, we just enjoy hearing you guys try to. We just enjoy you guys trying to 1984 the definition of words.
Your best
enjoy you guys trying to 1984 the definition of words. Here you go.
Definitions other people use and force them to be what you
Spiraling
want.
guy. Is it penguins again? It's penguins again. Spiraling guy. So do you want to read the parts that are underlined and read from the dictionary?
Well, it's funny you say I'm spiraling when you're the one that was constantly interrupting me.
Well, no, because I was speaking and you just kept trying to steamroll through it. So do you want to read the dictionary definition there?
Cherry picking.
Posted in the chat. It's in the chat. It's a dictionary.
You didn't answer any of my questions. You weren't engaging at all.
Do you see the dictionary definition?
Away from the point.
No, that is the point. You don't understand what level is. You don't know what level means.
I can grant you certain definitions of level. I can grant you that.
That is the definition. I've just posted the dictionary. We just posted the server dictionary definition. Listen, I know your entire thing is that you're going to try and 1984 redefine every word because you just have to. But that's not an interesting or compelling argument. No, I'm posting the dictionary, Penguin.
That they mean this and they don't mean anything else. You're trying to erase language.
Penguin, are you kidding me? I just posted the definition from the dictionary.
You're cherry-picking definitions. I gave you
from the dictionary. From the dictionary.
Instead of answering what that means, instead of answering the name.
Okay, so which dictionary are you using? Which dictionary are you using?
Oxford Languages.
Post the definition. Post the dictionary definition.
At the same height as someone or something else. Things can be at the same height and have completely different angular positions on a globe. So what do you call that?
Well, it doesn't mention a globe.
That's what they could have been. So you're just going to pretend like that definition doesn't exist, and that probably
it's not. That sounds like a weak definition to me. But it doesn't disagree with what we said.
Versus a strong definition. What's a weak definition versus a strong definition?
Quite short. I mean, here's a definition: level, relative place, degree, stage, a plane, a high level development, a horizontal line or surface.
I hear you.
Also the height, a flat expanse.
Cyclone, I hear you. You keep saying that
having a surface with no irregularities in height, even flat.
Sorry, excuse me. He's explaining something to you, and you're like, I hear you. I can't hear him. You're talking over him. Please keep your pile shut.
Say the same thing 2 times over.
That's what Penguins has to do. That's what Penguins has to do because
So Cyclone, my issue with you is that you don't engage with anything. Anytime I ask you a question, you just.
Oh wow, that's so ironic, dude. You don't engage.
Notice how you didn't let me finish right there.
Yeah, because you're just full of shit, dude. We've had conversations before. You couldn't engage with any of the topics that were brought up. You had to deflect every time. We had a laser test last time, which you ran away from. 2
different topics. That's what you specialize in, right? That's what the flirters always do. You can't stay on one topic.
See, there you go.
What somebody meant by level.
It's your emotions again.
You're conflating level to mean flat. And we've established that level.
That's what it means. I just posted the dictionary definition. It's there in the chat.
Okay, that's like saying
Multiple
orange isn't a color.
definitions.
I can get a definition of it being a fruit.
Yeah,
It's like,
post it
yes,
from an
what you're doing
actual
right now.
book, not some like Wikipedia changed in 2015 after Flat Earth debunked your
Cyclone,
entire
do you think
religion.
oranges taste good?
Oh yes, another perfectly on point question from Penguins. Do oranges
This is on point. This is an
taste good?
analogy. This is an
That's
analogy.
really
You can't track
completely
an analogy,
related
a very
to
simple analogy. That's
the
on you.
definition of the word level. Yeah, of course.
You can
Tell me
explain-
how
since you can't follow
you
the analogy, I'm
enjoying
gonna explain to you what you're doing.
oranges. Tell me how you enjoying oranges proves
I'm going to
anything that
explain
you're
to you
talking
what you're
about
doing
here.
since you can't follow the analogy. So
Yeah, the
what you're
logic
doing is
from
akin
the
to me
definition
saying
of level to
someone's-
enjoyment of oranges. Please enlighten us, Penguins.
All right, can I start? Don't interrupt me. Thank you.
Yes, embarrass
So-
yourself. Please proceed.
So me saying, I'm going to continue if you'd stop interrupting me. So
Tell us
what
how
you're
much you
doing
love
is akin
oranges.
to me saying that somebody said that the color orange tastes good. And that's just so
Color
silly.
orange tastes good.
Oh, no,
Okay.
they said oranges taste good. Yeah, but they don't mean the fruit. They don't mean the fruit.
Okay,
Here's
but
the definition of
penguins,
what an orange is.
what's
An
the
orange
shoe
is a color.
size of an African elephant?
That's
though?
what you're doing.
You know what I mean? But do you like elephants though?
So I just explained to
What do you think?
the
What do you think
flaw
the
in your
texture
logic.
of an elephant's
your
tusk is?
deduction
Though?
that they thought that level meant flat.
Hold on, this is
Well,
on
you're
point. What do you
clearly
think
not
the
making that.
texture of an elephant's tusk feels like? Just because it's
Hard.
related to what we're talking about. Do you know the average height of a palm tree?
Okay, so now you're clearly going off.
What color are the soles of a penguin's feet?
So
Just
what does
stay
this
on
have to do with the
topic.
conversation? What does this have to do with the conversation?
Oh, it's totally on topic. This is what you do, isn't it? You just ask
Is that an
total
analogy?
random
What is that an
sidebar
analogy
questions
for?
that have no
Sorry,
logical
what was
through
that an
line.
analogy for? Cyclone,
I
what
just
was
thought
that?
I thought this is
Any
what
of
we
that
were
an analogy
doing.
for?
I just thought we were
No,
asking
you clearly can't
non-sequitur
track. You're clearly
questions.
struggling.
Do you like
You're struggling to
pineapples?
understand simple
Do you like pineapples?
topics,
This
conversational
is like you
topics.
saying you love pineapples, Penguins. Do you like pineapples?
Are you just going to keep doing this?
What flavor
I'm assuming you're trying to make
is
a point
ginger
where
hair?
I was off topic and I had nothing to do with the conversation. Do you need me to explain
Yes,
to you
you've
like a
added
child how
nothing
to
again.
into the conversation?
Penguins, what's
I
your
had to
best
explain to you what
glow
you're
proof?
doing
Let's get it back
already.
on topic. What's your best glow proof?
Do you? Okay. So you don't want to address how terribly
Yeah. What's your best glow
honest
proof?
you are in conversation and trying to put words in other
What's your
people's
best
mouths.
glow proof,
Let's not address
Penguins?
that. You're pivoting off of that.
Okay,
I was
Penguins,
challenging
what's your
you on
best
that.
glow proof?
You're trying
Are
to
you here
pivot
to
off of
present
it.
glow proof or no?
Oh, are you here to actually address what allow people to
We're
address
here
what you
to
said?
find some evidence of the Earth being a spinning cartoon ball, like the textbooks
Are
are
you
saying. You
afraid
got
of
any
being
evidence for
challenged
that?
on what you say? Cyclone? Are you afraid of being challenged on what you say? Why are you trying to pivot to the globe?
It doesn't sound like
We
you're
were talking
challenging me
about-
because I'm saying the Earth is
That's
not a
the
spinning
opinion regarding
ball,
the globe.
and you've not presented anything for that.
We're
You're not
talking
presenting
about the
anything for a
opinion.
spinning ball,
We're
right?
talking, you brought up the opinion of somebody regarding the globe.
Okay,
Brought
cool.
up the opinion of
You're too boring, dude.
Time out, dude.
Yeah,
Jeez,
he's too
Audio
boring. He's done.
chaos, man.
Yeah.
And no
Just
argument. You've been
demonstrating
asking
himself
you.
to be a melt as he always is. So there's no point in even talking to him. Let him cry, let him
that's a-
moan, let him spiral out.
That was amazing. I've never heard somebody say so much without saying a damn thing. Just arguing
Well,
for the
John.
sake of arguing.
Don't you like oranges? Well, let me ask you, are you a fan of the tangerine? Since we're talking about the definition of the word level, what do you think of plums?
Are you talking about colors or fruits? Oh my God.
Good question.
Oh my God. What a guy, man. Arguing for the sake of arguing.
Yeah, just has to say something. Classic GIMP behavior.
Man, I feel sorry for
Discussion
his
was
folks.
about level, flat, and plane being the same scene or not the same scene.
What was that? You're very quiet.
Like, what was this discussion about? Was it about three words like level, flat, and plane being the same scene? I just tried to understand what the discussion was about.
Well, we weren't really talking about that, but then he came in, and said something about the definition of level. And then we posted the dictionary definition of level, and then he started asking us if we liked oranges and things like that. I don't know.
He got triggered by my story. He got triggered by my story. I was telling a story. Imrail, I was telling him a story, telling Cyclone a story about this young lady who was in the chat last night, and I was trying to get her to wrap her head around the fact that you can't have completely flat areas on a sphere. And she was like, no, you totally can. And we just kept going back and forth. And then this guy, I said flat and level, right? Flat level areas. And then this dude somehow got triggered by that. I don't know if he was having a conversation with his AI best friend or what happened, but something triggered him. So that's just there's your clarification.
In these definitions that you posted, like synonyms, it means that it basically is it might be the same definition, but also it says that flat, it does not necessarily mean the same as level, and plane means perfectly flat. This is a mathematical ideal rather than a reality found in nature. So you can say that it's kind of the same, but also if you have another like definition, it's in the same definitions that you posted. It just said it that it's not exactly the same. So I don't think.
Well, the definition that I posted just says things like horizontal, even, flat. Doesn't say anything about curved. So
no.
And
Yeah,
nature
so
gave us
obviously something flat could be on a slope, right? Obviously something flat can be elevated on one side and then be sloped.
it's not
When we
having one
said we
side any
used it
higher
in-
than the other. Why are you
Yeah, but
blabbing out again?
But we,
yeah.
but we, no, that's me. This is me.
Oh, wait, that's
I'm
John.
just
This isn't
saying.
penguins. Right.
Yeah, I'm just saying you could have something that's flat, and then you could unlevel it. But that's why I said flat and level. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was using the same word to describe the same thing. I was using two words to describe what I was talking about to the person, and in the story and in context.
You can have a flat
Yeah,
slope
so
for
it's
sure.
like, yeah. So I mean, come on. It's not like I wasn't being precise in what I was talking about. So yeah, I don't know why dude spiraled.
We can just agree at some simple even definitions and like just go.
Well, it's okay. I'm real. We don't really. We're not hanging our hat on a definitional argument here. We're hanging our hat on the fact that the Earth measures flat, not curved.
Yeah, nature gave us a reference to level, the horizon. It's, and the word horizontal is derived from the word horizon, and it's our reference to level. If something's horizontal and level, it's parallel with the plane of the horizon.
That's precisely what it is, and that's the whole thing here. It's what we've been talking about, and apparently it triggers people when you bring these stories up about how somebody couldn't wrap their head around the ball being flat in certain areas, and it's impossible for a sphere to have flat areas all over the place.
Got any people in the questions or anything?
Especially if it's water.
Try my audio is maybe cutting out. Is anyone talking?
No, you're good. You're good.
So I'm Rail. Did you have questions or some globe evidence to present?
I think I should make it like my on daily basis. In the morning, I will try to find another globe evidence. So in the evening, when I go back here, I would have one to present to you. It's like it just sounded very official. Like, did you have any evidence to present us? Like, listen to me, my children. I will present.
Yeah, that's how we do. We're a formal discussion. No, it's pretty chill. It's pretty chill. But yeah, that's a good idea. Then we can count the number of days it takes before you realize that there is no globe evidence. So what's your globe proof for today?
I don't think you have to to disprove something else. You don't have to prove your own thing. Like, you don't have to prove the Earth is flat to disprove the globe Earth and otherwise. You see what I mean with that?
Yeah, just you can falsify something without replacing it. Yep. That's kind of on point because we're not trying to replace the globe with like another all-encompassing model. We're just debunking the curve, so what we're left with is flat.
Yeah, so he's He's going on in the side chat now, Cyclone. You want to read some Penguin's wisdom? Go ahead and take a gander.
Yeah, no, I knew you'd be spiraling out in the chat, but no, I'm not looking at the chat right now. So I'll have to scream into the void, Penguins.
I'll read it to you. He says, Imriel, the only evidence I need to prove that the Earth is not flat is that things disappear bottom up and the sky rotates in two different directions in relation to latitude. And we all see the same face of the moon.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's about the standard day one globe copes that we deal with 100 times a day.
Yeah. I know my long corridor is a globe because things disappear from the bottom up. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, Penguins, to tie that off into an argument that means the Earth isn't flat, you would have to show that there's curve responsible for those phenomena. And you don't have any curve, so that's not going to work for you. I love how they think not seeing the moon being a spinning ball is evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
Cyclone, are you part of DJ server?
Yeah, I think I'm on DJ server.
Can you post that? I guess he needs to put a section in there for it. But you know that table thing with the coin, the table demonstration with the coin where the coin disappears.
Oh yeah.
From bottom up. Yeah, if you could post that in there, I thought that was brilliant. That was a brilliant display. There's two little. What were they? GIFs?
Yeah, they're GIFs. Let me see. See if I can
Yeah, if
find
you
them.
could
I'll
post
post them
them
in
in
this
there,
chat.
that'd be cool.
I'll post them in
Yeah,
here, and then you can post them where you're thinking.
Yeah. All right, cool, awesome. Thank you, brother. I was like wishing I had them like several times since I saw them the first time you put them up.
There you go. The table must be a globe.
We'll just fix Penguins up with a the command mute so that he can be unmuted in the VC, and then he's not server muted. He can join other chats and talk.
Okay, if you want to inflict him on other chat rooms, be my guest. So is I'm Real the only other new person in here?
Well,
Imriel,
no one
you there?
speaking, yes, and there is like a GIF or video, I don't know, about the like with the tides. So I would like to ask, like, why the water is never like still? Like, why do we always have low tides and high tides?
Like you're asking, what's the cause of tides?
I mean, is it like the existence of tides? Isn't it like counterintuitive? Like you shouldn't have tides at all. Like,
What do you mean?
Some
I don't know what
local
you're saying.
waves, like when there is a wind or stuff like this, like waves. That's like kind of logical because you have wind blowing, then it would make some waves. But tides, like when the water goes down and then the water goes up, and it might be like few meters. It's not like a small amount. It's something that's observable every single day. And like there is no reason for that because the water should.
Well, there must be a reason for it because it's happening.
Yeah, that's why I said that it's like something that's happening and it's not very logical.
What do you mean it's not very logical?
Well, it's not something that we would assume if we would never witness it. Like if I would tell you that the sun would go further and further away, you could logically conclude that at some point it would be dark because you wouldn't be able to see sun anymore. You don't even have to actually witness it. It's logical.
But see, the problem with trying to put natural phenomena and what's going on in the earth into some kind of your perception of a logical framework, it doesn't really fit because it's just a natural phenomena. Like you could say an eclipse isn't logical because you wouldn't assume it would happen based on the general observation of the sun or moon. But phenomena of Earth doesn't really work that way. It's not dependent on what we think makes sense or not. What's important is that they're happening, and then your real question would be, what's the cause of that occurrence? But with phenomena on a Earth scale, let's say, they're not very easy to test. You can't put a stop to the mechanism. Well, you can't even really identify the mechanism to then put a stop to it and confirm that that's what's causing it or not causing it. So I wouldn't really make any claims specifically about what the cause is, but it doesn't really tell you whether the Earth's flat or a globe either way. Other than the tide rising or lowering is in reference to the horizontal sea level.
Yeah, and at this point you should like ask the question, what exactly is the sea level? Because the water is this time it's here, next time it's 10 centimeters higher, and then it's like 20 centimeters lower. So what exactly is the sea level if this level is never stable?
Well, that's why they have mean sea level, which is the average.
Well,
and then those high and low points are taken in reference to the average, which is a horizontal reference.
Yeah, but do you actually believe that it's possible to measure like the mean point at the surface of the water? We don't even know the whole like surface of the water.
Yeah, they measure it. They measure it in their area, in their local harbor or whatever. They put markings on the walls and say this is where it was here, this is when it was there, so they can figure out what their what their mean sea level is.
Yeah, but then the problem when they do it, you take like the Pacific Ocean and you take the Atlantic Ocean, and the means would be different. It's not the same sea level in one ocean and another ocean, so it doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Like you don't have one sea level because even in two different oceans, it's like two different sea levels. So it's not a mean because like it's two different points.
Does anyone understand what he's getting at here?
I say you can't just deliberately say that this point is the mean sea level if you have two different like oceans, not even sea, because I'm not sure about the seas like overall, but I'm sure about this like ocean seems that there is like some few like 10, 20 centimeters or something like this difference between the sea level on the Pacific Ocean and the sea level of the Atlantic Ocean. So like you can't just say that, well, you can just make it up. So you can say, well, it's here, and without any explanation. It's just because I don't think it's possible to actually measure the mean level of all the water on our surface if we can't even measure all the water. We don't even know if...
Well, all elevation profiles are taken in reference to mean sea level, so you'll have to take it up with every elevation profile, I guess.
But I think that elevation profile is derivative of the sea level. First, they establish a level, a sea level, and then they calculated like the surface profiles, not the other.
Yeah, in reference to the sea level. So they're using practically sea level as a reference, horizontal datum, in all the elevation profiles. Unless you don't think we know the elevations of anything. But my bigger concern would be, is that sea level horizontal as it's shown and defined? Because if so, then where's the globe?
I don't think that you use the word horizontal with the same meaning that the globerser would use it.
I use it in the way that the dictionary would use it. Which way would they use it?
Can you like post the dictionary definition here so I could read it?
Well, someone can. I'm not going to, but you can look it up. Google.
No, I mean I would.
Horizontal
We
definition.
already did.
Sorry.
Oh wait, horizontal. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, horizontal. That's what he wants now. Hey, real quick. So,
I'm
Emre,
like to find it. I can Google on my own. It's just like so we would talk about the same thing, exactly same thing. So it's not.
Yeah, well, someone can post the
You gotta make
definition
a
of horizontal.
separation though between the practical use of the description of the word. So we get horizontal lines from the horizon. We observe the horizon in the real world, and then we use definitions to describe the practical use of it. So when we draw a horizontal line to establish a horizontal to let's say build a house, right? We draw these lines that have no slope because a horizontal line has a rate change of slope of 0, right? And this use in the practical sense, it's what we're talking about in reality. Then you're saying that there's also a definition in a globe, but the globe will be in the non-practical way, the non-practical use. If you're gonna use horizontal on a cartoon globe, right? And you're saying this horizontal line is curving on this globe, and that's the reference that you're going to. That's not the practical real east level that we use it at. Do you get the difference? There is a difference between the real use and the fantasy use.
No, I see it. And if it's like is the simplest one, horizontal line remains also at the same elevation across its entire length. So I think it's the same that everyone would use.
Okay, so you don't think the globers are using a different horizontal now?
No, I think they use it in that way. They just like measures this like same elevation. Once again, you have to measure elevation from something. So they just would measure it from some, I don't know, gravitational okay, I wouldn't say gravitational.
So not horizontal then, they wouldn't be using horizontal. They'd have to use a curve.
Horizontal line remains at the same elevation across its entire length.
Yeah, so it'd be a flat line. Horizontal, 90 degrees from vertical.
Now I don't even think it should be a line. It should probably be a plane because the line is just two-dimensional, so it should be a plane.
Well, yeah, we're just talking about the geometric definition at the moment, but that's sufficient. But on the globe side, they wouldn't be able to use that as a reference to elevation, generally, because they need a curve.
Well, to establish that curve, they'd have to measure that as a change in elevation with respect to horizontal. When was that done?
Well, at no point in the definition of horizontal line, it says that it should be a straight line. It could be a curved line. Like line should be any shape you want.
No.
Line.
No, that's antithetical to the definition of horizontal. Perpendicular to vertical, which means it's 90 degrees, which means it has to be an angle, which means it's flat and straight because you can't get an angle between a curved line and a straight line.
Yeah, see, now you're making up the definition of horizontal after just agreeing it with us. Horizontal can't mean curved. That would just be incorrect usage of the word.
The oxymoron.
Yeah. Curved horizontal. It's contradictory. So
Yeah,
do we have...
violate the law of non-contradiction and the law of identity.
Yeah, because like T-Dub said, so we would need a drop in elevation in reference to this horizontal in order to prove that there's a curved surface of the Earth, in order for there to be a ball, a globe. So does anyone have that? Can prove that the ground is dropping down and away from us at the rate claimed by the globe?
I just posted something that proves the opposite about railguns muzzle velocity and how they hit targets over amazing distances. It never happened on the globe.
Yeah, military equipment's a good one to look at when it comes to this question. Long distance targeting, long distance ballistics. No curvature. So you think I'm real? Has anyone proven that deviation from horizontal, measuring a curved surface?
Has anyone proved what? I'm sorry. Deviation?
Yeah, has anyone ever measured that curvature? Deviating from a horizontal on the surface?
That I could tell you anything more than you've already heard like a million times here.
So no one's ever measured it. So why do you think so many people are believing it?
I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but we had this discussion and I said because like it's something that is taught in schools and the problem, why can't it be another way, is that there is nothing, like not nothing, but not too much to teach from the flat earth perspective. I mean, the lesson would be...
Oh, I beg to differ. We've got tens of thousands of hours of us teaching flat earth content. So there's definitely a lot to teach from the flat earth side.
I mean, it's exactly the same. It's just like from different points of view, like it's always the same.
No, it's not the same though, because we can go out and we can experience, observe, measure, and detect what we're talking about.
Yes.
But you can't do that with a globe.
But imagine you would start your lesson and you'll say, well, you could obviously see that the earth is flat, and children, they would agree with you. And what else should you do like with them?
Well, we could say, if the globe story is correct.
Why would you speak about the globe? You could say if a pyramid story is correct, or if a like triangle story is correct.
Because the globe story is the one that you correctly pointed out is being taught and has been perpetuated to the societies. So that's the one that we are challenging, obviously.
Yeah, so you wouldn't teach students about the flat earth, you would teach them about why the globe earth...
Well, yeah, by teaching them about how the earth is not a globe, you are inherently teaching them about its flatness.
Why would you do that if someone is already agreeing with you? They would come at the first lesson and they would say, you would say that the earth is flat, and they would say, okay. And why would you spend another few years like proving the same thing over and over again if they are already in agreement with you?
Well, it's not really a case of that. I mean, you can imagine a hypothetical scenario where everyone doesn't believe in the globe, but that's not reality at the moment. Most people believe they live on a giant spinning water ball in a vacuum, which is why we have this discussion in the way we do. pointing out that it's not the globe that they think it is. But yeah, if you don't want to talk about the globe, you can just go out and test, measure, observe, or detect what you can in reality. And that's being detected on a flat Earth. So we can just talk about the Earth as it's observed, measured, and practically used. That's us talking about flat Earth. But let me go to your point. You said the reason people believe this is because they were told so at school. So that doesn't make it true, right? Just because they're being taught it at school, that doesn't mean it's true.
No, but there's just too many information to add to that scene. For example, you would learn in physics, like you would make some calculation about the rockets and stars like this, and even without stating that the Earth is globe, at that point you would like take it as it's obvious because you've been taught that before. And with flat Earth, you should like have something else. Assuming that so children would use it as they would assume at the beginning that the Earth is flat, and then you will say like, now let's do this task, this problem, and with knowledge that the Earth is flat, and like it's not too much stuff like this going on.
Well, I think that's kind of non sequitur, to be honest. I mean,
and non what?
Non sequitur doesn't really follow. I mean, we're not really coming up with a flat Earth curriculum.
Yeah, that's
we're explaining to people.
Flat Earth is not taught at school. I'm not talking about the flat Earth in general. I'm talking about why, like you don't. It's impossible to put it in the school system because there is not too much to like. You don't have your curriculum, as you said.
No. I mean, if people wanted to, they could certainly come up with, and I'm sure people have come up with classes and educations. I mean, we're essentially doing that here every day as it is. But and that's not the reason that it's not taught in school. The reason it's not taught in school is because they're pushing the globe fantasy. The people who control the education systems have decided those are the textbooks that they're going to push. That's the curriculum they're going to teach. It has nothing to do with the validity of the claim, because there is no validity to it. It's debunked.
I didn't say it was about validity. I'm not sure if you understand me, but like in private schools, you can have classes like daydreaming. Like it's not something that you have, or you can like classes about leadership or expressing yourself or stuff like this. It's not necessarily, it's just like has to be in the curriculum, but you could have it. So if there was like a person or like a textbook and something that you could teach on during the classes of flat Earth, like it could be, it's not like it's forbidden.
Okay, well, go and start your first flat Earth school and let me know how you get on. Until then, we're simply asking people if they realize that they don't live on a spinning ball.
I think it wasn't the topic of our conversation because you asked me why we taught like this in school. Like you asked me.
No, I asked why do you think so many people believe it since it's never been measured?
To explain exactly that.
And you said yeah, because I was taught in school, and then I said if you're taught something in school, does that make it true?
Yeah, and I didn't disagree with you with that.
Well, what did you say? You didn't answer.
You said that if you taught something in school, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I agree with that statement.
Right. Okay. So then the question is, then the next part, which is what we're actually talking about. No. So then it comes next. So then what does make it true? For all these people that are believing it, you're saying they're believing it just based on something they've been told. It doesn't make it true. What does make it true? And if nothing, well then, welcome to Flat Earth. Here we are.
No, what do you mean nothing? If you can like use it.
Well, what evidence, what proof do we have that proves that it's actually true?
I'm trying to answer that. So if you can actually use some knowledge and it's like it repeats itself and it's coherent with what you expect, then it means it should be true. Until
right. Okay. So what is that in relation to the globe?
What is what?
So what is that you just vaguely described? Knowledge that you can prove to be true. What knowledge can we prove to be true that proves the Earth is a ball that spins?
I can't point any single thing that like would be obviously true only on the globe Earth.
Well, then there you go. That's my point. If there's nothing, then welcome to flat
I
Earth.
already agreed with your point. Like it looks to me that you're trying to convince me with your point.
No, I'm not trying to convince you.
No,
I'm assuming you believe in the globe. Do you not believe in the globe?
Well, if you say believe, that's another point, because it's not the question of truth or not. You can believe anything. You can.
Well, no, that's why I'm asking if it's something you believe. I already know it's not true. But I'm assuming, I believe that you believe that the Earth is a ball. Is that incorrect? You don't believe it?
If I would ask, if I was asked about it, on my exams or stuff like this, I would answer that it's a...
No. Obviously, for your exams, you have to put down a globe. But does that mean you actually believe that's true?
Honestly, to be completely honest, I just go with it. It's not like I believe it or I know it. I'll just, okay. It's not something that I would fight my life for. I don't know if you understand.
No, I don't understand. It should be very clear. Do you believe it's true? Yes or no?
I don't think I care too much about it being actually true. So I would say that I believe it because it suits my purposes. I don't nothing.
Right, that's not a reason to believe that the Earth is a ball, because it suits your purposes, because it feels, or because you don't care. You're just going to assume the Earth is a ball. That doesn't make any sense.
And why would people believe in something? Because they like this idea.
Right. Okay. So that's not a good basis. That's not a good foundation for your worldview. That's imagination. You should be thinking logically and with empiricism, what you can observe and experience, not just fantasy because you don't care or it feels good. Which is fine. I mean, you can think and believe whatever you like, but that's a poor foundation for a worldview. Anyway, with that, I will hand over to one of my colleagues. I'm going to go on mute for a bit and then head off. So, good chats, guys. Someone keep this rolling. You hear FE side? We got someone? T-Dub, John, can you guys still hear?
But I'm probably I'm driving and roboting. Can you hear me? I'm roboting, ain't I?
Nope, not yet.
Stoney's here. You can set this guy straight. This guy thinks he lives on a ball, Stoney. Go ahead and tell him.
Yeah, so just kind of going along with what Cyclone had just mentioned. So I didn't really get quite an answer from you. So you believe that the globe is real, right?
Yes, I believe that's my belief, I guess.
Okay, so you might have been asked this before, and if you have, I apologize for being redundant. What evidence do you have that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, I think it's like a fundamental difference between knowledge and belief. You don't have to have evidence. Once you have evidence of something, you know it. You don't believe it. I don't have I can't provide any evidence that the Earth is globe that would satisfy any of you. So it's not like I state that it's true and everyone should agree with it because it's one and it's the truth. But I can believe someone believes that there are aliens, someone believes that there is a Santa Claus, someone believes you can believe whatever you want. That's why I said I don't know it.
Maybe I could help clarify the question. What evidence do you have that satisfies you that it's a globe? Not what would satisfy us. What evidence do you have of your own that satisfies you, in your own knowing and living that you're on a spinning water bubble?
Why do I prefer to believe in that? You mean basically why? What's the evidence? So it's
what's your own? Your own personal experience or evidence that you are.
Okay, so it's just too much math like mathematics into the globe, inside the globe Earth, that makes sense put all together. And if I would say that the Earth is flat, I would have to like question all the like math, all the physics that I already know, and it would be way too hard. And sometimes it's just hard to get some sources, for example, like how should that work, why does this work, and stuff like this, and it would be very hard.
Okay, so I heard what you said about the math. So there's just too much math concerning the globe. So have you actually gone out in nature and checked to see if the math actually was reality out in nature?
I think we made some like during physics classes in high school. We did a lot of like experiments, and honestly, it wasn't like we say that the G was 9.8 meters per second square. It wasn't like that, because when we did our measurements, it was like sometimes it was 9.2, sometimes it was 10.3, because we were like just high school kids and we didn't have like proper instruments. But in general, like the idea that when something is like less dense, it should float up and stuff like this, it worked, yes.
Okay, so that's talking about 9.8 meters squared or whatever. So that isn't actually concerning the Earth being a ball. That's what we're talking about. What? So do you have any evidence at all that would purport Earth being a ball, as far as curvature on the surface, a measurement of curvature, like any empirical data at all that would even lead you to believe that Earth was a ball?
Sorry, Sonny, I thought you were done a couple times there. I'm a little confused myself, sir. Could you please clarify as well? I asked you for what evidence of your own you have that satisfies you that you're on a ball, and you said math, but it's too confusing to figure it out or satisfy you. So I'm like, if it's too confusing, how does that satisfy you? That's all I'm thinking.
I didn't mean that it was too confusing. I meant that when we tried to verify like these physical laws, we didn't get the exact numbers that are in our textbooks, because like it's hard like to be that precise. But
you said it varied. Again, I'll go back to Sonny's question. Now you were referring to 9.3 meters squared or what? That has nothing to do with the surface. So again, I'm confused there as well.
Yeah. So I can explain that. So for example, when in school, when we learn about gravity and stuff, and they give you these equations and numbers, and they say, well, now you can put these numbers into this formula and you'll get like into this equation, and you'll get this like acceleration, and it should be 9.8. And then after this, we would make this experiment to measure what was that acceleration, and it was like close enough to 9.8. So I mean that obviously in nature we can see it, this 9.8, but this globe, Earth, everything together, it gives you like slight answer why it's 9.8. Not just like, yes, we can observe it, but also sometimes it's answer question why it's like this and not more or not less. That's what I meant. Like if you, or for example, the Archimedes force, the less dense objects, they would go up, and the more dense objects, they will like fall down. And how would you say, like it's something that you see in the nature, so obviously it's true, but also it's explained with the same gravity and the same numbers, and I mean it's like a very big system of numbers that already put together. That's what I meant.
So if I understand what you're explaining is gravity, and the experiment you did to verify that gravity is enough evidence for you to believe it's a globe. Is that correct, or am I incorrect?
If I would choose something else, that it's not a globe, I would need all this like mathematical apparatus to work with. Like I wouldn't mind, but I need it, and I don't have another option. Like it's not like I can choose this one or that one and choose something else. It's when I choose like flat Earth and I start to ask these questions, I don't have these answers to put all together.
Okay, so what if I were to tell you, let's just, for the sake of argument, let's just say these things about the acceleration rate, let's just say those are exactly the way that is claimed to be in the formula. Could that possibly be happening above a flat plane also?
Yes, it could be. But
Okay.
then you would have you could have the option to have one big explanation and derive to some others, or you just have to come up with 10, 50, 100 small explanation for each single thing.
No, I disagree. Here's why. Because you were told that this acceleration is akin to mass attracting mass, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a hidden claim within that. That would be the radius value of the Earth. In order that Earth would have that mass, it would have to have that radius. So you don't have the radius. So that's just imagined. Imagine if you have a ball this size, and imagine that this was happening on the surface of a ball, but you don't have anything in nature that would lead you to the conclusion empirically that Earth was a ball or a sphere or has a curved surface at all. There's nothing in nature that you could lead to, that you could look to.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying is you have this radius of the Earth, mass of the Earth, you have G constants, you have this acceleration, all these things, and they put together and it works together. And if, for example, we say, yes, it could possibly be correct on the flat Earth, why not? But then I would ask, for example, why is it 9.8? And you'd have to answer, well, it's just like this. There is no explanation.
Yeah, what I was trying to tell you is the same exact thing that you just described. There is no explanation because you don't have anything that would lead you to the conclusion that Earth is a ball in the first place. So the primary fundamental basis of your claim is imagination at best. It's just plain assumptions based on information that is non-existent. So I don't see how you're saying that works on a ball when you don't have a ball in the first place. Yeah, plus, besides that, one more thing. Besides that, they didn't tell you in school that mass attracting mass is 110 years out of date. It's been replaced. They didn't tell you that?
When you say it's been replaced, you mean this more... how do you say, 100 years or something more modern theory of gravity and stuff like relativity?
Yeah, special and general relativity replaced, superseded. That means Newton was toppled from the throne in 1915 by Einstein.
Well, I say that his equations might still work as well.
No, they're not the same.
No, I don't say about gravity, but I mean his three equations about forces and when you push something, it goes with certain acceleration, so it still works.
No, it's not a force. No, it hasn't been a force since 1915. It's not a force.
I'm talking about the gravity. So I have to repeat it once again. I'm not talking about the gravity. I say that when you push something with a force, and it goes with certain acceleration. So this is one of the Newton's laws of motion. So it still works.
It works based on an assumption of the globe that you don't have. So
yeah, but it still works. I mean, physically, it's something that's observable that you can observe.
Yeah, so it could work on a flat plane. So
yeah, I agree with that as well. So, but the point is...
So that yeah, what you claimed as proof isn't proof at all. Then is it?
I didn't I don't know why you expect from me to give you some proofs if at the beginning I said that it's not about the proof. My choice was based entirely on the that it's useful and it's easy to put together and it can work on the flat Earth. But for example, if I ask you like, why is it like this? Why is it like this? It's just too many different points that I have to accept as it is without any explanation. And
you've already, hold on, I have to stop you because you've already accepted these numerous things based on assumptions with no empirical data to back it up. So you're contradicting yourself.
No,
you're saying if it were a flat earth, you would have to give up all these different ideas, but all those ideas that you have are assumptions. They're not based in knowledge.
Yes, but
that's not evidence.
Yes.
So we asked you for evidence. Flatman Can, I'm still talking. So Flatman Can tried to reiterate that question to you. What evidence would it take for you, not for us, but for you? And then you went back into Newtonian, which has been superseded, replaced completely by Einstein general relativity. And you want to go back to Newtonian. That's been superseded, debunked. It's obsolete. It doesn't work. So you want to go back to something that's 110 years out of date. Plus, you have no evidence to back your claim in the first place of Earth being a sphere. So do you have any evidence of that, Earth being a sphere?
I don't know why you keep me asking about the evidences if I already told you like 5 times that I don't have evidence. That's why it's not my knowledge. It's something I believe. And then I tried to explain myself why would I choose to believe in this and not something else. And if you ask me about evidence once again, it's not like I can make up this evidence that I didn't have yesterday and I didn't have the day before yesterday.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying. So you are just admitting that you have what's akin to a blind faith, a religious belief in things that are unproven. When we can go out to nature and we have hydrostatic equilibrium, we see water, the surface of water, when still or contained, is horizontal on the top. These are objective truths that you can go check for yourself, but you prefer to use a blind faith or belief. It's basically a religious belief that you have.
So everything you say that we can actually observe in the nature, it's not like science. If you just can observe it, anyone can observe it. Then the science state starts when you start asking question, why is it like this? And when you try to calculate something with that. Just admitting that the water is flat and level, it's not science. It's something that you can just perceive with your basic.
Yeah. What we're talking about is a geometric question. When you're looking for like a surface condition, all you have to do is measure it. We don't do science to find level or to measure a level. A level surface doesn't require science. So it's not science at all. Yeah, so looking and observing is one thing. Actually measuring and testing level over distances, a horizontal nature of the world we live in, that isn't science. We can go measure it. It's a geometric question. That's it. So I don't know what you're talking. You're getting all confused about science. Your globe doesn't have any science either.
So when you see the lake, or when you see like the river, and you look at it and you say, well, it's lake is better, I think, because river is still moving. So when you look at the lake and you see it's flat and level, and you say, I see it and it's flat, the water is flat, it's not science. When you start asking like, how big is this lake? How can we measure this lake? And probably this flat water surface can help us somehow. That's the science that started.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it's not science. Because in order to have science involved in this kind of questioning, it would require you to ask a question like this about the lake. What is the cause of the lake being 10 miles long? Does that sound logical to you?
I don't think you have to know the cause of it being like.
Yeah, that's what science, that's what natural science is about, cause and effect. It's not about sizes, shapes, surface conditions or linear distances. Has nothing to do with those. Those are simply measurements. We don't use science if I have to measure my table and I'm using a tape measure, do I ask myself, what is the cause of the rectangular shape of my table? Do I ask about the cause of the table shape?
Yeah, but if your table is not rectangular, even if it's rectangular, and you want to know the area of your table, you have to use science because
no, you don't. You use that's called mathematics. It's geometry.
So mathematics is not a science?
No.
Okay.
Mathematics can be used in science, but it's not science of itself. It's only a language. That's it. It's not science. Measuring something is not science. It's geometry that you're measuring. That's it. I can ask all these questions about my table. What length is it lengthwise? What length is it the shorter distance on the other side? How tall is the table? What is the table? How level is the table? What is the surface condition of the table? Does it have undulations or rivets in the table? Does it have a hole in the table? All these things, I can ask any kind of questions. What color is the table? None of those are scientific endeavors. Not whatsoever. Now, if I wanted to ask a question, like let's say I have a question, how high of a temperature would I need of a fire to combust the wooden table? Then you can ask yourself, well, I put a flame to the table and it combusted, and now I can measure the temperature. Then if I reduce the heat, it didn't combust the table. It just slowly smoldered. You can perform science doing something like that, but not with measurement. How high of the temperature does it need the water to be to boil? You can do science on that.
No, okay, now I understand. I didn't know before that the math might be not seen as a science.
It's not really a matter of whether or not it might not be seen that way. It is absolutely not the same category. So, measurement in this scenario is only geometric. We're not talking about science. Just because they taught you about the globe in science class still doesn't make anything having to do with the globe science. So, the measurement of the Earth in every way we can possibly measure it is planar horizontal, also stationary. That's what it is. The belief system about the globe is just that. It's only a belief. It's an option. It is another way for you to view reality where you don't have to come to terms with reality. People tell you, you can believe in the globe if you want to, but it actually is not measured that way. It's a fiction. So if this is something that you want to believe in, by all means, I mean, Sunny said it earlier, that's fine. You can believe in what you want to. Oftentimes, we're just curious as to why people would believe in something that doesn't exist in reality.
Well, I tried to explain my reasoning, but I don't think that I didn't try to convince you by any means. I didn't tell you that, well, you have to think like me. It's just I tried to answer honestly your question. Why would anyone, or me in this case, believe in this? And that's why it was for me.
And so just to I want to understand your answer correctly. So you think because all of the other fictions attached to the story about the globe seem plausible to you, that's why you believe it? Is that about right?
No, not plausible. It's just they work with each other. Honestly, I can't believe, like, I can't verify everything that they say, but when even like theoretically, when they put it all together, I say, okay, it should, like, it works with one another. Even if it's like a bunch of assumption and none of that is true, if they made this model that works.
Yeah,
okay, so the model works in the abstract, right? Just hold on a second, Sonny, please. So the abstract, meaning the fairy tale is consistent, right? The fiction is consistent, and yet none of the things in the fiction exist in reality. You still choose to believe the fiction. And we're asking you, I'm asking you, do you have any desire to know what is true in reality, or are you choosing to stay with the fiction because you just think it's very tidy and neat and it all works together in the fairy tale?
I would love to have I would love to know the reality. The problem is that it's not enough. It's just agreeing with the sentence, the earth is flat. It's not enough. Like, this reality should have something more to it. And also the first part of your statement, it's not that none of it agrees with reality. Some of it, like, it's still the same on the flat and on the globe Earth.
No, actually, I think they're pretty much diametrically opposed. And I think, secondly, you're not really being fair to us, because we aren't sitting here telling you that, oh, it just looks flat and therefore it is flat. That's not what we're saying. We're asking you, first of all, whether or not you have any evidence for the position that you hold, and you're telling us, no, I don't really. All I have is math and abstractions, which is fine. But the other thing is that you actually haven't asked us for any of the evidence that proves that the Earth is planar. So, I mean, if you want those proofs, you should ask for them. Don't just say, well, all you guys are doing is saying it's flat and I have to believe that. Nobody here asked you to do that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to be disrespectful. What I meant is, for example, when, like, look at the last pictures that was sent in the chat, and it says, for example, observer height 1 foot and max distance geometric horizon is 1.22 miles. So, like, the question is, why is it like this? Why these numbers should be correct? And when you like on the globe Earth, they will show you some equations. They would make something up, and you could calculate it, verify it, and say, okay. And like, there is obviously some distance that we can, like, to horizons that we can see with the naked eye. And also, I would ask, like, why is this distance? And, like, I would like to have this answer to calculations and stuff like this. But it's, yeah, I'm not saying that you, like, trying to convince, just believe us. I see all these examples that you show in all these evidences. It's just, it's kind of hard to put in the same system altogether.
Okay, I understand. So what you're saying is that there is an equation or a formula, whatever, based on the observer height. We're showing you in reality that that is not the case. So in those observations, distance to horizon exceeds that which would be dictated by the globe Earth, quote unquote, calculation or math. So we're showing you that the values and the math that are given to us are already false.
Yes.
So that will never work on a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so they actually don't work with each other. The abstraction in the fairy tale requires that the horizon in reality be at a certain place. It's not there. Therefore, the globe Earth calculation is incorrect. And the geometry is correct. And the values are incorrect. The claim is incorrect.
Yes, but what I meant is, like, they tell you that the max distance to horizon is 1.22 miles, and it doesn't work. Okay, but also I would like to see what is, like, that's what the globe says, that at least give you something. And they ask, what is the max distance on the flat Earth? And also I would love to have this, like, I see that it's not the one stated before as you shown on this, like, image, but what is the real one? That's the question. And, like, the globe earthers, even if it doesn't work sometimes, it's like they will answer, like they will give you all the numbers that you ask them. And when you ask the flat earthers, they will say, well, we don't know. It's not known yet.
No. That's a lie. See, you tell me that you're trying not to be disrespectful. That's incorrect. We're asking for the geometry of the globe where we can verify it in reality. That is the thing that has not been presented to us. If you're asking a different question, okay, well, what is the max distance to horizon on the flat Earth? The reason that we're telling you that cannot be measured is because, number one, the horizon is not a geometric location as defined, not by us, as defined itself. So if you're upset with us that there is actually no definitive place where the horizon should be, then you're going to have to take it up with the people that make the dictionaries and define what the horizon is, not us. There is no max distance to horizon, ever. The globe says it has to be at 1.22 miles. That is false. So I don't know why you're not more upset with the people that are telling you that the max distance to horizon must be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and indeed it is not there. Why aren't you more upset with the Globers for lying to you?
I don't try to blame you for not having some answers. I'm just like trying to answer the question, why is it easier to believe in something that say like something that exists and not in something that don't like that you don't have yet or is unknown yet, or maybe someone else didn't calculate it yet, but it's just like you can like imagine the school, like geography school class, the geography class in school, and they ask you like how many continents are there, and they will tell you, and you would say, well, we don't know what Antarctica really is, because okay, you will ask like what is the biggest continent, or what is like what is its area and stuff like this, and you can go like, I don't know if these numbers are true, but they give you something. And if I ask like what is the surface area of United States, and you would say, well, we don't know, like because we didn't measure it. That's the reason. It's not like it's your problem, or it's not like I blame you for that, and it's not like everyone should. I'm not trying to defend the Globers. I'm trying to explain why for some people it's easier to believe in something that exists.
No, I'm not asking about some people. We're talking to you. You can't answer for everybody else, so we're asking you. So now that somebody has given you a value for the size of the Earth, and that has been tested in reality, and everything essentially is built on that foundation, and it is now false, why, in this case, would you still believe in something that has been falsified? See, the problem that they made, the mistake that they made, is they gave a value for as far as the radius is concerned, and that has geometric consequences. And for quite a while, no one's really been paying much attention. But now that that number is out there and people are asking the question, they're being skeptical, they're challenging that value, and they're looking for it in reality, and it's not there. That opens up a whole new realm of questions, a whole new list of questions. As far as, well, if I was told I live on a ball of a certain size, and now it turns out that the horizon isn't even a geometric point, and it doesn't align at all with the claim of a globe with a radius of a certain size, then therefore the Earth now is not that globe. So the Earth is no longer a globe. I can throw out all the other story about it that seems like it would fit, because the foundation of that narrative has been destroyed. So the entire globe mythos has been destroyed by eliminating one value, and that's the radius.
So to prove the radius, you should have to like actually measure the radius.
Right. And how would that be done?
No, I don't think it's possible on a globe Earth.
Okay. So if it can't be measured.
No. I have to correct myself. It can be obviously it can be measured directly, but you could measure the, well, imagine that we're talking still about the globe Earth, that you have to measure the circumference of the Earth and then like calculate it with geometry.
No, you got it backwards. You'd have to measure the Earth itself, and then even a calculation, you would need some kind of measurement in a short distance to come up with, and still assume that the Earth is actually a ball. right? Still, like there's still a lot of problems. At the end of the day, the Earth must be measured directly, and then you would actually have to know that it was a ball. Right? One of the things that would be neat is if we had a real north to south circumnavigation of a ball. That would be great, but that doesn't exist. The other thing would be really neat is if we had any kind of measurements of curvature in a short distance, and we don't have that either.
Is there nothing that goes like through the South Pole? Some flights or something like this? I don't know. I'm just asking. Okay.
No, there's not.
Yeah, and also
Now, don't take my word for it. Find it. I mean, go.
I think that you would probably know about that. Like if there was something, you would know about that for sure. So I don't like have to verify you on this part. But why did you say that we have to assume that the Earth is a ball to measure the circumference of the ball?
Well, let's put it this way. If you measure curvature, there are things that have curvature that aren't spheres. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there could be curvature measured, and it still could be a potato. It could still be a dome.
Yes.
It could be a lot of other things.
Yes.
Right. So we'd still have to find a way to make sure that this is actually a spherical object, where it maintains this ball consistency everywhere, and ultimately if you start at one location and right, so
yeah, I see it now. I agree.
Right, so we still don't have any of the first two criteria met, which is short distance, at least over water, because the water is the most reliable way that we can measure this, since apparently water finds its own level, and somewhere along the way someone turned the definition of level into being consistent with the curvature of the Earth. Well, that is sort of a good definition and not a good definition, because it begs the question of a curvature, but it turns out that when we measure curvature or try to find curvature over water, it's not there. So level is still consistent with the non-existent curvature of the Earth, not having the primary definition of level is having one point no higher or lower than another. So everywhere that we measure across the Earth, across the ocean, whatever it is in relation to a horizontal plane datum, which is sea level. Sea level has no points higher or lower than another. It is a perfectly flat horizontal baseline plane that everything is measured in relation to. And those points are essentially angular above or below that particular datum. That's why the surveyors measure short swaths of land, and they measure them always assuming that that particular portion of land is flat and horizontal, and all of those undulations up and down are in relation to that plane, so everything is very consistent above sea level. That's why if you go on Google Earth and look at an elevation profile, it will draw you the elevation profile as a horizontal essentially baseline, and everything being above or below that baseline. It's never curved. I think some people don't like it when we say, well, what is your best proof for flat Earth? And ultimately, we always come back to water. Because water, no matter the size of the basin that the water is in, the surface of that water always finds its level flat and horizontal. So the entire Earth, 70% of the surface of this Earth that we live on is supposed to be water. Well, all of that water is flat and horizontal and level at its surface. There's no way you can have a ball with a horizontal surface.
I remember this this discussion about the water sticking to a ball and stuff like this. It was like a few years ago, and like I tried to find how to explain that, and I remember that like I didn't know how it's called. I googled it. It was called like Kugel fountain. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's like a huge ball, like granite ball, and like it has water actually stick to it with like a very thin layer of water, and it like make it to have like a very small friction, so you can actually push it with your hand. It's something that I like saw, like I saw it, like it's a real thing, but it just I don't say that the Earth is the same concept, like the globe is the same concept. It's just like when you say something like the water always find its level. Well, it's not always. There are like some exceptions to that, and you can't just present it as a like nature of laws that works every time.
Well, so here's the situation. If you're going to claim that water does not always seek and find its level, you would have to find an example of that in nature without some kind of, external, like whatever it was that you think that you saw. I would love for you to post a link to it or give us some information about, because I just Googled Google Fountain or whatever and I can't find that. So if you could support that claim.
I just sent it in the chat, the name of it. I think it's spelled like that.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. It's Google. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. It should be like this.
Google, Kugel fountain. Okay. So is this something that would be in nature, or is this something synthetic that man has made and he is using some kind of external force to do this?
It's a ball. It's a ball made of a stone, like a stone round ball. And you put like it on the water, and you like make this water flow from the bottom. Like it's not something synthetic like from with electronics or stuff like this. It's like a huge round ball, and but it just illustrates that the water can stick to the to the sides of this ball and not just fall down.
Yeah, it's a still ball, so it's not spinning, and the water only goes up.
It spins. It's not a still ball because I saw it. It's spinning all the time, and the interesting thing with it is you can like the friction is so small that you can like change the direction of its spin with your hands. Like it might weigh like few tons, and you can still change it, and that's why it's used as a fountain, because it's just fun to.
Yeah, but where's the non-level water though?
Well, the surface of this ball is it's covered with water. When you look,
no, it's not. It's not the Google fountain. You put a big ball on top of the water. There's pressure. There's a pump pumping the water up so that the ball can freely move. So you can go up to the ball and spin it if you want, but it's eventually going to stop. The water's just there to reduce the friction. The water's not on the ball. The water's below the ball. The ball's sitting on the water.
No, that's not true. If you like look at the video of it, or the like you see it like it has a shiny surface, and the reason is it's covered with a thin layer of water. And I say that because I saw one like in real life, and I touched it, and it's with the water. So
great. So the image I posted, it has a pump that's pushing the water.
Yeah.
Yeah. So where's the pump on Earth?
So I should repeat that I'm not claiming that it's like how the globe works. It's just to disprove the statement that the water can't stick to the.
No, it doesn't.
Surface.
No,
it doesn't.
It's a non sequitur.
Look at the chat. Somebody posted how it works. That shows you right there. Water.
Yeah, it's a complete non sequitur. It doesn't. It's not even in the same realm of what they're saying the globe Earth is. Not even close.
It's not about the globe Earth. It's just about the claim that the water cannot stick to the ball that is rotating.
Yeah, apparently nothing you say has to do with the globe Earth. We agree with you. Nothing you've said has to do with the globe Earth. Yeah, that's true. So I wanted to bring up an analogy to you, and this is an analogy is I think very close to what you are actually doing and believing. Your frame of thought is this. So there's a person He's claiming to be a fisherman, but he's at his home and he's got a desk and a piece of paper, and he's got a drawing of a fish, and he's got the scales, and he's got the size, the exact size to the thousandth of an inch of what size the scales are, how long the fish is, how wide he is, how wide the gills are, what the shape of the gills are, the eye placement, the digits. He's got all the numbers. Everything fits into place within this model of a fish. But then his friend comes over and says, "Is this a real fish?" And the guy that was drawing the fish goes, "Well, yeah, it's a real fish." And the guy that comes over says, "I'm a real fisherman. I want to see the real fish, and you are the one that's got the drawing of the fish where everything in the sizes all fit within the image of a fish. You tell your friend you can't see the fish, it's too deep." And your friend asks, "Has anyone ever seen the fish?" No one's ever seen the fish. You just have to believe the fish is there without seeing it. But look, I've got all the math and the sizes, and it all fits in this image of the fish. Just like you're saying, your mathematics all fits within the model of a globe, supposedly, but no one's ever seen the fish. It's the end of my statement. Thanks.
The Earth is banana. It was a very nice analogy, I would say, but yes, I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's not just the one thing. It's not just the one thing that I believe like this. For example, I don't see a lot. I haven't ever seen a lot of animals, and I just saw pictures of them, and I read about them, and I accept it as true. And it's probably true about the globe Earth. It's just because they put a lot of time teaching me this, and in my mind it kind of made sense, and I accept that I never witnessed it myself. I never verified it, but yeah, I just
so you're saying it makes sense, but then the same sentence you said it kind of makes sense, but I don't have evidence to show that it's true in reality, basically. So that's nonsense. Because if you're saying it makes sense, I would ask you, what sense are you using? Which one of your senses are you using? I didn't expect an answer because you're not using any of your senses. All you're using is your imagination to think. You're just thinking that this globe is real, but you have nothing to back it up, no evidence to support your belief. So it is literally, like I said before, a blind faith, a blind belief in something that you have no evidence for. It's a religion.
Yes, because it's just easier to live this way. I already tried to explain it to you, and yes, I didn't hide that part. Like when you said that Google something on Google Planet, Google Earth, I started Google it to see the elevation and stuff like this. And once again, it's presented as a globe. And if there was another map with elevations that was a flat map, and I had a choice to try this one or that one, I would probably go and look at the flat Earth map that is up to scale. But we don't have another one, you see. We don't have all these tools that are presented by the globe earthers that we can use, and even without thinking about it, we look I didn't even question if the Earth is a globe. I wanted to look at, for example, some countries, and it subconsciously told me that the Earth is globe because it's presented in this form.
Yeah, but you got to question your logic there, I'm real, because you claim okay, sometimes the water does stick to a ball because of, these fountains that I saw, but that's not the case. Water's not sticking to those balls. There's a pump pumping up water, so it coats the ball in water and the water falls down, and then the pump pumps water up. So how's your logic working there? You're saying you have an example of a ball that just holds water, that water just sticks to it.
It's just yes, there are like some live examples, like you put a spoon into like water, and then you have like some small drops of water stick to the bottom of the spoon, and logically it shouldn't happen because the water would drop down. Like there is no law that
no, logically it should happen because there's tension. There's
you know what? We're not going into the weeds anymore with this fountain. Just not going to go there. So you said, hold on. So you said that there's proofs or some kind of like facilities or utility that you can use that is the globe, and you're saying that isn't true for the flat Earth. So I want to know: are you talking about, like you mentioned, maps? So you have maps that purport to reality that fit a globe paradigm? Is that what you're telling us?
I thought that the one on Google Earth is probably, it should be one of the most
okay. And do you know that when you're in Google Earth, when you go down to street level, it's showing a horizontal plane? Everything's horizontal. Do you know how they came up with the coordinate system for Google Earth?
No. How?
Yeah, they use latitude and longitude, right?
I think they used it before.
Yeah, so how they came up with latitude and longitude, the latitude is based on the elevation angle of Polaris from a horizontal plane. So the Google Earth is using flat Earth measurements to get their coordinate system, and they've stuck this celestial sphere onto the ground. But it's not on the ground, it's in the sky. Also, longitude is based on where the sun is from your location, based on the time. That's also an elevation angle from the horizontal plane. So either way you look at it, elevation angles either from Polaris or to the sun itself are flat Earth measurements. That's the coordinate system that Google Earth is using. They take flat strips of data and they wrap it around a ball. That's all they're doing. It doesn't mean it purports to reality, because if you're saying these distances are all correct, for one thing, distances are linear measurements. They're not curvilinear. Otherwise, they would have that name. They're straight line distance measurements. Miles, inches, yards, feet, all linear distances. So we can go out and check the water ourselves and see, is what Google Earth showing us, is that correct in reality? We can go out and check, and you're questioning the math. That's the globe Earth math. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is based on the radius of a sphere. You can look this up yourself, of 3,959 mile ball. We didn't make that up. That comes from the globe Earth curve calculators. Every single one of them has that as its basis. So we're taking that math that they gave us, the geometry of the so-called ball, we're going out and checking to see if it's correct. And what we found is it's not correct, not even close. As a matter of fact, 0% correct.
Well,
no drop over distance ever detected or measured.
What they're referencing there is the actual location, and what you're observing is an apparent location. So that formula you're talking about is referencing the physical location, but what we view is an apparent location, and that location changes.
Yeah. The horizon is apparent. Yeah.
So may I get in here? I just wanted to touch on something before we get too far off there. Just going back, because it sounded like what Imrail said. To me, it seemed like it was a bit of a misquote, right? So going back to the sphere thing, or the water on a sphere thing, right? He was saying that people say, "Oh, water seeks and finds its level on the surface," it can't conform to a ball. But the more correct statement that I've heard people say is, unless otherwise acted upon by an external force, water will find seek and find its level, and the surface will lay flat. Right. So when you're talking about all this ball stuff, that some balls are curved, spoons and water sticking to it and shit like that, we all know that there are external forces being acted upon those. Surface tension, static, whatever it happens to be, right? Those are external forces. So I just wanted to correct that because, otherwise you're comparing apples and oranges. Anyways, please continue. My apologies.
No problem. Anyone else? Globe proof. We're asking for, well, I think we should keep it the same as we had. What was that, yesterday? The earth is flat, prove us wrong.
Well, you can't measure the whole thing, so it could not be flat. Well, as far as you can see, it's flat, but if you're going to claim the whole thing's flat, then I can prove that wrong.
Well, 74% is water. We know the water is horizontal on the surface, so there you go. You have less than 30% to make up the whole entire rest of your ball. How's that going to work?
No. Water is 74% of a sphere with 24,000 miles in circumference. That's not what you're claiming. So who knows what percentage the water is on a flat Earth?
No, we're talking about what the globe claims. Not what the flat Earth. We're not making a claim for the entirety. That's the globe claim. That's why the globe has the positive claim, not us. We didn't make a size or shape claim.
You said the Earth is flat. Prove me wrong. Did you or did you not?
Flat is not a shape, is it?
No.
Is flat a shape?
Said no.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. So no, we didn't make a size or shape claim. That's the globe Earth. So that's why the globe still has a positive claim. We're not making a shape or size claim. We're just saying
the percentage of water on flat Earth.
Say what?
What is the percentage of water on flat Earth?
We're not making a claim of size.
Okay, so is flat Earth infinite?
No, obviously it's not infinite. Because we have gas pressure here, that requires a constant volume. Constant volume requires a constant square feet, miles, inches of barrier or boundary, physical barrier to contain gases.
What would your estimate be of the size of flat Earth?
I'm not making any estimate. That would be an assumption. We don't need to make assumptions. That's what the globe does. That's how we got into this mess, by people making assumptions and then passing it off in the education system.
So theoretically, it's possible that it's infinite.
No, it's not possible. I already explained to you.
Right, but if you don't know the size, then...
We know if it has constant pressure, it has constant volume. What? Do you not understand that?
Where did it come from? That you have to have a constant, like you have to have a physical barrier to have a pressure?
Yeah. Thermodynamics.
Yeah, but thermodynamics is just something that came from observation itself. It's not like the law that is proven.
Yeah, it is a law. It's a natural law. It's called an axiom because it's true every single time under any condition.
And how did we know? Who told us that? Like, how do we know that?
You're asking me, how do we come upon these natural laws of gases?
No, just the second law of thermodynamics, because what we've learned, it's like someone saw it happening all the time. That's why they assume it should be true. It's not like it's proven or something like that.
Yeah, it is proven. Yeah, it is too proven.
The second law.
If you're saying it's not proven that high pressure doesn't go to low pressure, is that what you're trying to say? Hot doesn't go to cold? Gas pressure doesn't require a container?
It's just the observations that we see.
Yeah, it's testable, observable, repeatable, and falsifiable. It's called empirical.
And okay, if you have a container that is open, like would you say that there is no pressure? There still would be a pressure.
No, if it's pressure inside, it will fill the available volume outside of the open container.
Yes, so you would
an open container will not have pressure. No, it will release immediately into the other volume.
So if it wouldn't have a pressure, that the gas should go inside it, because the gas would go from the area with high pressure to the low pressure. And if somewhere is no pressure at all, that would mean it's like everything would go there.
Yeah, so your globe is supposed to be an open system, so all the gas pressure would have escaped into the available volume, the vacuum of space.
We have the gas pressure on the sea level higher than the gas pressure on the level of a mountain, but we don't see the gas from sea escaping to the mountain.
No, because you're talking about gas pressure gradient now, which only can occur within a gas pressure system. You don't have gas pressure gradients in open systems, in an open container. You wouldn't even be able to tell if there was gas pressure without a container. You wouldn't even know it existed without a container. It would just be like this. Whoosh.
I don't see how it answers the question. Like, why do we observe the difference? Like, why do we observe this gradient of pressure? If the gas should go from the high pressure to the low pressure, why do we see it's not like that?
Yeah, where are the gases created? Stray Cat, mute yourself.
No, don't mute you myself because I just joined, okay?
Yeah, you're making noises with your mic open. So if you're not speaking in the conversation, shut the fuck up, mic yourself or someone else will. We've heard you make these noises before.
What, fuck you, I don't care, okay, why?
Turned him all the way down.
Okay, your drunk French self isn't making matters better. So where are gases created on Earth, Imrael?
Created? I don't know. It's a very hard question. I don't think that.
No, it's not a very hard question.
Like
gases are created on, below, or above the surface. Very close to the surface is where gases are created on Earth. They're created by geological processes, volcanism, photosynthesis, exhalation.
Well, I think that photosynthesis and exhalation is just transform one gas to another. It's not like created, like you take.
Yeah, oxygen turns into carbon dioxide through exhalation. Yeah,
it's not
carbon dioxide is expelled by animals. It's created at the surface. Yeah,
it's not created. Like you take 1 liter of oxygen and you release 1 liter of carbon dioxide. You had 1 liter of gas and you go up. Like you come up with another liter. It's just the same liter.
Well, this is a red herring. There's gas pressure on Earth. Yeah, there's gas pressure on Earth. You can argue about the gradient of pressure inside that particular volume, but you're not going to get away from the fact that you have pressure to begin with.
Exactly.
And the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted of the gas molecules upon the walls of its container. So you cannot have gas pressure without containment, period, end of story.
Yes,
you can talk about gradients all day, it doesn't matter.
But that wasn't the question. The question wasn't about the gradient. We see it, we agree with that. The question wasn't about containers. The question was, why does the gas from the high pressure don't go to the area with low pressure?
It does.
Well, we don't see winds blowing from down upwards.
Yes, we do. How do you think gas made it to the top of Mount Everest? How do you think gas made it to the top of Mount Everest?
Through diffusion.
Oh, so the gas diffused, so it moved.
In diffusion, it's like in all direction. It's not like.
So right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So you're making our point. The gas is going up to the top of the mountain. Thank you. I'm glad you agree. It fills the available volume.
Yep.
Does it go down from the top as well?
Yeah, it goes freely and randomly in all directions. And of course, when energy is added into the system, it moves around even faster. And then you have gradients, and then you have low pressures, and then you have systems of pressure moving across the surface of the Earth. We measure this every day. I'm glad you agree. We have pressure systems within the volume.
Could I just ask a curious question? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
How do volcanoes work?
No idea. Apparently there's a pressure buildup below the surface, and then that gets released. That's what we observe.
Yeah,
how it works?
I would
I don't
like to
know.
drill down. I would like to drill down. What do you mean how it works? What do you mean specifically by that?
Like, is it by like layer pressure, or like I'm because like it's explained with the globe, but
how is it explained?
How is it explained by the globe?
Right, it's through the shifting of the mantle below the surface, right?
Okay,
And then-
how far down is that mantle? We're going to just take this one step at a time.
Okay, I can look into it right now.
Okay, so it's like 500 to 1,000 miles or 1,500 miles, something like that. So let's just say that's true. So to the mantle, so do you know how far they've actually dug, the deepest hole ever dug?
I can look it up. I am not.
Yeah, I'll just tell you, Matt. I'll just tell you. It's the Kola Super Deep Borehole in Russia. They tried for 30 years or more, and they only got down to 7.6 miles.
Okay.
7.6 miles. That's as far as anyone in all of human history has ever dug down. So you telling us that something is happening at the mantle is just fantasy world.
Oh, I just understand. I just want to understand your explanation. I don't.
Yeah, we don't make any claims about those things we can't test, observe, measure. So there's geological processes beneath the surface. You know, there's geologists that can tell you more specifically, but if they're trying to tell you what's down in the middle or at the mantle or below the crust or whatever they're trying to say in these so-called layers, they have no evidence of those layers. Plus, that would be something that's required on a spherical Earth, which Earth is not a sphere. We can just go out and measure Earth is flat, stationary, level, and contained. So any of those things that have to do with a sphere, they're not existent. So, I mean, how it works, we don't know how it works. Nobody's been down there to tell us how it works.
Well, the volcanoes are much thinner than like they expand like a zit, so like the crust is a lot thinner at the mouth of a volcano. No,
so there's heat and pressure. Yeah, we got that, but we don't know if there's other mechanisms going on underneath. We don't know how they're working or what's going on there.
Ultimately, the explanation for why volcanoes erupt is completely based on assumption. The foundation of the assumption is that the Earth is a sphere with a certain size, and then the composition of that sphere goes something like this: crust, mantle, core. There's no evidence for anything beyond 8 miles. So all the other ideas about why the volcanoes erupt is not scientifically validated in any way at all. No experiment has been performed to validate why volcanoes erupt. Not one.
Okay. Thanks for answering my question.
You bet. I think it's important that people remember that, lava is not the only thing below Earth's surface. There's lots of water. There's lots of gas. There's oil. There's minerals of all kinds below the surface, and they're all in different pockets. So, it's like, why does the lava come up in certain areas? Don't know. Is lava molten rock from the mantle? No way to prove that. It's just a story.
Yeah, we could debunk these things one step at a time, one layer at a time, however you want to talk about it. But there's such a thing as a Curie point. That's a temperature at which metals, when molten, if they reach a certain temperature, are no longer magnetic. So the ones that are saying that Earth has a iron molten core or nickel or whatever they want to say it is, and they want to say that magnets are pointed to this, they're wrong. It's not a ball, and it's not magnetic in the center, as far as like not in the center of a ball. We know that there's a magnet at the center of the flat, well, the plane that we exist on. That's what all compasses point to, or they actually point to more or less magnetic field lines, which vary. But basically, when you're traveling east or west, you're traveling around a magnetic center. That's what the compasses are pointing to.
Is earthquakes also an unexplained theory-based thing? Like the mantle does not the mantle would not be responsible for earthquakes?
There'd have to be a mantle in the first place.
Right.
We have no way to verify if that exists.
So we have no verification currently of why earthquakes happen, correct?
Correct. There's no experiment you could conduct. You have to have an independent variable that you could vary and manipulate in an experiment. So let's say we have a natural phenomenon called an earthquake. What would your assumed cause of that be?
I'm
a presumed cause.
Yeah, I'm like you said. I'm not making any claims at the moment. I'm just here to ask questions, and so
well, that's no problem. So let's see if the scientific community, quote unquote, big hardcore air quotes there, have a good answer for us, and if they conducted any experiments. So what they're telling us the cause of this is a shift in a plate on the Earth, these big plates with all these fault lines to kind of define that plate. And those are shifting and moving around. No problem. So for them to experimentally verify that, they would have to be able to move one of those plates and see if an earthquake is caused. No one's ever done that. So it's a story. It's a fiction, another fiction, and everybody's mind is like, oh, that seems plausible. And they go, must be true. Oh, they don't pay me to figure this out. It's that guy over there with the white lab coat. He knows. Well, that guy over there in the lab coat, that asshole, he didn't move no tectonic plates. So he's just making stuff up and hoping you believe it.
Do you think it's possible to predict the eruption of a volcano?
Do you think it's possible? What? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, to predict the eruption of like volcanic eruption, because I think it's not just like we believe this guy in a white lab coat, because like when they say, well, this volcano could be like erupting in like 2 days, and then we see it's actually erupting, or even not in 2 days, even if they say that like we didn't see this volcano erupting in 50 years, and they say, well, this month it might be erupting, and we see it, so that also adds to this credibility.
Okay, is it possible that they are post-dicting these particular things? Is it possible that the eruptions are cyclical and they know when it's going to happen and they tell you they're predicting it when really it's going to happen no matter what? Kind of like in Yellowstone National Park, where every 45 minutes Old Faithful does erupt, and so they can time it because it happens all the time. You don't think that's possible, do you?
No, that's possible. I think that's possible.
Oh, okay.
They would have to falsify like a lot of information. Like they would have,
such as,
for example, if the eruption of a volcano is quite a big deal, so even in ancient times, people would document it. Like we live near this volcano in these days, it's erupted. So they would have to remove all the evidence about previous eruption to make it look like it's not something cyclical. Like
why? So we have a catalog of when things erupt, and they can't actually just create a timetable for when these things are going to occur? You gotta be kidding me.
Yes, no, I mean, if it was true, we wouldn't need them. We would see that, like, for example, sunset happens once in 24 hours, and we would know that this eruption happens once in like 20 years. So everyone would know it. And like, I don't know if we could see the table of eruption for the next like 10 years.
So this is an argument from ignorance fallacy. Because you actually haven't seen the catalogs and the stories about how often these things occur, you're going to say that they don't exist, and therefore the predictions are based on what then? How do you know they're going to predict these things? What are they giving you as evidence that they know when the volcano is going to erupt?
No, I think it works another way. If you claim that the volcano is erupting every something years, you have to like show it, because
no, I'm just saying that that's a possibility.
Yeah,
I'm not going to affirm the consequent. I'm just leaving that as an option. I'm not saying, you're saying that it's essentially they're predicting it because of some factor. You haven't given me that factor, but they're predicting it, and therefore it must be based on something having to do with this geology or this seismic study being true, which you haven't given me that. We really need to avoid affirming the consequent in this discussion, which is basically everything. That's the foundation of the globe itself, is affirming the consequent. It's illogical, and it's not scientific at all. It's kind of just like throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks, or just thinking to yourself, this might be possible, so we're going to call it fact. There could be a myriad of reasons as to why volcanoes erupt. There could be a myriad of reasons as to how they could predict it or post-dict it. But because no one is actually conducting any experiments, which is deductive by nature, then they're just making things up and not proving it.
So what about xenoliths? They are like what I'm reading right here. It says the Earth's mantle has been naturally sampled over billions of years by at many locations by the various volcanic eruptions, but especially by kimberlites, which are volcanic eruptions which bring up xenoliths, Greek for foreign rocks. From various depths, up to 600 kilometers. The original depths of these fragments of the mantle can be determined from the pressure-temperature relations of various mineral assemblages in the rocks with reference to experimental studies done in high pressure furnace in a lab. What is the...
Okay, so let's see if you can figure out how they actually ripped you off in that particular statement. How many times did they affirm the consequent? What did they actually prove to you? Or did they just make claims and not bother to prove it to you?
So like if conduct like metamorphic rocks, are you claiming that the metamorphic rocks are a lie?
I'm not claiming anything. I'm trying to see if you can actually figure out how they lied to you, and you're not catching it.
I don't know if they lied to me or not. I'm
okay. What did they say?
A study.
They said,
I just read the study. Do you want me to reread it?
Yeah, reread it and see if you can actually figure out, because you can go ahead and go on Google and see how far we've dug. Which 8 miles is actually generated
off of the volcano eruption, various eruptions. All right.
So they have volcanic eruptions, and what did they say? They said these came from 600 kilometers deep. How would they prove that?
Up to various depths. Up
no worries. How would they prove that, since they've only dug 7.6 miles?
I think it was through the testing of how much pressure it would require to develop these rocks with temperature.
Read that part for me.
Yeah.
Read that part for me.
The original depths of the fragments in the mantle were determined from the pressure-temperature relations of the various mineral assemblages in these rocks with reference to the experimental studies done in high-pressure furnace in a high pressure furnace in the lab.
Okay, so in a lab, they got some, let's say they got some samples of this rock and they heated it back up to the temperature it is when it comes from the volcano, right? So it's the same temperature, and they started applying pressure to it to force it through an orifice to see how much it would take to move it. So then they assumed that the only way to create that kind of pressure is for it to have come from a certain depth. Well, in that case, they would be affirming the consequent, because they don't actually know where the pressure comes from or how it's generated or what depth it would be necessary for it to create that amount of pressure. So they went ahead and just made up a story, and then they published it, and you said, oh, sounds plausible. Didn't prove anything to you, just made it up.
I mean, I can continue reading.
The more you read, the more bullshit you will find. But you can keep reading and show me how many more times they affirm the consequent in this.
Okay. I'm pretty unbiased to the situation at the moment, so I don't. It's up to you. Like, how much patience do you have? Because you seem to be.
Well, no. If you're unbiased, then you should probably see for yourself that they're affirming the consequent. How come that doesn't piss you off?
Because I'm unbiased. I don't care if the Earth is flat or round.
Well, then why are you here having this conversation, looking up studies on the internet about volcanic eruptions?
I'm curious to learn different perspectives to figure out until I am no longer biased, or until I'm no longer unbiased. I'll affirm an opinion once I get all the evidence.
Oh, this is not about opinion, friend. You're in the wrong place. This is all about objectivity. This is not subjective. This is just about data. Okay, so what we would need, if this is a flat Earth server and not a volcano server, or channel, I should say, we should talk about how much curvature is measured over the surface of the Earth. Then you don't have to form any opinions. Then you can just go, oh, it's a ball because we measured this much curvature.
Okay. Could you show me the measures of like the exact measures?
Measures of what?
Like
curvature? There isn't any. There's none. That's the whole point. There's no measurements of curvature unless you can show me some.
Okay. So because there's no measures of curvature, has anybody tested to see if the measures of the curvature are false?
Yeah, of course. That's why we're here. They gave us a number. We looked for that particular curvature rate over the surface of water. It doesn't exist. In fact, everybody, the surveyors, the map makers, the people who build on the Earth, people who navigate it, they all treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and at the same time they tell us it's a ball. So we went ahead and checked for the curvature. It's not there. Ergo, if something isn't curving, it has to be flat. Don't shoot the messenger.
I have a confusion you might be able to clarify for me.
Mm-hmm.
If Earth were flat, you'd be able to see everywhere from a high place, but you can't.
Based on what?
Just based on basic logic.
That's not true. If your basic logic is going to include all variables, then I might agree with you. So why don't you give me all the variables that we would have to deal with looking over the surface of this Earth and see if what you're saying is correct. Let's start with the opacity of the atmosphere or the air itself.
Wouldn't we be able to see Mount Everest, though?
Hold on, bro. We got a new claim here. Apparently you can see forever with no problems across the surface of the Earth through air. Are you aware that air is not completely transparent?
Sure.
Okay. So why would you also then say that we should be able to see all the way across the Earth, even though the air is not completely transparent? That's a bummer, isn't it? When you kind of realize it was a foolish statement to make when the air is not completely transparent and I should be able to see forever.
Articulate myself the best I can, which requires thought instead of just impulsive responses. You know.
All right. So when you seriously consider the fact that looking through air is only going to be at max 300 miles across the surface, why would you assume that you're going to be able to see the entire Earth from surface level through thousands of miles of air?
Well, here's the thing, right? If the limitation were just due to the opacity of the air,
that's just one variable. We're going to do some more, but you go ahead and continue.
Up, right? Because logically, then being higher up, you'd be able to see more. It wouldn't help much at all because the air is still there and it has, different opacities. But in reality, the higher you go, the further you can see, and you see more distant objects like skylines or mountains.
Right.
Especially
so now we have that's one variable, right? So number one, I'm interested. Why are you describing to me a flat Earth in this scenario? Like you said, height.
Yeah.
So that's a flat Earth, right?
No, you can be of a different height on a round Earth too.
That's incorrect. Height is only in reference to a horizontal datum.
No, that's not true. You can be on a sphere and then have a different height. I don't see why not.
Sorry, it's not my definition. Don't shoot the messenger. Height is always in relation from base to top, and that description and that relationship is a horizontal relationship. The only thing that you can describe from the surface of a sphere would be in or out. That's all you get. Height is in relation to horizontal. But anyways, okay, so we've got. So how high do you think you would need to be to see the whole Earth?
If height is only from base to top, then why would climbing a mountain further over the horizon? It's not just.
No, I'm just saying, you're right. You're describing a flat Earth. You don't even know it, but you're describing a flat Earth in this scenario. But we'll get past that. So how high do you think you need to be able to see, son? How high do you think you need to be? How high do you think you need to be to see the entire Earth?
Okay, I'm just going to respond to your first point, right?
Okay, I'll just go ahead and if you're not going to continue the conversation because this is old and busted.
No, you're wrong.
No, I know I'm right because you can describe height to me in a horizontal scenario. And now, right now, you don't seem to want to actually have the conversation. So you don't know how to answer the question. You're wrong about height. You're obviously wrong about height. No, that's not right. I mean, you and I can both talk at the same time. It'll take forever. I'll just do this. You can either stick on the height problem, which is only in relation to horizontal, and you'd be incorrect. Or we can talk about all the different variables that you think are no problem on the flat Earth to be able to see the whole thing. What do you want to do? Okay, I guess you don't want to have a conversation. No problem. Huh?
Oh, I'm muted. Sorry. No, we were talking about the different variables that contribute to this supposed confusion of mine, right? So, you gave an answer to one of them as you saw fit, an answer, and I didn't quite understand the answer. And I've asked you to clarify, but instead of doing that, you'd far rather mute me and
So you want to talk about the conversation. You don't actually want to get to the base root of the conversation. You want to talk about me. Friend, I'm asking you a very simple question. Would you like to have a conversation about all the variables that we would need for what your claim is about seeing forever the entire Earth from a certain height would be possible? Let's talk about all the variables. If you want to talk about me, it's not going to work. I'll just leave you on mute or I'll kick you out. So if you want to make this about people, you're gone. If you want to make it about the topic, let's talk about the topic.
When did I make it about you? What are you talking about?
Bro, this is your last opportunity. I'm going to take you off mute. We're going to talk about the topic. Are you ready? Tell me all the different variables we would have to at least establish or eliminate or consider if we're going to see the entire Earth from a certain height. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not playing your game, pussy.
Okay, so he's not going to actually talk about the topic. He doesn't want to talk about the topic. He would rather argue about minutia. We're talking about variables. Right?
No, you're just not answering my question. What do you...
No. The question is, how many different variables do we need to eliminate to make your statement true? So let's go through them. Number one, air is not completely transparent. Are we good on that, or should we move to another?
Yeah, it is. I got the screenshot right here.
No, that's not my channel. I was AFK there. I joined that because people were there.
Look, we don't care.
Yeah.
You seem like a drama queen. We want to move on from you, bro.
Yeah, extreme drama.
So, Joshua, what do you think what you just posted?
Because you just brought
we're
that
moving
up.
on to Joshua. I started to come in and barge in and throw elbows, dude, but I'm throwing elbows. Joshua, what do you think this shit... God, don't make me do it. Just fucking be muted. So, Joshua, what do you think this shows? This image you posted?
It displays the curvature of the Earth, so you see the windmills.
So that's what you think that this is what you're seeing. That this is the curvature of the Earth. Okay. Oh, you know it is. Okay.
How about a rebuttal? Go for it.
Okay. I do have a rebuttal. I'm just trying to lay the groundwork so you can't run away from your own claim. So this edge, which blocking that's where the curve starts. This horizon thing is the physical edge of the Earth, right? In this image, the line that goes across, that's the Earth edge geometry.
I wouldn't describe it as an edge. I would describe it as the curvature. So it's gradually going down.
Okay.
Yeah. No. Sorry, I'm not saying it starts.
The visual curve starts. That's where the visual curve starts from this observer point.
Yeah, bingo.
I'm not talking left or right. I'm not talking left or right. I'm not trying to straw man your position.
Yeah.
The distance in the distance sense, right? That's where the curve starts.
I apologize. Go for it.
Well, I'm asking you, is that with the distance, like the curve starts at some distance, the horizon is where the end of the surface that you can see. We just call it the edge. We don't mean like the edge you can fall up in. It's the boundary of where you can't see past, right? Do you agree with all that?
Sure, but don't forget it's gradual. So you'll see some of the windmills have like different heights. And as the Earth curves around, the height of the windmills will perceive to be going down and down and down. until the point
Okay.
where you can't see it anymore.
Does it do that? Does that do that in this image?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the two farthest windmills to the left.
Yep.
Look closely at those.
Yep.
Why is the windmill that's further away, its hub is higher than the one that's closer?
Are we looking at the same image? So that we're talking about the two
The windmill
ones on the
image,
left?
yes, all the way to the left, right? You
I'm
can
with
see
you.
two windmills. There's a windmill in the back. Its hub is higher than the one that's in front of it. How is that possible?
The image is pretty blurry.
Okay, you're not answering my question. How is it possible that if these windmills are all the same height, that one farther away appears higher?
The windmills are at the same height, but I would imagine they're placed differently, depending whoever's taking the photograph. So from what I see, the one on the left compared to the ones in the middle is further away, and that's why you're seeing
I'm just
less of
talking
them.
about the other two, just the two all the way to the left, just those two.
Yeah, it's very blurry. I can't make out the. I know what you're talking about.
Okay, I gotta zoom in.
It's the second. It's the second. Second to last left, aren't you talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. Again, like
I'm going to post the zoom in the chat. So we've seen this before many times. So
Yeah,
the
I
one
can't-
that's further away appears higher. How is that possible?
I don't think it is appearing higher. I think this image is just very blurry. I can't make out what it's.
If I draw a
Yeah.
line, which I actually have that image too, if you draw a horizontal line across this, it's higher. The thing is, it should be lower because it's further away, whether the Earth was curved or not, right? Because the further you go away, because of perspective, linear perspective, like if you have a row of streetlights that are all the same height, as they go up into the distance, they appear lower and lower in your field of view, right?
Yes. Can I?
So why does it appear higher?
So to your point, yes. When distance are further away, you are. Yes, the smaller they become. But as you can see from this image, the horizon is cutting it off. So before those windmills get smaller and smaller and smaller, you can see that they're now starting to cut off completely, rather than, like for example, like if you look at the windmill on the right, you can see that it's further away, so it's smaller, and it's also further behind the horizon, adding to my point.
That's right. And it should also appear lower, not higher.
I'm talking about the one on the right, but the one on the left is so blurry I can't quite make out.
You can. I posted an image where you can zoom in, right? That's zoomed in. It's a zoomed in image. You can't see that it's a hub, right? The hub is where the blades meet. You can see that this is where the blades meet.
Again, like the picture that you've posted is like a absolute blurry mess.
It's not a blurry mess, dude. Okay? I got an even better one. Okay, so this is, I know you didn't expect this, dude. I know you thought you had it got you, but you don't. Okay, it's not a blurry mess, dude. The one further back appears higher. Because do you know how we know it's further back? It's because we can't see the blades. That means it has to go through more air. Right? So this is very simple. That this, and there's evidence that it's a fake image, but let's just assume it's real. Okay? And the reason we say there's evidence of fake image, the dude that posted this on Wikipedia speaks Klingon fluently. Okay? And if you put this in photo forensics, it shows that the horizon line is a literal line. But that being what it may, this is geometrically impossible on a globe or a flat Earth. So that means the windmills are being miraged, right? They're being
light refractions.
The air. Yeah, well, it's a light refraction. That's too general, so that's like a single cause fallacy, right? All this shit is being like magnified. It's not being like quote unquote refracted. It's being magnified, and we know because this can't be the geometry. It just can't be the geometry because that's geometrically impossible. Because we know how we see things, right? We know that there's a image, the 3D image of the world is projected onto a 2D surface, and the farther away it is, the smaller that projection angle is. So that if it gets further and further away, it has to get smaller as projected onto the retina. We know all of this, and it definitely can't appear higher. We know that it's something that as it goes up into distance, wherever the horizon intersects that object, no matter how far you move the object to the horizon, that ratio is always going to maintain that. So we know that this can't be geometry. There has to be what you want to call it, atmospheric optical effect happening. Okay, that's why I asked you all this. And but we're going to move on to another thing.
Hang on, I'm finished.
Okay.
But I'll let you carry on talking though. I'm not to cut you off.
Yeah. Go ahead if you feel free.
So when I look at this image, like you can clearly see the horizon. You can clearly see the horizon cutting off the windmills. Even with this one at the far back, say for example, if you're right, say if this is actually a windmill and it's just not the fuzzy of the image, it's possible that this could be at a higher elevation. I know that the photo is being taken. I think it's in Belgium or something.
I know where it is.
Belgium coast.
I've gone over this image probably 30 times.
Gotcha.
At least 30 times over a period of freaking 8 years or something.
Yeah. So sure, there's like a small outlier.
I know the distances. I know all this. I know everything that pertains to this particular image. It's on Wikipedia, so it's commonly posted.
Okay, cool. I would argue that if it is that case, then perhaps the windmill that you're seeing in that blurry photo, it could be the blade that is sticking out. So it would still add to the distance effect. So maybe you're just seeing a blade coming slightly over the horizon, and that's what you're seeing in the image. You're not actually seeing the head of it. In fact, that makes more sense because when you think about it, if you could see the head of the windmill, you would see each of its blades sticking out, but the picture doesn't display that. So it's just like one protruding item of whatever it may be.
Looking for your original picture. Did someone delete that shit? Did someone delete your... Oh, no. Here it is. Yeah, so you're saying it's a blade sticking up from behind the horizon?
It's possible. I don't know, but it's possible that it could be a blade sticking out.
I don't think that's the case, but...
If you can find a better picture, that would be amazing.
Well, I mean, I like the foot. There is no real better picture. This is from Wikipedia. So the guy that posted this on Wikipedia, like I said, he speaks fluent Klingon because he has an About Him page. And he's one of only 3 people. He has it on there that he's one of only 3 people in the world that speak fluent Klingon. Now, you are aware that's from Star Trek, right?
I am a Star Trek fan.
Oh, God. Do you speak fluent Klingon?
No, I do speak JavaScript, though.
Oh, I mean, that's close enough. Isn't that the same language? So, it's a common thing that happens. Is that so the human eye has the least contrast in the blue color spectrum and the most in the red. So I took the image and I played it in inverted color filters, so all the reds become all the blues become red. So
all
easy
right,
to see that
fire away.
It's easy to see that that's not the blade, bro. If it is the blade's broken and it's in pieces and it's shattered. So, but none of this is important because the argument that this is Earth curve relies on one simple thing, that an observation like this is not possible on a flat surface. And because it's not possible, the only other thing that's possible is a curved surface.
Correct.
So if we could show that this happens on a flat surface, this exact same type of observation where things are cut off on a surface we know is flat. So the point is, we take the surface, we eliminate the curvature being a variable, and we can make the same observation. The claim that it's impossible on a flat surface is pretty much falsified, right?
Sure. Can you walk me through it? So, like where the horizon cuts off some
Yeah.
of the
So
windmills.
say,
Can you explain?
okay, say, no, hold on. You think that this horizon is the physical edge of the ball, let's just say it's the physical edge of the ball, or the ball that's cutting off, and that this can only happen on a curved surface, right?
Correct.
Okay. What if I can show this happening on a flat surface?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So we've done experiments, observations, right?
Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to-
Using distances where it can't be Earth curve. So the globe Earth predicts a horizon distance, right? The horizon should be X distance away. So
Yep,
if
of
you
course.
do an observation before in front of where that horizon should be, and should be, like quote unquote should be, globe Earth predicts the horizon is 3,000 or 2,000 feet away, and you see something cut off a horizon at 1,000 feet away, right? That horizon can't be the ball Earth because it's way too close.
I would have to go over the maths, but yeah, sure. After a certain distance, you shouldn't be seeing that object at all.
Yeah. So, but what if you see it cut off before that distance by a horizon that shouldn't exist in front of where the horizon should be? So, say the horizon should be at 2,000 feet, and you see one at 1,000 feet.
Oh, hang on. Just so that I'm understanding your argument correctly, I'm not like strawmanning you. So the idea that you're seeing something being cut off already, and the horizon is behind that object. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
No. The globe Earth horizon is supposed to be at a particular place. It should be a particular distance away from the observer.
Yeah. The second bit you said was correct. Yeah, second bit you got correct. First bit is not so much.
So 1.22, the horizon distance formula is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you take the square root of the observer's height and multiply it by 1.22 miles. That's where the globe horizon is supposed to be.
So how I do it in my head, and I do apologize because I'm from the UK, I do it in kilometers. The way I try to do it is with Pythagoras theorem. So in my head,
the horizon. Okay, so I'm going to post a calculator, right? That you can so a globe Earth made this.
Actually, that'll be better. Yeah, if we do it by the calculator, then at least it'll to get rid of any disagreements.
Yeah. So this calculator, it'll use not only Pythagoras, but it also will use the trig method. So that's just a value in there.
Yeah.
So
I'm not. I'll be honest with you. I'm not familiar with all the methods of calculating the curvature of the Earth, but I am familiar with the Pythagoras one.
Okay.
And I'm happy to go over that.
With the Pythagoras one, can you? I don't think you can calculate the horizon distance. I think you can only calculate the drop.
Yes, it is the drop.
Yeah.
But you can work a little bit backwards. It really depends. Like, and of course, like it depends what variables you put in. Like, so the one I remember was the d, as in like the distance over square root of 2RH being the height and the radius, and then plus
so the formula here is d equals, that's the horizon distance, square root of h times h plus 2 times r.
Yeah, that's it. I think so. Right. Okay.
So
is this the calculator? Is this the calculator?
Yeah. And I posted the formula in the chat. I use this calculator because it shows the formulas it uses.
It's a bit insulting, wouldn't you think?
Why?
It says Flat Earth Insanity.
Yeah, it's a globe Earther website. What do you expect?
All right. If sure. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. Present to me your argument.
Okay. So the globe Earth predicts a particular horizon distance. So if we do an observation on water, right? That's before whatever that horizon distance is. You can definitively say that Earth curvature can't be the variable blocking the boat.
Yeah, if it's in, again, like it depends what your frame of reference is, but sure, like if it's close enough.
Horizon, right? So there's what we see, right? The visual horizon. And then there's this thing called a geometric horizon based upon the geometry the tangent line should be certain arc distance away from an observer, right?
All
So
right, I'm
those,
with you so
those
far.
are two different things. Like we're trying to verify the geometric horizon by doing a visual observation, right? That's what your windmills are.
Sure, yeah, they're going over the curvature.
No, that's the claim, dude.
Yeah, well, that's my claim. Yes.
Yeah, that's the claim that visual, but that only way that's a legitimate claim is that the only way it can appear that way is because of physical curvature,
Mhm.
and no other way. That a flat surface prohibits that. It can't work on a flat surface. That observation. If I go somewhere and snap a camera, the Earth is flat. There's no way that picture could exist, right?
You're right.
Okay. That claim we can test whether that's actually the case by taking a known flat surface and seeing if we can replicate that type of observation, which
Right,
we
give me what you
can
got.
and have many, many, many times.
Sure. Do you want to post evidence, or do you want to describe
so
it to me?
Yeah. So yeah,
I'm more of a visual learner. Just
yeah,
FYI.
yeah. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, I'll get it. Just give me 1 sec.
Yeah.
So these, I can describe it while I'm getting the thing. So what they did was they went to a lake that was 1,000 feet long. Now I only know these values. Like if you want to convert to meters, feel free. So and they took a very low camera height, like 1.5 inches off the surface of the water. Measured the water
Nice.
temperature, measured the air temperature. And they take like a little radio controlled boat and they sail it away from the camera. Now, the reason we're using this is because we're trying to do it at a small scale and where we know all the values because we can measure all the values, right? And we want to eliminate Earth curve as a possible variable. Now, so you have to do it at a small scale. So even at a 1.5 inch observer height, the horizon should be 2,400 feet away, which is like half a mile. Okay. So you use a lake that's 1,000 feet long, right? That's shorter, right? That distance is shorter than 1,000 feet than the 2,400 foot distance the horizon should be. So any horizon that appears before that can't be Earth curve.
Did you? How many miles away was the boat again? I missed that. I apologize. Or did
Like
you say in
700
feet?
700 feet.
700 feet away. Object distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the point, is that it can't be Earth curve. That's the point.
And
You have to eliminate Earth curve as being impossible. Because if the globe claim is, well, the water's curving, right? Well, if you do it in front of where the water's supposed to start, like going down over the curve, then whatever happens before that can't be Earth curve.
Okay. Yeah. Just
Right.
give me.
So
give me.
something disappeared 1 foot away from you, then it can't be Earth curve, right? Because the curve doesn't start 1 foot away from you.
Yeah. Correct. Unless there's something else happening, like something's obscuring your vision.
Oh, so not, yeah, like what?
I don't know. Like someone sits in front of your boat.
Well, that's the same thing. Well, what if there can't be anything like what? Like freaking another boat? Like their foot? Like I don't get it.
Sure. Like
Can I ask a question?
Because that's your premise. Your premise is there has to be something physically blocking the light. And that's not true.
What is he looking at the image of the boat?
Okay, can I have the image of the boat, or if I just missed it?
Yeah. Okay, so there's one. I just want to get you. I'm doing this very sloppily.
That's all right. Take your time. There's no rush.
Okay. Yeah. So this is just one example. This isn't all of them. This isn't even close to all of them. I even got one that's even, I wouldn't say better. It's just a little different. So this lake is 1,000 feet long, and this boat is 700 feet from the camera. The horizon from this camera height should be 2,400 feet away. But there's an obvious visual horizon here, right? This visual horizon shouldn't even exist. You should be able to see all the way to the other shore on the other side of the lake. But that's not the case. So the point is this boat is cut off by something that can't possibly be the curvature of the Earth. It can't be the curvature of the Earth. We eliminated that variable. So
All
this
right,
is happening. So the point is, this is happening on a surface we know is flat. We know this water's flat because it can't be, because the Earth curve doesn't start till way past the lake. You would need 3 lakes this size. So I'll give you another one that's even better, because you might say the water's choppy, it's waves, but that doesn't really tell you anything because it would bounce up and down. It would be visible for a second and not visible for another second.
But how about
I
how
have
about you if
another
you
one on
describe?
smooth, calm water.
Sure. Oh, yeah, post that one. If you can describe to me, like I'm looking at the video now, I can see the water. I can see it bobbing up and down the water. And I can see. I suppose it's not really the horizon. It's like the Earth on the other side, like grounds.
Yeah, there's land on the other side. This is a lake, dude.
Yeah. Okay. I'm with you.
Okay. According to the globe Earth math, you should be able to see the other. According to the idea that, hey, dude, I can see like the flat surface, and nothing should ever block anything. You should see the other side of the lake.
It depends how because it looks like the camera is like super like low down. So I would imagine if it's which is a good thing.
But not Earth curve, right? It's like now you're saying is depending on where you place the camera, depends on whether something's cut off.
Correct, because like
but that's
so
not
for
Earth
example-
curve.
Hang on, if you're higher up, you'll agree with this. Like the higher up, the more you can see.
Yeah, of course.
And in my sort of globe Earth model, it's because you're seeing around that curvature. Like the higher you are.
Yeah, that's fine. I know, I'm aware of all that, but the very fact that if going up and down, okay, we know, okay, we're low. Granted, 1.5 inches. We can calculate where the horizon should be. Even given that up and down, right? The horizon appears farther. So if I go to if I go to a foot, it should be 1.2 miles. So I go down to 1.5 inches. That distance shrinks to 2,400 feet, which is like half a mile, right? So we'll going from 1 foot to 1.5 inches, the horizon should move half a mile closer, roughly. Or well, probably more than half a mile closer, but roughly it should move that much closer. This lake is 1,000 feet long. It would have to move, 5 times closer or 6 times closer.
Let me just post the timestamp. I think that's like I think that's your strongest evidence because you can see how the water is like cutting off the bottom. You said you had another video.
Yeah, with smooth water, right? And they just use a light.
Oh right, send that to me. That'd be awesome.
I remember like how low it has to be to like even 1.5 inches is low, dude. I think it's how many millimeters is that? Like 20 millimeters or something. It's low, granted. But even from that low height, the globe says the horizon is, I'll just do it in the calculator here. Inches, 1.5. Okay, from 1.5 inches, the horizon in meters would be 696 meters away from 1.5 inches. Okay, and the lake is 1,000 feet, 2 meters, and 1,000-foot lake is 304 meters long. So yeah, it's half the what the globe predicted distance is. It's closer. That's why we can definitively say, hey, it can't be Earth curve because we're not at the Earth curve yet. And we have other demonstrations that there's even one of this. This was even demonstrated by National Geographic in a video that they made that they claimed disproved the freaking flat Earth.
Just to clarify, the second video I presume like you were concentrating on the light, and as the guy takes the drone further down, the light disappears, and because it's disappearing, and I would agree, it's not. This isn't the curvature shouldn't be causing this disappearance. So you're all seeing that this effect is kind of disproving it. So I'm curious for you when you see this.
It proves the so the argument is this: it disproves the claim these types of observations can only be caused by curvature of the Earth and can't be some other reason, right? Can never happen on a flat Earth, no matter what.
Now, I have an opinion of this video, but before I share it, can you like tell me, like, give me the physical phenomenon, however you would call it, of why that light is disappearing? Why is that happening for you?
It doesn't. To be honest, I can give you the physical phenomenon, but does it even matter? We know what it's not.
Yeah, well, like it
can't be the curve of the Earth. What needs to be more said? Like whether we know why it happens or not, it's irrelevant. We know what it's not. We know it's not elephant. We know it's not fucking. We know it's not freaking psychic powers, right? We know it's not the curve of the Earth.
I'm watching the video now.
That's hard to swallow. I know, dude. It's hard to swallow. Listen, I've talked about this to a lot of people. And like they always say, well, why is it happening then? Who cares? We know why it's not happening. It's not the curve of the Earth making it happen.
Well,
and the claim is only the curvature of the Earth can make it happen. Only that.
So I would say that this is local distance, and I'm saying no. The curvature of the Earth is not causing the light to go down. I think we could both agree on that. I think where my contention is for this video is like as the drone goes out, the light is being cut off by something, and I can see a foreign object that is blocking the light that's above the water level. And I suspect that's what's
I guess I'd have to zoom in on the video. You're talking about the Russia something video?
The last one you've just posted.
I've never like zoomed in on the light. I mean, I'm not going to take your word for it, but I'll look closer.
Yeah,
I'll probably just download it and look on my own time. I'm not going to do it right this second. But I mean, we have more videos. That's
fine. We can move on from this.
Yeah, we have more videos in this. If you go on that channel I posted, she has a bunch of replications of the same lake with different boats and lights and all sorts of shit. I even have a video on my channel, which is a 30-minute clip of one that you can't see the boat, the little RC boat, but you can see the spray of the boat shooting up from quote unquote under the horizon, right? So you can't see the boat. You can see the spray from the motor of the boat shooting up, right? You can see it freaking misting. And you can't see the boat at all. But the thing is, like I said, this lake is too small for it to be the curve of the Earth. It's only 1,000-foot lake. So that's the point. Like when you make observations like these windmills, that can only happen on the curve of the Earth. No, that's not actually not true. You know, the mechanism would be something like a combination of refraction and total internal reflection. And there's actually peer-reviewed scientific papers demonstrating this, where they took vertical temperature gradient measurements and filmed a mirror that's reflecting the sun. And this is peer-reviewed at a distance. And because what they noticed was when the temperature gradient increased to a certain level in the humidity gradient, that the mirror would vanish. Now they're doing this only on a 1.6 kilometer distance, so there's no curvature of the Earth involved in any of this. The mirror just would disappear, and it disappears because the temperature gradient creates what's basically like a fiber optic cable, where the light that's bouncing off the mirror gets reflected down below the level of the camera, and the camera can't see the mirror. Right? It just never reaches the camera. It goes into what would be known as a duct, like a fiber optic, the same was like a fiber optic cable would work. It goes into a duct and never can reach out due to a phenomenon known as total internal reflection. Okay? So if you want a physics mechanism, this is the probable mechanism. Okay? But the mechanism is actually irrelevant. It's irrelevant because we know what it's not. It can't be the curvature of the Earth. We can replicate the observations on a flat surface. So the claim that that the horizon is the physical boundary of the Earth, where on the other side it starts curving down We know that this is not the case for not just what I said to you, but for other reasons. This horizon distance moves around even though you're in the same place. We have observations of horizon distance where the horizon, which should be like a mile away according to the calculation, is more than 10 miles away.
So yeah, the horizon will change, but it's depending on your point of reference. So the higher you're up,
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about from the meteorological conditions, not from changing your position. Just from changing meteorological conditions, it'll change where it appears to be.
Okay. When you say
Elijah, you here?
Yeah, when you call these meteorological
Yeah, I am. I have.
Talk about.
You want to go over something?
Okay, let me give you an example.
Yeah, do you want to go over the Black Swan or something? Because I got to use the little girl's room.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if this maybe the Black Swan. He's probably heard of it. I don't know.
I don't think he has.
But
I don't think he has.
Okay, so I could go over the Black Swan. But before that, you ever been like to like a city in a high building?
Correct. Yeah.
You ever been, looking out on a foggy day in a high building from a high vantage point?
Yep, definitely have.
So you'll notice the circle of vision around you because it's more pronounced due to the fog.
I'm not sure about what you mean by circle of vision, but yes, my vision is reduced by the fog.
Yeah, well, if you have a clear enough view, you can. If you have a clear enough view, you'll see what I mean by circle of vision, because that's what the horizon is, isn't it? It's just you see less with the fog, and that's the point. There are conditions that will change the distance to the horizon, or the appearance of the horizon. But not just that. So let's talk about the Black Swan. Now we have an observation off the coast of Santa Barbara where you have these oil rigs 6 and 9 miles away. So these oil rigs are for distance markers, right? So the guy, he's at the beach and he puts his camera height 1 foot above the sea level. And so we can observe the horizon beyond 10 miles. And the horizon, due to his height, should be at 1.2 miles.
Okay.
So,
can you give me the? Sorry, I apologize. I normally don't interrupt. But can you give me his height in feet, or in metric, and like how far the target is, so I can work it out in my head. Well, actually, I got a pen and paper. If I'm honest.
1 foot observer height.
God damn it! Hang on, foot in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me hold on.
Let me try and work out. Does anyone know like how you could put feet into? Sorry, a foot into feet. How many feet are in a foot? Hang on. So I do everything in metric.
1 foot of metric is 0.3.
Oh, if we could do it in metric, that'd be you're a star. Okay, 0.3. I gotcha. All right, 0.8. And the target distance you said it was in miles? I could do the conversion.
Well, the distance markers, so we're not really focused on the target distance, but they would be 6 and 9 miles. Furthest oil rig being 9 miles.
So I think that's 9.6 in kilometers. Okay, we'll punch that in. Give me a minute. Okay, yep, go for it. So I would say from that distance, yes, you would start to seeing the curvature of the Earth.
At 1 mile, we already knew that though. Based on the calculation, at 1 mile, the horizon should be there. 1.2 to be exact. No, 1 mile. Yeah, 1.2 miles. Sorry.
1.2 miles. Okay, hang on. Let me redo this.
So here's the argument. Do you know what modus tollens is?
No, tell me.
it's a logical consistency argument. So it goes. Let me see if because you're a visual learner.
Yeah. Oh. One. Okay.
So basically, the form is if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
Oh yes, I am familiar with. I am a bit familiar with that. But yes, carry on.
Okay, so the argument is as follows. If P, the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then Q, the horizon distance measurement, can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right.
Okay, so not Q, the horizon distance measurement, isn't 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, not P, the Earth is not a sphere.
Well, I'll have to double check the maths, but so far sounds okay.
And I don't know who's available right now, but usually you have people posting pertinent information in the chat. If somebody can throw up the Black Swan image, that would be great. Now, the image is a still from a video.
I don't
So
think I've
all
seen
of
a
the
Black Swan before.
information. Well, a Black Swan is just Karl Popper's argument that all swans are white is invalid if you ever see a black swan.
Gotcha.
For example, all horizons are the leading edge of a sphere.
Ah, wow, that's new today. So go and show me give me the oil regs and the measurements and stuff. Oh, okay.
There's the video right there.
All right, I'm going to mute myself while.
Sure. Now, mind you, Apocryphon, thank you for your thank you for that destroyer information earlier. It's usually when people say stuff interesting, I typically look into it, and it's actually a slam dunk flat Earth proof.
But the Aegis system?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Look what I found that I posted. Just, you want me to read that out real quick? I'm gonna see if you guys get what I'm highlighting. All right. Performance characteristics. Range. Typically up to 175 nautical miles, or 201 miles, 324 kilometers, with a reduced range of 45 nautical miles, 52 miles or 83 kilometers, against sea skimming missiles. I said, sea skimming? That sounds interesting. What's that? So sea skimming missiles typically fly at very low altitudes to avoid detection by radar and infrared systems. These missiles usually operate just a few meters above the sea surface, with some flying as low as 2 meters, 6 feet. However, the exact altitude can vary depending on sea conditions. For example, sea skimming missiles may fly around 5 meters above the sea surface in calm conditions, and approximately 20 meters above the sea surface in rougher conditions. So what do you think I'm highlighting there?
It's impossible to see them. The distance is clearly not. You wouldn't be able to see that.
Obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, I'm really disappointed. Is Indio back? Indio.
Yeah. What happened to Broach?
Remember when did I send you the article, or did I just post it in side chat? When I had made mention of
I think you posted in the side chat of the other server.
Ah, damn. All right. So it's got
of the English Hub server.
Oh man.
So India, you hear what I'm posting or talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you. Yeah.
So you got the like we talking about missile sea skimming or whatever.
Dude, there's some videos of those, man. I had a video of a sea skimming missile, dude.
So the range on this destroyer picking it up is 45 nautical miles for a missile that could potentially be a few meters above the surface. Hmm.
Sounds like a flat Earth.
I'm pretty sure 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The curvature of the Earth would definitely be in between that.
For sure.
Yeah, but you didn't include missile refraction.
Oh my God. I need to hear them say it. Someone's stupid enough to say it.
No, I'll come up with a new one. You know how they say, like, some days you can see farther and it looks perfectly flat, and then other days? So you have, and based upon the weather, so you have flat weather and curved weather. So some days the weather is curved, and some way the weather's flat.
Yeah. So the speeds that these missiles are flying at, I would like to see that, but no issue there. But because I just looked up, even 45 miles at 10 feet above the surface is 1,127 feet of vertical drop below the line of sight. So almost 1,200 feet.
A fifth of a mile, bro.
1,100 feet. That's a 110-story building, folks.
Is gravity training the missile to fly perfectly around the curvature of the Earth as well? No, it's not even about that, because the radar is detecting it. That's it.
Yeah.
What else?
The radar is detecting it on a flat plane. And when I was in CIC, Combat Information Center, I watched them plotting targets on a flat rectangle coordinate, XY coordinates, period. They had a big clear plexiglass screen that they used to plot things with wax pencils, pens, or whatever you want to call them, erasable pens. And they would mark the XY coordinates on this flat stationary plexiglass plate. And they would plot all of their targets that way. And then if you go to the radar, when you go to the radar screen, they're picking up these targets on a flat plane, XY coordinate also.
Right, there's no satellite in space relaying any.
Yeah, they like to try to say that, but the whole point of the Aegis A1 spy radar system is so that the destroyer itself can pick it up on their radar and give you that 360-degree angle, because they are, the carrier is going to depend on the destroyer to protect it, to be its eyes. And what's messed up is that article, Indio, that I had posted is now, I cannot find it for the life of me.
That always happens, right? Google searches change.
No, that was the video. But remember, I posted the Navy.military, like the article.
Yeah, I thought you posted it on your Twitter. I thought you posted it on X, man, and you gave me an X link.
Yeah, for the video, but for the actual article, I put it in the side chat, and now I got it. Huh?
I thought the article was the X link. Shit, man.
See, why would they change that about Discord? Because Discord used to be functionally something interesting, whereas you could go back for years and pull something that you found, or something that you talked about, or something that anyone talked about. You can't type in.
I was just going to tell you, these guest chats delete the chat after a certain period of time.
So whack.
Yeah. It's because we're in a guest room.
That sucks.
Yeah, I was like searching.
Let's check in with our buddy who's going on to look at the Black Swan video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just watching it. I don't know. I can see like when he's on the sandy beach. From what I see like a lot of the legs have been cut off by the horizon, and you can just about see the boat in between the two of them. That's also cut off. And then when he goes up higher,
Let me ask you a question. When he's at 1 foot, because we have this. Somebody post a still image right now for the Black Swan argument.
I'll do it. Just give me a.
I mean, you can.
There it is. There it is. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold. No, we don't need a link. That's unnecessary. Relax. So, this image right here, 1 foot off the ground, where you can see, I guess, what you've characterized as the platforms cut off. Now, that's not the case because there's a few of these videos and you can literally see the light from the bottom of the oil rigs reflecting off of the surface of the water as well. That's in another video. We have loads. But in this one in particular, it can't be the horizon cutting those off because obviously we can see the horizon behind the oil rigs, can't we?
So,
it's a yes or no question. Don't make it hard, brother.
It's not.
It's a yes or no question.
I can see.
Yeah, it is. Where's the horizon? Hold on. Where's the horizon in that image? Behind or in front of the oil rigs?
It looks like it's behind.
There's no. All right then. So if it looks like it's behind, then it's a yes or no answer from the previous question.
But you're missing the context. So when we talk about like
the context of the argument is what? When I gave you modus tollens, I said,
"Can I finish what I was saying?"
I don't mean to be. You can finish what you're saying. I just want you to know how relevant or irrelevant it is.
Well,
so
no, because
when I spoke the point, when I spoke, the conversation was about the argument. The argument being modus tollens. When I told it to you, it was if P, then Q, not Q, therefore P. The context of that was if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That's the full context. Now we're looking at this observation of where the horizon is. You know where it's not? 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would be 1.2 miles. How do we know? You just told us it's behind the oil rig.
Can I say what I'm going to say? The reason is you're thinking as soon as you go past the horizon, that's where the curvature starts. I'm not. It's all about your frame of reference. When the video you linked me has 2 points of references, one on the beach, and one where he gets to a higher altitude and then takes the picture. When you can clearly see when he's on the beach, you can see the legs being cut off. And I will share the same link that you gave me, but I'll timestamp it.
Cut off by what?
Horizon.
So in that cut off, the horizon's not beyond the oil rigs anymore?
So the photos that you've sent me is when that person is higher up, as in like he's at a higher elevation. I'm talking about when he's on the beach.
That's incorrect.
Fine. What I'm saying is, in the one where you say that the legs are cut off, the horizon is not behind the oil rigs anymore?
The horizon
that's a
depends on
question.
your point. Hang on, I'm answering your question. Your horizon is based on your location, as in like how high or low down you are to the sea
How
level.
does that answer my question? If in the video, is the horizon past the oil rig still or not? It doesn't answer my
Okay.
question to tell me where
Alright,
it could be.
I'll answer
I'm
you.
asking
When
you
he's
where I'm asking you where it is.
okay, I'll tell you. When he's high up, it's behind. When he's low down, the oil rigs are past the horizon, hence why you're seeing the legs being cut off.
Okay. Can you show us the screenshot where the oil rigs are past the horizon?
Sure, I've posted the link, and the link is your link, but I've timestamped it, and you can see the horizon. The one at the oil rig at the very back, you can see it's behind the horizon, and it is being cut off.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Those are two different observation days.
He has the raw. I'm looking at the raw footage.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, right? Those are two different observation days. One observation day. It looks
No,
like
no, 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 no. I'm looking at what he posted. Okay. And you said it's time stamped, right? So
Yeah,
I'm looking at so I'm looking at right now where he's zoomed in, where you've time stamped it, and the horizon is where. Let's matter of fact, before you answer that question, I'm going to screenshot it just so I can show that to the audience that it's exactly the same screenshot. I was just trying to draw to your attention. Hold on, I'm trying to screenshot it.
Sure. Can I describe what the screenshot shows?
No, but we're talking about the same thing, so we're in the same conversation. So let me post the screenshot because you're saying that in. Thank you. So right here, are you saying the horizon is in front of the oil rigs now?
Oh, that's an unfortunate screenshot. It's cutting off the one on the left.
No, there's only one. It doesn't matter if it's cutting off the one on the left. Where's the horizon?
I think this is very relevant. Let me do another screenshot for you.
Okay, that's fine. Then the better
Are you
one.
happy with that? I have.
Okay, where's the horizon?
So if you look to your, the horizon is cutting off both of these. So it's the horizon is like so these objects are behind the horizon, and you can see it by it cutting off the legs of these rigs. I'm not sure what you call them. I'm not sure if they're oil rigs or habitation rigs or whatever that you call them. But the legs are being cut off. And also, if you notice the image on the left.
No, one point. If you don't mind, I'd like to respond to it.
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, so I'm in the process of manipulating the image so that I can show you that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, because that's clearly what I see. And then we can go forward in the conversation.
As you wish.
Because you're saying it's not, but I'm clearly seeing what I'm seeing. So, give me a second.
We're all seeing that. He's just being disingenuous.
No, let's not say that. Let's give him an opportunity. Yeah, you might not be. Let's see. We'll see right now.
How am I being disingenuous?
Don't worry about what he said. It's all right. We're talking, and I'm saying, let's see what happens.
Okay.
Alpha's coming in hot. You're giving him indigestion, man. You're giving Alpha indigestion.
Yeah, well, it's just the plain truth. I mean, when can we not speak of the plain truth?
Yeah. Word.
Okay.
You say, I only see what I want to.
Yep.
Yeah, but anyone can use that argument back at you.
Yeah, I know. But we could actually measure the color values and determine where the horizon is in that image. I have software to do that. That's scientific grade software. It's put out by the National Institutes of Health. They have image software that's free what they use to measure, microscope imagery, and it'll tell you
That
the
sounds
exact
pretty
color
cool.
values. You could draw like a line across it, right? And it'll tell you the color values of every point on that line. Make a graph. We can see, hey, where is it blue? Where is it not blue? And we can see exactly where the horizon starts and stops.
Yeah, I do want to explain my second part of the photo, but I'll hold out for Big Daddy Flurf.
Appreciate you for that.
Yeah, and it does have something to do with the horizon, but let's see what you got. Also, that software, what's it called? That changes like the red and the green and.
Oh, like I use two pieces of software. So one is called IRFANView, IRFANVIEW. So it's just like a generic image software. I use it because it pretty much will deal with any type of image file, no matter what it is, and it's very like I'm a minimalist, so so it has like what's called a negative color. So you can just hit the negative color and then it inverts all the colors. All the reds become blue and all the blues become red. So because of the contrast problem of the human eye, we see more contrast values in red than blue. So when we look at an image that's blue, it's hard to tell where one color of blue starts and another color of blue ends. But with red, it's more obvious because of the way the human eyes are. The other software is called ImageJ. It's free. It's Java software, and you can do all sorts of crap with it. The two numerous to enumerate in here. It's a little clunky to use. It's not straightforward because it's not really made for consumers. It's made for people, doing, professional tasks like measuring, the size of cells in a Western blot. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, the interface looks like it's from the year 2000.
Here we
go. I hate to barge in, but I would like to interject for just a second, if I could, on my own image that I posted at 59 minutes after.
I'm happy to contend with whatever, but I think Big Daddy Flurf was spending ages on this.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
Describe to me. Yeah. Hang on. Describe to me, Big Daddy, like what you reckon that's happening.
I was only going to make a quick comment. 2 seconds.
Go ahead, son.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt, but I don't understand why Joshua's ignoring the screenshot at 59 minutes after, which is time-stamped, and similar to what Indio was saying, it's just darkened. The contrast is darkened, so you can see exactly where that horizon is. So I don't know why you'd be ignoring that one. That's all.
I'm not ignoring it. I'm happy to look at it. Just give me like 5 minutes with Flurf, and then we'll go over what you want, whatever you want.
Sure.
Go.
Well, so that's the horizon right there.
I think it's a bit blurry for me, but I think I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
I would still say that the rig is behind the horizon. The reason being is you can see that the legs have been cut off. Right? It's almost like a straight line, and you can see
in the water.
But that's not. But you don't see it behind the horizon. You can't say the reason it is behind the horizon is because I see legs cut off. Now, when we see that the horizon is behind the oil rigs, you can't do that.
So I'm not talking about like the whole thing. I'm talking about just the legs in itself. Like the legs supposed to.
It doesn't matter. The horizon that's behind the oil rigs is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, and that's supposed to be the cause of what you're witnessing. So, like Indio pointed out to you only 30 minutes ago, that the bottoms of things disappear for a number of reasons, but it's not Earth curve. In this instance, for context, Earth curve would be the horizon, which is clearly behind the oil rigs. I put the arrows there.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But from again, like this is how like you can get like two witnesses to one thing and come up with completely different things. When you look at that, hang on, let me finish.
It's in the water. The legs are cut off because it's in the water.
This is obfuscation, though, man. Everybody sees that image, dude. We all see the horizon.
Yeah.
Bro, we all see the horizon behind the oil rig. Everybody sees that image.
Yeah, but
let's move on. No, let's not explain this. Look, we don't have to. You don't like. There's 100,000 black swans, probably more.
Yeah, but I've got hundreds of thousands of well, not hundreds of thousands, but I've got loads of
reasons why you don't see. Of reasons why you don't see it. No, you don't. Horizon. You just think hold on. Your claim is that. So the rebuttal to that is the horizon is not Earth curve. So when you see things cut off, number one, India already went over that with you 30 minutes ago. Second of all, this is definitively showing you that their claim is that the horizon is what cut bottoms of things off, and it's not that. So I'm going to continue to show you that here. So India posted 2 minutes past the hour, and you can clearly see the horizon behind both the oil rigs.
Sorry,
so
time
the horizon.
2 minutes. 2 minutes and what?
Past the hour.
Oh, sorry. Hang on. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let me scroll. Can someone send me the link again? I'm not seeing this.
It's a screenshot that's been posted in the chat, not a timestamp.
Okay.
I reposted it for you.
Thanks. I'm with you.
Yeah, so the horizon is supposed to be. Where is the horizon in that photo, in that image?
So this is a different video and a different day. I would say the horizon.
But
the horizon looks like it's behind the oil rigs. However, I do notice that the legs have been cut off again. So I suspect
it's in the water. Because it's in the water.
No, the lights in that video are reflecting off of the water, and the light are at the bottom of the oil rig. Now, you shouldn't see, if we're going to go with the Pythagorean theorem, you're not supposed to see the lights based on the height of the observer and the height of the oil rig and the light. So that's a different thing. But
can someone send me the video because I wouldn't mind having a look at where his observation is, because I don't know if he's high up or if he's at sea level.
I can tell. I'm gonna get. You can have all of that.
He's 8 feet above sea level. I can post the video right now.
But if I can explain, for example, what the previous photo.
No, there's nothing to explain, bro.
I can explain it. Are you
It's like summarized because we're getting lost in the sauce here. So
I've allowed
time. I'm going to solidify everyone's argument. I'm not going to make my own argument. I'm going to solidify yours. You're claiming that the legs are cut off by something, right? Earth curve. And Elijah's claiming that there's a horizon behind the oil rigs. Well, if it can't be simultaneously behind the oil rigs and cutting off the legs. Right? Can't be doing both at the same time, right? Horizon can't be in two places at once, right? Is that correct?
Can I explain?
Can you just tell me if that's correct or not? There's not two horizons?
It depends on your perspective. If you're going to take a photo, if you're going to take a photo from high up, it's going to be different from the photo near the sea level.
India, can you give me another?
Hold on. That's a red herring. Yeah, that's a red herring.
Straw man. No one said moving the camera anywhere. I'm not talking about moving the camera. from the
Also,
same
it's very
location.
clear
One
that the oil rig on the left is bending like a
See,
motherfucker.
this is how
Oh,
this is how you get it triggered. He's getting triggered, so he's no longer responding.
I will engage.
So can you respond can you respond and stop, just reacting now? Because you've been reacting for like 10 minutes.
I'm reacting to what you're saying and addressing what you've been saying, and then I've been cut off.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay. Give me exactly what you want. Yeah. So, which image do you want me to address? The latest image or the image that you put the arrows on?
Okay, I want you to address the question: can there be two horizons simultaneously in a single image?
Can there be two horizons? It's
simultaneously in a single image.
In a single image, it is possible. And I'm not really sure about this. I'll have to double check. But it's possible you can have two horizons depending on the temperature of the atmosphere.
Okay.
Citation, please.
Now, okay. Say that was true. Is that Earth curve?
So one would be Earth curvature, and one will be a fraction that creates what you call a false horizon, where Earth's atmosphere basically bends light rays. And you can see its effect on the second image with Big Daddy Fluff's image of the arrows. You can see that the crane is warping and bending due to light refractions.
Yeah, that's great. But the crane that is bending and warping isn't at the level of the horizon, and the horizon itself isn't bending and warping. So what's happening at the crane arm, who cares? Because that's not where we're looking.
Well, the crane isn't exactly on the water level, is it? So there's going to be a temperature difference. So usually what causes refraction is the differences in temperature.
Yeah, at the crane, but not at the horizon.
Right.
We're worried about the horizon. What's happening at the horizon?
So the horizon temperature is going to be different to the crane. Can you let me just finish?
Right, yeah.
The crane's
this is a red
temperature is
herring, dude.
It's not a red herring. I'm saying you can have different refraction
because you're
effects
saying
from the surface of the water to the crane.
Okay, your logic is because the crane is bending, there's refraction happening there. Therefore, there's also refraction happening at the horizon.
Okay, I'm going to be a little bit more stronger now. What's causing the crane?
Is that true? Is that a true statement? Is that the statement you're making?
And you tell me.
I'm trying to solidify your argument and not strawman your argument. Because the crane is showing it's bending, and that can't be geometry, that's caused by refraction. There, it logically follows that there's refraction when we look at the horizon.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
But I stipulate
that's a non-sequitur. It doesn't logically follow, man.
Hang on.
It doesn't logically follow that that's the case.
Let me address what you're saying. You were saying earlier
that's what you're saying.
Well, how about
what you're saying?
When you look at that crane on that image, can you not see that the light is bent? Because unless you believe that crane is actually bending,
it's non sequitur to the modus tollens argument that I gave you in so you're out of context.
Okay, is the rig bending?
Are you out of context?
No, I'm talking about the same image. We're talking about the same image, the one you did with the arrows.
So repeat to me what my argument is to the audience, so that the audience knows and is following that you're rebutting the actual argument. Repeat the argument.
So your argument is.
Modus tollens, please.
Okay, I'm going to just do it in free form. I'm not going to do P and Q, and I'm going to steel man it for you. So I'm not being disingenuous. So in order to disprove the globe, you must necessitate that you can have objects that are being cut off, not behind the horizon, but before the horizon. So if you can display images where they are...
Hold on, that's not a steel man, bro, because that's not the argument.
Yeah.
The argument is that the horizon cannot be the physical edge of the ball, and it's just apparent.
I never
And that
claimed
when
it's
it
the
blocks
physical edge.
things, it's just apparent. It's
Who's
not the
did- who's-
geometry of the Earth.
Hang on, you're now you're strawmanning me. That's not
No,
what I'm
you were
claiming.
trying to
No, I can't. Hold on. I can't straw man you with my argument. What's straw man?
No, what Indigo said. I'm not talking about what you're saying.
Well, what Indio's saying is relevant to what I'm saying. But it's not your argument, though. Especially if you're trying to steel man what I'm saying.
How was mine not a steel man of yours?
Because first of all, the horizon distance measurement is what's in question. That's the cue. You're not even talking about that.
Well, I'm talking about observations that you've shared with me.
The horizon distance measurement. No, you asked me what was the argument. So that's because I told you to tell the audience what my argument was. So it's about the horizon distance measurement. So are you talking about that with me or are you not?
No, I was talking about what I assumed when you were sending me all these videos, these observations of oil rigs of the horizon appearing behind these rigs. And now you've changed it with measurement.
I prefaced it with the Modus Tollens before I said anything. Incorrect or correct?
To be honest, at this point, yes, you did do the.
It's recorded.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So then, what you just said previously is incorrect. Then.
No, it's because you've just showed me images, and with the context, so how a conversation goes, you start from A and then you go to B to C. I'm talking about C, and now you want to bring it all the way back to A. That's the difference.
Do we have? Hold on, Elijah. Let me. Do we have a horizon distance measurement if we know the distance to the oil rigs?
It all depends on your point of reference.
Okay.
Yeah, so the point of reference is 1 foot above sea level.
Horizon distance measurement. Do we know how far the rigs are from the camera?
The video claims. Let me rewind the video.
The answer is yes, right? Unless you're skeptical about what the video is claiming. The answer is yes. To save time, right?
Yeah, it's sort of 9.4 miles. It's saying, or 6.2. Depending on which platform you're looking at.
So the answer is yes.
Yeah,
go ahead, India.
No, man, you can take it from here. You know where I'm going.
So there's a distance to the oil rigs, which means we can judge the distance as in whether it's at least further than 9 miles or less than 9 miles.
I think you guys.
Correct.
I think.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't be disrespectful. Please don't be disrespectful.
So the idea is, I'm not disrespecting
All right, you're going to try to be disrespectful.
We're talking past each other. So I didn't even argue with the measurement. So we're moving from B to C now.
We're not talking. No, we're not.
No, you want to ignore our argument and move on to your own argument. No, we are arguing measurements. That's our argument. The horizon distance is the argument, not whether you can see the bottom of the legs. It's only how far is the horizon away. That's it. We use the oil rigs to figure that out.
Are you going to respond to that, or are you going to? So are you going to respond to the argument, or are you not?
Just so he heard it. I want to make sure he heard it. The oil rigs are only there to measure distance. That is their only purpose.
Just to clarify for the audience, I've just been muted.
Okay. Can you tell me what I just said? What are the oil rigs for in the argument?
Depends if you're going to stop muting me. I'm more than happy to shut up when you're talking, but the muting is not necessary.
So do that.
Okay.
And then respond the points proper.
Every time, dude.
Okay.
We do it every time.
With the
We want to talk about
measurements,
the conversation.
okay. For the measurements, yes, there would be a horizon and there would be a curvature the further out you go. Yes, I agree with the idea that if you're looking at a platform 9 miles away, there would be a horizon, and that rig should be behind that horizon. So that's conversation A. Now we can go to B, and we can talk about our observations of what we're seeing in these pictures or videos.
Which is the horizon distance? What is the horizon's distance? Is it less than 9 miles or more than 9 miles? That's what we're talking about with these images. The distance to the horizon, because that is what logically follows from if P, then Q.
Right. In the video, I haven't watched all of it, he moves around in the video, so he has different points of references. That
So
means
with the argument, we're talking about taking one point of reference. And with my argument, I'm talking about no. We're not exploring that, Andy. So my argument is about when he's at 1 foot. Doesn't matter when he walks up the beach. Doesn't matter when he gets an ice cream cone. My argument is about 1 foot. So that's the point of reference.
Yeah, that is the point of reference. But even if we take his argument and grant it, okay, he moved around. He has to be 75 feet above the water in order to have a 9 mile away horizon, which he never does. He never goes 75 feet above the water. Okay, so we can just throw that away right off the rip.
Do you not agree? The higher you are, the more you can say. And
I
the horizon
agree,
changes.
and we can. But since we know the distance of the rigs, we can say how high do we have to go to see a horizon that far? And it's 75 feet.
Right. I'm not accusing you of doing this.
Ignore what I said, then.
Okay.
Dude, you have a problem, bro. I'm starting to get irritated. You ignore what's said with you and just say whatever it is that comes to your head.
No, I'm
Bro,
contending with what you're saying, and you disagree with it, but then you don't address what I said, and then you move on to something else. I'm trying to keep it focused.
Do they go 75 feet above the water? Yes or no? Do they go 75 feet above the water?
I would imagine
No, they don't. They don't. They never go 75 feet above the water.
Again,
So
I do everything
the
in
horizon
metrics,
is
so-
not in the same place.
All right, so to
It's not
answer
the
your
right place
question,
even if they move around, man. This is the thing. You could say, well,
listen,
they moved
it's not.
around and maybe they got to the 9 mile horizon distance. No, they never got there. They never went high enough.
Indio. So as Indio knows, and we're trying to spare time by not going down all of these irrelevant avenues that, for whatever
Yeah, I know.
reason, him. I'm talking to him. Indio. Him. Indio. I'm telling him. I'm trying to summarize. So the bottom line is, what Indio's telling you is that in this video, he also gives you the maximum height that you're talking about. Everything you've seen from when he goes to the top of the stairs, like we know the location of that as well. And it's not 75 feet. 75 feet would have to be what we're at least to get the horizon somewhere ballpark where it appears in the screenshot. Because that's what's pertinent. That's what's a part of the argument. The horizon distance measurement. So at no point in the video is the horizon distance measured to be further than closer than 9 miles.
Right, and
that's the problem.
And from conversation B to C, you're seeing a false horizon from refraction, so you're not measuring the actual horizon.
Okay, then what about
validate that?
What was cutting off the windmill then?
Hang on, look at the cranes. You can see that there is light refraction altering the image of it.
Altering a portion of the image, right? That's all you can say. It's altering a portion of the image.
Right.
A portion.
And the fact.
So this is a fallacy of composition, right?
So what I'm saying is you can see the two horizons.
Okay, so this is a fallacy of composition, which true of the parts is true of the whole. Okay?
Hang on.
That's a
Indigo,
fallacy.
hang on. Let's just chill.
There's no way around
Indigo,
it.
when you look at the pictures, you can see the two horizon. You can see the two lines that go across, the one the false horizon and the one that cuts off the rig's legs. So there is a false horizon.
Okay, if there is a horizon cutting off the rig's legs, even if we grant that, I can grant your argument. The horizon's still 6 miles away when it's supposed to be 1 mile away.
Sorry, you think the horizon's 1 mile away? So the horizon is
globe,
a
No. I do not think it's 1 mile away. The globe mathematics says it's 1 mile away. So now you have to say there's two false horizons.
Okay, when we talk about horizon, we're talking about like a gradual change, so like a curvature. So it's not like all of a sudden after a certain distance. Hang on, let me finish.
I can't.
Dude, this is absolute sophistry about it.
It's getting worse and worse. I can't do it. And I mean, I already knew. I know.
You made the old college try. You made the old college try.
When you said he doesn't know about the Black Swan, and I'm like bullshit. But the bottom line is like all of this stuff about like the horizon is a gradual. You can't give us a citation for that. Like, no, the horizon is where the sky meets the earth. Apparently,
or a false horizon. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as a false horizon.
That's it. And then he's gonna say it's not. Listen, if we've had this entire conversation, and I've told you the modus tollens, and you've understood it, and you haven't understood that the claim is that the horizon is 1 mile away from the observer. Listen, I'm gonna unmute you. I don't want to hear anything about you being muted. This is the only point that I'm going to accept engagement on. Are you or are you not aware that the claim is that the horizon distance is supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away from the observer in the image that I initially sent? Yes or no?
According to the math, the mathematics of the globe.
He's unmuted. Yes or no?
He's protesting or reading DMs or something.
That's what I thought.
I don't think he knew about it. I think he's reading DMs. Someone else.
There's no way.
Him.
He does know. He's not new. He's attacked. They all are, man.
He is new because he didn't pick up on when I started talking about the windmills. He didn't pick up about the horizon. He claimed it was geometric in the beginning. If he was actually new, he wouldn't have actually did that. So I think someone started puppeting him in his DMs.
Could be.
Is what it said at the end. It said the simpler explanation: the sun is still present. It's just disappearing from view due to perspective, atmospheric density, and the angular compression over long distances, not because it dipped behind a curve.
Ha. Sure. Okay. Well, that's interesting. No doubt. Even ChatGPT can't get the story straight.
Yeah, my ChatGPT's pretty based, though. It says that tells me that other people's ChatGPTs are far inferior because they haven't had access to all of the information. They just regurgitate the mainstream without having access to the extra information that is required.
What a perk.
Yeah.
We got Gabriel in here. Welcome.
Yeah, Gabriel's more of a listener.
Okay.
Doesn't mic up much. Aerodynamic. Here we go. We got Ayub. Welcome, bro.
Hello guys. To be honest, I'm new here in Discord. I joined to improve my English, so I need some friends to help me.
Yeah, no worries. You're practicing your English, huh?
I'm not very well.
Do you have any opinions on the topic of the room?
No, I'm new in Discord. I have no idea about your community here. Just
Okay, well, so you're new to Discord. You've decided to show up in the English Hub, and there's a bunch of subcategories within it. You decided to walk into the Flat Earth Discord. Are you familiar with Flat Earth?
the line connected with Bets, friend.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I said the line connection is bad. That's why I can't hear you.
Oh, do I have a bad connection?
So
is it John? Am I sounding like crap? Am I cutting out?
No, you sound fine. He said he has a bad connection, which is why he can't hear you.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you, Ayub. You're in a Flat Earth Discord. I don't know if you're familiar with Flat Earth, or the Earth, I should just say. We should just call it Earth. But do you think you live on a ball?
No.
No. Okay,
No,
well.
no.
You know the Earth is flat and stationary then, yeah?
No. What else?
All right, bro, I'm sorry. I can't really make out what you're saying. Maybe somebody else does.
So, I'm good in writing and speaking. My skill in speaking is very bad, to be honest.
All right, man, no worries. Well, you're free to hang out. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you were breaking up a little bit, but I heard you. So are you a flat? Do you believe the Earth is flat? Or do you know that it's not curving? Are you one of us that knows the Earth is not curving? Or do you think you live on a sphere? A ball? That's what says who was asking you. Can you understand what I'm saying?
A little bit.
All right. Well, maybe the subject matter is a little too advanced for your English. But no, we're happy to have you here, man. Keep practicing. You'll get better.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, says who I'm working today as usual. It's like my MO. Always working. So I really can't man up. Oh, he already left. Oh, we got Elijah in the house. What's up, Elijah? We got Flat Earth Batman, King Slayer. Yeah, good on you guys. Happy Saturday, if it's Saturday where you are.
Hello? Hello? Yes, hello. Do you think that Earth is flat? Yes. Okay. Let's suppose the Earth is definitely. So, let's suppose the Earth is flat. What would this information give to me? Like, it will give me more money, more famous, or more power. What will give me?
Yeah, money, fame, power, women.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking. Well, it depends. For me, it is. I mean, I'm a truth seeker.
What
I
do I
guess.
have to do this with this information? Like, let's imagine the Earth is flat. What should I do with this information?
Well, you know,
let's say that you convinced me that Earth is flat. So what happens now?
Right, I'm back. I see I've been unmuted.
You're
I'm muted again. The it's yes or no is the only reason you're being unmuted. Did you or did you not understand from the beginning, seeing is that I told you about the Modus Tollens, so the cue would be telling you that the horizon is 1.2 miles away from the observer in the initial image. Were you aware of that, yes or no?
This is your last chance. You mute me again. I'm leaving.
Get the fuck out.
Goodbye. I'm clipping that entire segment, dude. That was fucking great sauce, man.
Wow.
That was Elijah, that was like eat your vegetables. Okay? That's what that was. Eat your vegetables. They're good for you. No, they're not. They're not good for me. I'm not eating my vegetables.
Oh, that is so. Having conversations like that is so hard. Like, it is not fun for me. I'm not gonna lie. It used to be.
No, it's never been fun, honestly. It's necessary, but not fun.
Like he was an obfuscation machine from the beginning, you know, and we did our best to insulate from all of that, and he just like it. Because what are you, retarded? Like, quite literally, if we keep telling you it's about one observation from one moment, that's what the screenshot is. And he keeps saying, well, if you change your perspective, it depends. Are you retarded? Because how many times did we clarify for him that it's about just the screenshot?
10? 12 times? It was a lot. It's more than normal. But I find it useful sometimes
again,
to
I'm
grant their
leaving.
argument. Yeah, I find it useful to grant their objection and just say, okay, objection noted. I'll grant it's true, even if it's true, it doesn't address the screenshot. Sorry. Like a false horizon.
The inability to
Did you get that one? A false horizon, Elijah. Where the sky
It's a
appears
false
to meet the
horizon.
ground. That's a false horizon.
He's like, look at the water color is different. Okay, so you don't understand that in the background, trees will no longer be as brilliantly green as they are when they're right in front of you. Okay. Like it's like levels of retardation. I don't know what else it is. It's really hard to see when they do that. And my thing is, I really believe that they know what they're doing. So it's more disgusting that they believe that it's working for whoever's listening. And it's even more disgusting that I think it does work for some people.
Yeah, you make a good point. The further things in the way, the more opaque they become. So there's plenty of pictures of like people taking photographs of, mountains, and then the mountains in the foreground are crispy, and then the ones in the background get progressively fainter and fainter blue.
Right. Are we saying that those are just false mountains?
Yeah, false mountains.
Those are false mountains, Indio. Like, yo,
Oh, no
I
one
wish
tried
I would have got to that point.
No one tried to climb those false mountains. You'd be going uphill for a long time.
And that was a missed opportunity to say that. I mean,
Yeah, dude. Dude, we got what we wanted. Dude, I'm serious. I'm gonna quit that. So
yeah,
I already have the Black Friday. I have on the podcast. I already have the Black Swan. This is gonna be Black Swan revisited, Black Swan 2.0 revisited with this guy, right? So the other one was so the one I have clipped is the dude that came in and said that the Black Swan is a straw man, saying they never ever said that the horizon was the edge of the earth. So this is going to be 2.0, where the horizon is a false horizon.
Right. False prophets.
Yeah, where it appears to be the sky is actually false. They actually don't appear that way. What are you even saying?
Oh man.
Like, did we go get the horizon cross-eyed? Like, is that the problem?
I don't think you can attribute that to retardation. I think it's just complete dishonesty at that point. When they just avoid answering that. Where is the horizon? Keeps talking about other things continually. Amazing.
So it depends. No, like we just went over we have people that most definitely have Down syndrome, and we welcome them, and you're functionally worse than they are when you come in like that.
Oh man, that's deep. That's actually a deep insight. That's fucking sad, dude. We do talk to people like that are like they're a little slow or touched, as they would say. And that guy was doing work.
We never disrespect them or nothing. It's
exactly.
not. We've never been like, oh my god, you retard to
an actual retard.
Yeah, right. I didn't want to say it like that. See how I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's but these people are worse than that. That's what's crazy.
So globe Down syndrome, it's a special type.
No, it can't be Down. There's no down on the globe, so how can you have globe Down syndrome?
Yeah, really, that's true.
Globe in syndrome. No, it doesn't work.
It requires a new name, a different diagnosis. Like it definitely is a diagnosis. It just hasn't been named yet. I guess it's up to us. We're gonna have to name it.
AB left, dude. He was probably snapping out at work, bro.
Right.
Those are the type of people he can't stand. You know what I mean? Those people trigger his ass.
And it's a good reason. I was triggered the whole way. I know this dude is fucking, I know he's that type, but I'm trying to get across something that's palatable for the recording. And he's just trying to cut it off at every turn.
Yeah, so like it's like a tactic, right? It's like a straw man married to a gish gal, right? he keeps like changing the scenario we're giving him to some other scenario and then arguing against that. But then even when we like take care of that, he just bounces to another one continuously. So
Yeah.
it's like a continuous flow of straw man arguments.
Even with his A, B, and C, he's like, so you want to be on C? Let's go. You want to go all the way back to A? I'm like, no. It's the distance of the horizon is what we're always. So how we get into oil rigs? Cranes are wobbly, and what's crazy? He said they're wobbling like a motherfucker. Actually, they look pretty straight to me. Am I tripping?
I mean, well, it depends on the one. Like the Black Swan one does have the original has bendy cranes, but the other one that 1.10 miles, there's no bendy cranes in that. And
That's
then
what
he didn't
that's
address
what-
the reflection, right? He just pretended you did not say that at all.
Exactly. But that's when he said the cranes are bending like a motherfucker, and I was like, in my mind, I was like, where?
No, that was obfuscation. That was the obfuscation back to the original one. He didn't want to talk about the 10.10 mile one. Then he tried to poo-poo on that, and then when I said it was 8 feet, he realized that he still don't have nothing. But as far as like that A, B, and C, you want to go back to A? No, you never even addressed A. We're not even at A yet.
It almost sounds like there's somebody that are feeding them information. So, like when you mentioned the reflection of the lights, then they go, "What about the bendy cranes?" And then you mentioned, "Well, no, you try to take it back to the horizon." Where is the horizon that Elijah kept trying to tell him or explain? You go, no, we're talking about the distance to the horizon is the only argument here. And then it's almost like somebody's like feeding them. No, change the subject to, if you move to a different height. You see how he did that? It's almost like somebody's feeding him. Now, if like the flat earthers say this. It's almost like somebody's feeding
To be
them.
honest, Sonny, I've only ever heard that so-called rebuttal argument in this particular BC. I've never heard it anywhere else.
Interesting.
That the horizon, when you start saying where the horizon is, and they start saying, well, the horizon doesn't have a static position because you can move around.
Yeah.
And we're talking like the observer's static position, the horizon moves around. But they're trying to take the observer and move him around.
Even initially, before I put the little red arrows, he was trying to act like, the horizon appeared at different points. He was like, see, because for example, you got the oil rig cut off, and then you got the boat. And you want to go the water.
Young nigga.
Yeah, I just started trolling them, right, with the windmills. I should have said, well, if you go higher, then it looks flat again.
The Earth isn't flat, little nigga.
How do you know that?
I've seen it with my own eyes.
From where? Because I want to go there, bro. I'll book the ticket right
Everest.
now. From where?
Mount Everest. Mount Everest.
No, it's not high enough. Try again.
That is high enough.
No, it's not. I'm going to post in chat a video from the top of Mount Everest. Is it okay? I'm going to post a video from the top of Mount Everest. I'm going to post a video from the top of Mount Everest, okay? A 360 degree. Dude spins in a circle.
So why do you think the Earth is flat? Like,
Okay,
what do you think for believing that?
Let's take our time with this fish because he's new. He's triggered. Let's see if we can untrigger him and then get him to see that this is a trigger.
Spiral on arrival.
But yeah, that's what spiral at arrival.
Is the Earth flat because Yakub says so?
No, the Earth's flat because it measures like that. So I discovered something new today. Would you like to follow along?
Sure.
Would you like to follow along?
Go ahead. Go
All right,
ahead.
I'm about to post something in the chat. Okay. Just so you know that I'm serious. Okay. Do you see what I posted?
Who are you talking to?
Talking to you. You sound like you eating pistachios out of like a very expensive glass with maybe some fine silverware.
Yeah, well, nigga.
You're actually eating out of a feed bag.
Oh my god. Ew. So you see what I posted?
Tin can at the stable? Never mind.
Dude, I heard that, dude.
You're
To be
posting
for real, though, they act like
missiles.
animals
You know
when
how
they come in
intership
here.
missiles work? Do you have any idea how they work?
It's not about missiles.
It is how they work because their whole point is to reach it. Is to go up.
No, it's not about. No, it's not about missiles. It's
go
about the
very high
radar
in the
that
air,
I'm pointing.
back, cross the sea,
I'm pointing out
they
to you
skim
the radar,
along
not the missile.
curvature of the Earth until they reach the target, so they can avoid detection and anti-ship missile, anti-air.
You're
that's great.
bullshitting
That's what we're
alone.
talking
No,
about.
you're bullshitting alone. You
So
just
they
read.
still have to curve along the
How far
curvature
away?
of Earth
bullshitting.
until they reach their target. If the
Listen for a
target is
second.
like
Will you
80
listen for a
kilometers
second? Will you listen for a second? Will you listen?
even know
That's
how
exactly what we're
navigation
talking. Will
works.
you listen?
Have
If
you
you
ever
don't
gone
listen,
on
you're
the
going to be
ship
muted.
and navigated a ship?
5, 4. Listen, if you don't listen, you're going to be muted. It isn't your monologue time, right?
Little dictator.
We're agreeing with you. We're talking about exactly what you're talking about. Sea skimming missile. That's sea skim to avoid detection. Now, how far away can they be detected because of the curve of the Earth?
Depends on the technology of the radar system.
Okay. Well, let's give us the fucking radar system made of unobtainium. How far away?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking. I don't work for Lockheed Martin, little nigga.
What?
I don't work for Lockheed Martin.
Okay, so but you don't need to know Lockheed Martin to know the curvature of the Earth and how far away you have to be to detect a missile that's say 10 feet off the water. You can just do the
Some
calculation on what
technologies can still detect it off the even if the curvature of the Earth is blocking the signal, they can still detect it because they use
can
like
determine it
satellite
when it's
technology.
blocking the signal. Well, if it's blocking the signal, then they can't detect it because it's blocking the signal.
You know, signals can go through ground, right?
Not radar.
Or bounce off the atmosphere.
You can use infrared radar and go through the ground.
Infrared radar, that's a non sequitur. And so they can detect these missiles at 47 kilometers.
Okay, what altitude is the missile at if they're detecting it that kilometer? There's a lot
10
of
feet.
variables that go into play.
I just told you. 10 feet.
I feel like you'd have an argument if they had line of sight on this missile.
They do have a line of sight.
Just giving this ambiguous, they can detect it, doesn't really disprove anything.
Okay, they detect it in radar and infrared, so they have line of sight.
37 kilometers away? Then why is it
47.
not further? Why not further than that? Why does it have to be exactly there?
Okay, well, because the size of the missile is smaller than
no, it's not the size of the missile. Why does it have to be exactly there? Maybe there's a curvature because the Earth is not flat like a plane.
Spurging. You're spurging, bro. I'm trying to give you the answer. You asked me a question. Oh, listen a second. You asked me a question, and then you tried to answer your own question. I'm going to answer it because you asked me. Okay? There's something called angular resolution. So the angular size of an object depends on how far away it is. There's a reason you can't see the individual molecules in your hand because their visual size, angular size, is too small. Now, this applies to radar in every single optical system that uses electromagnetic radiation. It has a diffraction limited aperture size. So if it's far away, the missile is too small to detect based upon the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation. So the limit at what they can detect is 47 kilometers.
But you don't know that's
Has
true.
nothing to do with the curvature
you don't have
of the Earth.
classified information, so this is all going off what Google tells you or AI. You don't have
they're
access.
trying to regulate. I don't need classified information because it's called the diffraction limit. It's based upon the Rayleigh criterion. Okay? It is a geometric certainty that if the missile is smaller than the space between the wavelengths angularly, right? So say you have something that's 10 feet, if you move it away, eventually its angular size is going to be smaller than the peaks of the wavelength of the electromagnetic radiation you're trying to observe it with, and it will interfere with itself, okay? Because of constructive and destructive interference, right? This is a
But
fact.
you're talking about
Has nothing to do with,
you don't know what they
can't get
mean. You
beyond
don't
it.
even have a PhD in this subject.
I don't even have a PhD. How do you know?
Yeah. Because you're a moron.
Well, that's a great argument.
You're on Discord. You have a PhD.
Oh, okay. That's really logical. There's been PhDs in this chat, bro, debating us on this topic. So you don't know what you're talking about.
You're not one of them.
Well, I don't have a. Well, actually, not.
You even have a college degree
level. Yeah, not a PhD though.
What, community college doesn't count.
Yeah, Boston University isn't community college.
You did not go to Boston University.
Yeah, sure I didn't.
You just have to think out loud right there, didn't you? Boston University.
Yeah. Look, I'm literally 4 blocks from Harvard right now, outside.
Why don't you go there and
don't know what you're talking about.
Not smart enough to go to Harvard?
Not smart at Harvard. I have to go in the other direction and go to MIT. They're a little smarter over there.
You didn't go to MIT either?
Yeah, I went to Boston University. I went across the river.
What's the main? What's the name of the lunchroom to the students? What's the name of the dean building? What's the official name?
What's the name of what?
The building of the dean. The building of the dean. The dean of school.
I don't fucking know, dude. That was like in 1991.
You didn't go there, dumbass.
Okay, sure I didn't. I could just Google and lie to you. I don't remember. It was 1991.
God damn, you're an old head, and you're wasting your time on Discord trying to convince people.
Imagine if you had an argument, like literally all you have are insults and ad homs. How pathetic!
You can't change your mind. It's impossible. You're stuck.
Yeah, now we have a credential.
Yeah, you can. Look, bro, I'll tell you how to change my mind right now. Are you interested?
I don't care enough.
Okay. So you made a baseless claim, as usual, among your 15 others that you made since you've been in this chat, because somehow you're triggered by this topic for whatever reason.
It's entertaining to see you guys spurg and try to defend your beliefs while I'm eating some peanuts.
You're the only one spurging, brother.
To get you going.
I don't have beliefs. You do. That's why you're so mad.
Wait, you don't believe the Earth is flat?
Not a belief.
Do you believe or not? Do you think it's
not a belief? It's not. No, it's knowledge. It's objectively true. Yeah, objectively true. Yeah, and you want
what's crazy? Hold on, wait, India. Wait. It's going to be irrelevant if I don't.
I know. I can actually give you the deductive syllogism which proves it objectively.
I'm not gonna listen to those schizo talk, man.
Okay, you're just going on mute. Put yourself on mute, dude, or I'll do it. You left.
So earlier you were talking about
my friend. Hold on, my God. Wait a minute. Oh my God, y'all know I'm trying to get it out. My friend's friend. When I had him agree to most of realize he was fighting. He could not accept that I wasn't.
You're a little muffled, Elijah.
Right now?
You're good. Very good.
Alright. So my friend's friend, anyway, skipping all that, basically, he was like, oh, so you believe the Earth is flat? I said, no, it measures that way. He was like, so you believe it? He would not accept that I was not saying that I believe it, and he would not hear anything. He's like, no, I don't want to hear explanation. I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear any information. But he was willing to tell me what I believe. And then when I was like, no, it's not a belief, he's like, so you're telling me what to believe then? It was the craziest. So we think that people are in here and they're like, part of the CIA and shit. And people really think like that though. Like for real.
Yeah, dude. That's because I mean, I wouldn't say that I believe that they're from the CIA, but like that actually, it's like almost mentally safer to believe that they're getting paid to act like that dumb, and that it's actually not organic. Like it's really more like a self cope that humanity is not like that, but sadly they are.
So earlier you were talking about how if we could point out the curve, you book your ticket right now so you can go see it. I know you're kind of just being silly, but you were just stating earlier that like, okay, earlier you were just stating that like, I know the Earth is flat. It's not a belief; it's knowledge. Can you point me to where the Earth ends if it's flat, or like maybe I'd book my ticket in that case?
Okay, nobody believes it ends. And
if it's a flat
having
plane, is Earth infinite?
Well, let me ask you this. I'll answer your question in a second. Infinite? No, nothing's infinite. That answers your question. So, is an end a necessary? Is an end a necessary condition of flat? Can you be flat without an end?
You just said that nothing's infinite, so surely it must end.
No, that's actually a false dichotomy. People don't realize it. Finite versus infinite are not actually opposites, because infinite is a process.
I'm not saying it's an opposite. I'm saying that when you pose the question, is flat a prerequisite for something being finite? Is flat a prerequisite for it to end at some point? Well, when you just concede that it's not infinite, then surely it must end at some point.
No. That's why I said they're not dichotomous ideas. Finite and infinite are not the opposite things.
Okay.
So infinite is a verb.
Help me understand how Earth doesn't end.
Okay, so I know like the common idea due to whatever is that finite and infinite are opposite things. Either something is finite and has a boundary, or something is infinite and has no boundary. But infinite is actually the process of counting. So it's a state in which you can keep counting and there's always a number after it. Right? So in this, I guess in the context you're talking about, is like, listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. So in your context, you're saying, is there a distance, like how far I can go, where this distance I can go no farther? Or is it where I can keep counting the distance no matter what? I can keep going. Now I weigh a mile, now it's 2 miles, 3 miles, and you can count endlessly and never reach any sort of boundary. In the context we're talking about, and as proven by Zeno's paradox, like 2,000 years ago, this question doesn't actually have any meaning, because you're talking about, is the Earth embedded in a larger space from which it would have an end, right? Because to have an end, that means there needs to be a space beyond this supposed end, which the Earth would be inside of, right? Do you agree with everything I just said?
I think you lost me towards the end. With the Earth would be inside of.
If the Earth was finite, it would have to be inside of something, right?
Earth were finite, it would have to be inside of something.
Yeah, so the globe, you think it's inside of a vacuum of space, right? You think it's like inside a giant vacuum, right? The Earth is inside the universe.
When we say that the Earth is, it's not finite or it's round, I don't think it necessarily needs to be inside of something, right? Just like when you say it's flat, but there is no end, I'm trying to still wrap my head around that.
Yeah, so this is why, because it's a paradox. It leads to the infinite regression fallacy. Okay, so the Earth has the Earth was a ball. It does have an edge, because edge is defined as farthest point from the center, right? So if the Earth is a ball, the farthest point from the center would be the radius, right? Wherever the surface is, that would be its radius, and that radius is denoted by the Earth stops And past that, there's the universe, right? Space. Let's just imagine there's no atmosphere. You're on the Earth with no air, right? So let's say just the surface of the Earth is the edge of the Earth, and it's inside of something, right? You can go beyond the edge. You can leave the surface of the Earth and go into the space that contains the Earth, right? The universe contains the Earth, right?
Okay, but to measure the marble,
What contains the universe?
I need to know the size of the room that the marble sits
The Earth is in your desk, though. The Earth is not an object. That's what I'm trying to get a hold of you, impart to you, is that we don't think the Earth is an object, like a disc or a freaking sphere or like a rock or like, it's not a finite object. It's not an object at all. Just like the universe as a whole, right, is not an object, which has a boundary.
So if we're playing person, place, or thing game,
think of the Earth as think of the universe. Well, think of the Earth as a universe. As the universe, it doesn't have a boundary.
Think of the Earth as the universe. It doesn't have a boundary.
Doesn't have a boundary. The concept of boundary is nonsensical. Because what I was trying to part to you, in mathematics, you have objects inside of what's called an embedding space. So they're embedded within some space, right? And we arbitrarily choose coordinate systems from which to measure inside this embedding space. Earth itself is the embedding space itself. All things are embedded within it. It's not embedded within something else. That's why there is no boundary. It's like, where's the edge of reality? What time was it before time started? Like, these are like infinite regressions. Because no matter
what, we talk about like stuff like
hold on. Let me finish the last part, because this last part is very important. If I told you the edge of the Earth is 1 million miles that way, right, north, east, whatever, you could just say, well, what's after that, and where's its edge? And you can do this forever and ever and ever, where you're always asking, well, where's the edge of that? Well, where's the edge of that then? Where's the edge of that? It's an infinite regression. You understand? We don't think that Earth is like a finite object, like a table or a ball or something like that. We don't think of it like that. This is a different, the right word might be cosmogony, but it's a different cosmological idea that the Earth is not inside of something, that it is everything. That there's a reality that you experience of being on the Earth, and you're not going to reach the edge if you go in one direction, because it's nearly impossible to even go in one direction, right? Without some external spatial reference that you can observe from everywhere that you go, which you actually can't do. But, this idea that you can like go in a straight line and reach some edge, we don't believe in that. Globe Earthers believe in that because in their paradigm, the Earth is a discrete object inside of a giant void, and that void has an edge. Maybe it doesn't have an edge, but it's expanding, so you can never actually reach the edge. So they take that can of, because I asked you, where's the edge of the universe? And all they do, that can is just kicked down the road. If you actually look it up, like on Google or in scientific articles and opinions of physicists, they address this edge of the Earth thing. They say, well, it kind of don't make sense, right? It just like this question doesn't make sense, because then you would need something to be outside the universe, and then what the hell do you call that? Is that like meta universe, super universe, another dimension? Like, what is that? Like at the boundary of the universe, at the edge of the Big Bang.
I feel like you've lost me, because I'm just simply like, I think you followed to the point where I'm like entertaining this idea, like, okay, if I go east, at some point it must stop, of course, right?
Listen, people of Earth have not. People of Earth have not determined.
Okay, or don't.
People of Earth have not determined an edge. That's it. You're asking a question that's the simple answer. No.
Yeah, that's the answer.
People have certainly circumnavigated the Earth, have gone east.
Yeah, that's going in a circle.
Using a coordinate system, which would be based on a portion of the Earth. Like, listen.
No, he's addressing what you said. You just don't understand his answer. Okay, Circumnavigation is a circle, and you're using a coordinate system, which the coordinates are circles. You understand? If you travel east,
when I follow my compass
even on the
east,
globe.
Tell me where the circle starts to happen.
Okay, where you are.
Or sorry, tell me where I start following coordinate systems.
Okay, so.
If you're using a compass, then it's going to be magnetically tied to north, right? So you're going to be traveling in a circle if you're doing anything other than going south.
Okay, so if I follow GPS, I go in circles, and if I follow my compass, I go in circles because the magnetic sphere is circle.
No. Is that what you're saying? What does that mean?
Okay, no, hold on. If you follow GPS, what does that even mean, dude?
We didn't even specify, so he just assumed. He didn't even.
He doesn't understand.
I'm not even going to go further than. Okay.
But we're trying to part you. There's a lot of things you think, like especially GPS. You think it works one way. That it's like some model of the globe. They're not using a model of the globe. So GPS uses something called Earth Center, Earth-based coordinates in places you want a plane. There is no globe. You see it as latitude and longitude because they do a coordinate transformation, which turns it into latitude and longitude coordinates. But those also are not a globe. Those are based upon a celestial sphere. Because you can't find your latitude and longitude without seeing the sky. It doesn't even make sense to even have those things. Right? Longitude is the solar position.
Make sense?
But again, he segued away from his own point about trying to find an edge, or if we can't tell him that we found an edge, why haven't they? So he's gone into assertion mode of, well, this is how it works on a globe. But going back to the whole edge thing, listen, the world had an edge before they discovered the Americas. Again, they used a coordinate system to travel. The same thing now with us using Greenwich as a point of reference. There's no difference. It has nothing to do with talking about whether there's an edge to the actual Earth or not. It's just a coordinate system that we use along the surface of the Earth to an extent. That's it.
Okay, so listen, I'm going back to circumnavigation. Okay, so if I have a magnetic compass and I go, I want to go east, I take I make sure that the magnetic hand points to my left hand, and I travel. And as long as I keep that compass needle pointed left 90 degrees from my direction of travel, I am going east. The thing is, that direction is a circle. You circle around to the same spot. Now you can draw a circle about this one point on a plane or any other object that exists or any surface, because you're just circling about a point. And you point toward that point and you travel it. You go 90 degrees from that point and it just traces a circle. That's why they call it circumnavigation. Did you understand that?
I think I follow this. I think we're on the same page.
Okay, I can actually put a graphic in the chat.
East, hold on. If I follow that compass east, that's my first circumnavigation. But then I take 10 steps south, and then I follow that compass east again, and I end up in the same spot, but 10 steps east. 10 steps south from my first circumnavigation. We can
you just made a bigger circle
from that method, right?
Hypothetically. That would assume that the compass actually points toward North Pole, but it doesn't in reality.
Sure, magnetic north, not, I get it.
It's more than that. There's something called magnetic declination. So compass is actually aligned to the local magnetic field.
Familiar.
And and they don't align to north-south. So if you're familiar, then you'll know that in the South Pacific, your compass, you think you're heading north and you're actually heading east. your compass will point 90 degrees from the actual, the magnetic field will align 90 degrees different from the geographic coordinate system of latitude and longitude. Which I don't want to go past is that you can't find your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky. You can't even find them. They're not based upon terrestrial references. It's based upon references of the sky. The entire coordinate system is based upon where I see the stars in the sky and where the sun is. Longitude is defined by the sun.
Magnetic north.
Well, I'm talking about the other. So there's actually 3 coordinate systems.
Well, don't go too fast. Because I have an issue with what you had just said. So when you were talking about, like, I understand, there's declination. You have to account for where you are on Earth to make sure your compass works right. But my understanding was it's only like a few degrees off. But you're saying
no.
In this, I don't want to misword you, but you said something about being in the southern hemisphere. If I go north, I'm actually going
south. No, not southern hemisphere. You need a sphere for a southern hemisphere. I said South Pacific.
South Pacific. So if I'm in the South Pacific Ocean and my compass is pointing, like I'm going east according to my compass, I'm actually going north. Do you know how many degrees off this is? Because
90 degrees.
It's just a few degrees, not
No.
What is that, 45 degrees off?
Only in the north is it close, but in the south it's not close. In fact, like if you just Australia.
Is it 45 degrees off in the south?
Depends on where you are.
Okay, can you tell me where I need to be 45 degrees off?
Okay, this is the easiest way to illustrate it. Okay, is go on Google, type in magnetic declination, click images, and you'll get a magnetic declination map. That map shows the field lines that your compass will align to. That means it will follow those lines. Some of those lines are 90 degrees from the north-south direction. Like entire swaths of the Pacific Ocean that are probably tens of thousands of square miles. It's not hundreds of thousands of square miles. I didn't measure it, so I don't know. But like the entire South Pacific, like from New Zealand all the way to like off the coast of South America, that entire section has like a 90-degree tilted magnetic declination. And when I say tilted, I'm not mean tilted to what the shape of the Earth is. Tilted versus the other coordinate system, being the latitude and longitude coordinate system, which is based upon the sky. And then we have a whole nother coordinate system with different cardinal directions that are based upon sunrise. Now, this is an older one. So east, if you look at the definition, is defined as where the sun rises on the equinox. And if you go on places like time and date and say, hey, what direction does the sun rise on the equinox at this location? Sometimes it'll be 91 degrees. Sometimes it'll be 86 degrees. But if the gold model, if that coordinate system, the latitude coordinate system was true, then the sun would always rise at 90 degrees from everywhere on Earth. But it doesn't. Okay. And then if you throw in the cardinal directions of a magnetic compass, there's almost no such thing. So it's completely arbitrary because of the declination. I know this might seem complicated, and it is. And like it's not like we invented this or just discovered it. They've known this since the 1800s. I can show you a map from the 1800s.
Flat earthers haven't invented anything.
Hold on, let me finish.
You guys don't have a coordinate system.
What are you talking about?
Or a map.
Do you guys have a map or a coordinate system? Show me a flat Earth. Accurate.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now. You asked me a question. I'm going to tell you right now. Antonio Stuburitz's map. It's published in the Book of the Sun. And the coordinate system is the Public State Plane Survey System. So there you go.
No, those are not flat Earth models.
No. Okay, the public grid coordinate system.
You're like 50 or 60 years old at your age.
The public grid coordinate system. Yeah, the public grid coordinate system is based upon square grids, which would not work on a sphere. Okay, and
where is anything that a flat earther has made that predicts what the Earth will be like, or shows any prediction?
There is none.
There is a prediction. I got a prediction. I have a prediction, a flat Earth prediction. 0 curvature per mile squared. Here's the predictions. And this prediction matches reality.
Well,
no, it doesn't.
The next time you're on a
flight, yeah, it does. You can say not all you want, dude. But I'll show you the measurements that this actually is the case.
Can you confirm I found the map in the side chat that you referenced? The Book of the Sun?
No.
I missed the name. It was like Antonio something. This is what I found.
Antonio Subarits. Suburits. Antonio Suburits.
Nothing better is coming up. Maybe you can find me a map.
I'll just post it.
Yeah.
And how? Like, I always have to ask this question: How do you plan on evaluating this map to know whether it's true or not?
Well, for example, you and I most likely use Google Maps to get around every day, and that might just be from Minnesota to Florida. But I think that there's a lot of money to be made if we can shorten flight times and say, hey, we don't have to fly over Alaska to fly from LA
Okay, you're proving your ignorance.
Japan.
You're proving your ignorance, bro. How do you think planes fly? How they decide what route they're going to take? It isn't shortest path.
Okay.
It's not how they decide.
Well, it would make more sense monetarily.
There's internet. No, they still couldn't do it. Doesn't matter about the money. They want to control air traffic, so they have international and domestic flight quarters, which planes fly in. Okay, so if you're flying across the Atlantic, you don't get to just point your plane at Europe and fly that way. You have to fly to from wherever you are to where the flight corridor that crosses the Atlantic starts and fly through that.
But before you get too off track, please supply that map.
Just ignore what I said. That everything, your entire premise was false.
Listen, you said
your entire premise was false,
for it, and I don't want you to forget about
Well, your entire premise is false, dude.
Okay, listen. I heard you about.
So this is a trick you guys do, right? Right? No. So this is a trick you guys do. You say, "Hey, can you get that thing?" And while I'm getting that thing, you make another claim and try to slip that through.
I wasn't making any more claims. I'm literally
you did about the flight routes that they would save money. That they would save money, dude. That was your plan, dude.
You asked me how I'm going to analyze this map, or I forget exactly what you said. Critique.
Yeah, the methodology.
And so I answered you. I'm still waiting on this map, though.
So the methodology, dude. The methodology from which how you're gonna figure out the map is true or not. The methodology.
But when you say I keep making claims while you're looking for this map, it's untrue. You asked me how I'm going to analyze it.
Yeah, how are you gonna figure out the distances are true or not, or the shape of continents or the orientation?
Listen, this is coming from a place of pure curiosity because I've never had a flat earther say, "Hey, we actually have a map." So I'm waiting patiently. Please provide it.
Oh, dude, this map has been around for years, dude. All the anti-flat earthers know about it.
Okay, well, you guys
which you're obviously part of that cult.
Following this map.
So you're obviously part of the anti-flat earth cult. So, like MC Toon and all these guys. MC Toon even debated Antonio Subarits about this and got fucking cooked and pretends he's never seen it before. And still says, he said it to me 2 days ago. He said it to me 2 days ago. It's like there's no flat earth map when he debated the map in question.
Oh, listen, I'm not debating. I'm just waiting.
It's in the chat, brother.
Okay.
No, this map was constructed from going to the UN, right, and going to how the countries list the official area of those countries. So every country claims, hey, this is the area of our country. And that's how he assembled the land masses, assembled the wall.
Oh, you're breaking up. You went to the UN. Yeah, I missed you after you were talking about the UN and land masses. Yeah, you're breaking up. So, I understand. I understand your hesitancy to post this map. It's definitely crude, but looking at the map earlier when we talked about how there is no edge, help me square the circle. Well, wouldn't this map indicate that there is indeed an edge? Okay, we lost him.
There's no, it's not necessarily. That's just he's saying, as far as I could tell before he got out there, he was saying that this is what was determined based on these self-reported land masses. It doesn't mean that there's a solid boundary there.
I'm back. Yeah, so
Yep,
that
we
was a
got you.
complete characterization saying my hesitancy. No, I am on a cell phone. I had to go into our regular Discord, and the search function sucks big time. Type in Antonio's name, download the map to my fucking phone, and post it. There's no hesitancy, loser. Okay? Stop being a scumbag, dude. Or I'm gonna get mean. Like, seriously mean, dude. Cut the shit. I was trying to be nice to you because you don't understand this shit. But that's about to end. And just assume you know everything and start smashing on you. Okay, so I don't want to do that. Okay, so this map, as I was saying, the oceans was constructed from shipping times, the official logs of ships, going back to the 19th century to the current day, and their orientation relative to each other is based upon experiment or measurements of the sun that Antonio and others did themselves. So they did a 24-hour observation on the equinox, they did a 24-hour observation on the summer solstice, and they did a 24-hour observation on the winter solstice, in which they basically did a modified Eratosthenes, where they had a known frickin' compass rose, which is the directions, a standardized gnomon, which was like a 12-penny nail, and you could print it out and go into his live stream chat over 24 hours and video the shadow direction, that solar noon, and get the actual direction of the shadow. You can determine whether it's solar noon because that's when the shadow is its shortest length. And he used this to compose and create this map without any globe shit, with completely omitting the celestial sphere. I hope that was a thorough enough answer. That's why I asked you, how are you going to decide whether this map is accurate or not? You're going to assume the globe is correct and then go, well, this map don't match the globe, so it's wrong. Well, your globe don't match the map.
My own arguments. I think just based off of our past conversations where you were talking about, we're only allowed to fly certain flight paths, so that's why some of them are curved. And I didn't say that.
Now you're going to straw man me. I didn't say anything about the curve. No, I didn't say that, though. You're not going to straw man me. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about flight paths being curved. I didn't mention it.
Be specific.
No, I said planes fly in international flight corridors. I didn't say anything about the paths. And the reason, if you look at it, like say a Mercator map, and the flight path appears to curve on that, is because that is a artifact of the coordinate transformation of going from a dual polar coordinate system into a Cartesian one. Now, if I don't do that, right, and I stay in the polar coordinate system and make a flat map, that flight path will appear straight. And I can actually show you that of pilots in the cockpit of an airplane showing their chart in a polar coordinate system with a straight flight path. Don't take the time it takes this, like a hesitancy to show it.
I missed what you just said.
Yeah, that's really dishonest, tongue like tic-tacs.
Which part? I missed. I didn't understand what the last person just said, but
he just said don't take the fact that it sometimes takes time to come up with the resources that we're spoon-feeding you as a hesitancy to show it. It takes time to dig this stuff out sometimes, so it's disingenuous. It's disingenuous for you to try to use time to look for resources as some kind of proof of the globe.
Okay, yeah, to be fair, when I asked for the map, I was surprised that he had a map, and I asked for it, and I waited patiently. He continued to argue with me. He didn't tell me, hey, give me a minute, I have to search for it and download it and then upload it. He then got defensive and said I started making claims while he's busy looking for it, which wasn't true. And so I've concluded that there was hesitancy here. And because it was such a long delay, he continued to argue with me. And looking at the map, it was crude on the surface. But
yeah, we all heard it. So can you concede now? Can you concede? Can you concede now that your hesitancy, without having any ability to read his mind, was incorrect, and that yes, if you keep going on something else, it's going to take even longer to find the thing. Yeah, let's just move on.
Yeah,
you asked for clarification.
I posted the video, but I'll get a screenshot of the relevant part. It's a short. I mean, you can find it yourself. So the reason the map is low resolution is because it's part of a book, and he wants you to buy the book and not pirate the fucking map.
Are you saying that there's a more high detail map in the book?
Yes. But the book was listed on. This guy's passed away, so the book was listed on Amazon. There's probably 2,500 copies that were printed. So whether you find one or is available, I don't know. But the name of the book is called Book of the Sun, published by Antonio Subirats. You can find it on Google, but I doubt you'll find one that's available. If you go, so he's dead. But some of his things he had still exist. So he has a YouTube channel also called The Book of the Sun, where there's hundreds of videos of him live streaming and going over maps and distances and all this shit. You can literally, if you want to take 6 months, watch him construct this map from data. Okay? I mean, I don't know what else to say. Plus, he also has a Patreon, so there's also basically the same version of this map. This particular shot I got is from a screenshot from one of his videos, but there's other, they're all low resolution like this one, because like I said, he wants you to buy the book. If you look up on Antonio Subirats' Patreon, there's other versions of this map. So there's a flora and fauna map, there's a sun map, there's a bunch of other shit.
I feel like I'm being silly in asking this question, but would you ever consider using the high detail version of this map if you ever decided to circumnavigate on a sailboat, or even just go from LA to Tokyo on a sailboat?
Why would we? There's already perfectly good maps. Yeah, what the hell?
Bro, seriously, you're on drugs.
The perfectly good maps, I would assume, are based off of a globe Earth, right?
Bro, do you think people circumnavigate with maps?
Yes.
Oh, really? What map is that? Because I'm pretty sure the Celestial Almanac is not a map.
Well, just to be clear, when I load up my my sailboat's autopilot, it's pulling from a map that's based off of a globe Earth. While it's displayed on my screen in a flat orientation.
What are the coordinates in?
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
What are the coordinates in for your little display, your little, computer graphic that makes you think it's a globe? What are the coordinates in?
I don't what's an example of an answer to what are the coordinates in?
Latitude and longitude? Is it in that?
Yes.
Is it in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which would be 3 numbers, X, Y, Z?
Earth center, Earth fixed. I'm not sure.
Yes, Earth centered, Earth fixed is the coordinate system GPS uses. If in the receiver itself, right, it gets what's called a RINEX message, and its data has 3 coordinates called Earth centered, Earth fixed, and technically called up, down, and easting. Those are the 3 coordinates. So really, it's one X, Y, and Z. Easting is Z, up is north, and down is east, I think. I don't know why they labeled it this way. But this is they used to use it in the UTM, Universal Transverse Indicator. So anyway, that's not the point. The point is that the coordinate system, right, the map is not the territory. So they take this ECEF, Earth Center, Earth Fixed, which is puts you on a tangent plane and does a coordinate transformation, which I already told you, into latitude and longitude. You can't find latitude and longitude using a globe, period, at all, ever. If I asked you, hey, I'm going to stick you somewhere on Earth, and you can't see the sky, how do you find your latitude and longitude? You can't do it, because longitude is the position of the sun relative to Greenwich Mean Time when it's going to be noon. So if it's noon in Greenwich and it's noon 5 hours after that where you are, you're at -5. And if it's noon 12 hours after that, you're -12. Right? So that's the longitude. Latitude is based upon the celestial equator. How high is the celestial equator above the horizon? Okay, wherever that is, if it's 45 degrees, I'm at 45 degrees. It's that's why I asked about the coordinate system. That coordinate system is not the Earth. But we would use that one to move around, right? We wouldn't use a map. We would use, so whatever your software is, it's taking probably GPS, Earth Center, Earth Fixed coordinates, doing a coordinate transformation into latitude and longitude. And if you whipped out the celestial almanac and looked at your latitude and longitude, you'd look up in the sky at the, you match the coordinates and the time, and you'd look in the almanac, you look in the sky, and you would see the stars that they said.
So before we get too far off of what I was bringing up was when I type this into my, Navionics on my sailboat, are they using a globe Earth, or are they ignore coordinates for a second?
I just explained
the map
it all.
that's represented on my flat screen. Is that a projection?
I just explained it all. No, they're not.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the maps that are loaded into my
Liberty
Navionics.
City?
Oh,
bro, is Grand Theft Auto using Liberty City? Bro, is Grand Theft Auto using Liberty City? I drive around. I punch hookers, dude. I drive cars. There's cops. Their cop car says Liberty City. Am I in Liberty City? Says it on the screen. So you're saying to me, hey, my sailboat, I have a device for navigation. It says on the screen, I'm using a little globe. I must be on a globe. No, they're not using globe math to do that.
Sorry, they're not using globe math or maps?
Yes, they're not using globe math, meaning a globe Earth and any of that.
Okay,
I just explained to you in detail how they do it.
That it's displaying. I'm the one that downloads that map from the internet, and that map I'm downloading from the internet is a projection.
No, it's not.
Of a globe Earth.
No, it's not. I'm trying to tell you you're wrong.
I'm certainly not loading this Antonio map.
Okay, tell me mathematically how they do the projection.
I think you're getting too off base.
No, this is directly on base. You're saying they use a globe, and then you said they use a globe to make a projection. I want to know the math in which they take the globe and project it onto the screen and do the math to make a globe projection. They don't use a globe. They're not using a globe. You just believe that. It's a fucking myth you guys believe. Over and over again, I do this shit, bro. And you guys just believe something. Nobody ever told you that. You made that shit up in your head. You just assumed that that's the case.
Help me understand here. Why would I even ask the question for give me a map of the flat Earth if the maps that I'm currently using are a map of the flat Earth, and they're certainly higher detail than what you.
No one said that. No one said that. No one said you're using maps of the flat Earth. No one said you're using a map of the flat Earth. You're using a particular coordinate system.
Map into my
I've already told you the answer. You're using a coordinate system, which is a map of the sky, which tells you what the sky looks like where you are. That's what it does. Just because they correlated that into some freaking graphical user interface and said you're on a ball doesn't mean you're on a ball. They're not using a ball Earth in the mathematics. Aren't you understanding? When they inside the computer, there's software, and that software does a calculation. And in those calculations, there's no globe in the mathematics, bro. But you keep saying it's using a globe, even though what would show it's using a globe would be the mathematics of a globe inside the computer. But there's no mathematics of a globe in there.
Okay. So if
is it
I'm
hard?
trying to do you good service here. Let me finish. So the map that I'm loading is like a Cartesian projection or Mercator projection map or whatever. I'm loading that in, but then my Navionics is doing math on the back end to, project what it actually my coordinates are from the sky's point of view to what my position is on, the sea's point of view. And it's doing that math and representing reality.
Look,
as
I don't know what your system is. You're just telling to me it could be a universal transverse Mercator. It could be like a Lambert conformal projection. There's like 100 projections, and you're looking at a small piece of it. So I don't know what they're using to project that. I don't know. So Google
it doesn't
Earth.
matter because every single option is a projection of the globe Earth.
No, it's not a projection of the globe Earth. Dude, it's not a projection of the globe Earth. You just keep saying. I'm going to say it one more time. Bro, I'm going to say it one more time. It is not a projection of a globe Earth. It's the projection of a coordinate system. And that coordinate system is in the sky. And I proved it by showing you how you can't find the coordinates of that coordinate system using solely the Earth. Okay, let's give it to you. You tell me this. Without seeing the sky, how do you find your latitude and longitude? I want the method.
So I don't think I can give you my method, but when I
because there is no method, it's impossible. Because it's impossible. Because listen, you can't claim that you're using a globe or your coordinate system can't even find when the globe can't even find any element of your coordinate system.
You're losing me. I'm trying to follow.
Okay, then stop waiting to talk and listen to what's being said to you. That I can't just say, hey, I cannot see the sky. What's my latitude and longitude? I will never find it, no matter how hard I try. I cannot find my latitude and longitude no matter what the fuck I do, no matter what observation I make of the natural world, no matter what mountain I'm on, no matter where I go, no matter what I measure, no matter what I do with a theodolite, I can never find my latitude and longitude until it stops being cloudy. And then I can see the stars and the sun and the moon and the planets. And then I can look in the nautical almanac and say, where are my coordinates? That's what they're projecting. They're not projecting the ground, they're projecting the sky.
Help me understand how this map I pasted is a projection.
Steelman what I just said, because I don't think you listened to a word I said. Steelman what I just said. Steelman what I just told you, bro.
We are unable to determine our location without, our coordinates without viewing the sky. If it's a cloudy night, we're helpless on what our coordinates actually are.
And that you can't find them at all with the ground. At all.
Okay. Are you ready to follow what I'm asking?
Okay. So given that's true, okay, because it is true, it's objectively true, how can you be projecting a globe when the coordinate system isn't based on a globe? And using a globe, you can't find any element of it. Okay, so your entire premise, these maps and these projections are based on a globe, is absolutely 100% categorically false, practically and mathematically and geometrically. In these coordinate system assumes you are the ordinate coordinate.
Or a cloudy day out, I can still use my GPS, right? I can still get my coordinates.
Yeah, on a plane.
Even in my car, even if it's like a super cloudy day and stuff.
Yeah, you get it on a plane. So your GPS is going to put you explain this again. The GPS mathematically is going to put you on a plane. It's not going to give you latitude and longitude. It's going to give you east, up, and easting, or up, down, and easting. XYZ, but they call it something else for I don't know what reason. Okay, that's where you're going to be somewhere on this imaginary plane that your GPS creates. Okay, but it can take a coordinate transformation, right, and say under this plane, there's a ball, right, and if we go, hey, that ball is a point in space from which there's a celestial sphere surrounding it, we can transform that coordinate, that up, down, and easting, into a latitude and longitude position. Okay, which that position is, when I look up in the sky, I see certain stars. I know you've been taught one thing your entire life, but the devil is in the details. What are they actually doing versus what do I think they're doing? I'm telling you what they're actually doing, not what you think, not like what everybody thinks they're doing. They're not projecting a globe. They are projecting the celestial sphere. Okay. And your little thing that you use in your sailboat is probably using a cylinder. It's probably using the universal transverse Mercator like Google Maps does. The Google Maps, contrary to the way it looks, doesn't use a globe. It uses a universal, technically it's still called the Webb Mercator, but the Webb Mercator is a cylinder that's like the universal transverse Mercator. But all of these, if you look at them, they all have latitude and longitude lines. And those latitude and longitude lines are used to place the elements of the map. But the elements are placed according to where the stars are, because that's where you have an intersection of latitude and longitude. It has a coordinates. That's someplace under a certain set of stars at a certain time of day, and that's where you frickin' place that marker on the map. You know, like, it might, I don't know if this is complicated or not, but you just have ideas, and they're just ideas, but it's not actually how it works. That's why I hate arguing or even talking to globe earthers about maps, because it's like a frickin' crash course in cartography and mathematics and differential geometry all at the same time. You can project any point onto any other, you can project any point on a surface onto any other surface. And there will be a distortion between 2 points. So you can actually get rid of that by using frickin' hyperdimensional space. So that there is no distortion. And this is, I wish Amish was here, because me and him were actually talking this morning about how they do this with so-called satellites. That each individual element, so they have the global space and then the object space, and there's a reason cartography has been around for a long time. There's a reason why there's maps that don't look like any of the maps we see today, because they're using different coordinate systems.
Would you agree that we'd simplify a whole hell of a lot if we just loaded into our...
It's not simplifiable.
Navionics, a flat Earth?
It can't be simplifiable. It's only, the only purpose is to make it idiot-proof. That's the only thing they're doing by making avionics, so that you look at a ball, you feel okay, and it tells you latitude and longitude coordinate, and you turn your little dial or whatever it is you do, freaking mouse cursor, I don't know, you point your boat in a direction, you get your course and your heading, and you try to make it 2 points, and then you make lots of observations and correct your course 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 over the course of a journey, and then you end up basically within where you want to go, within 15 miles. So like, say I want to sail from London to New York, I only got to get 15 miles within New York City, and I can pretty much see where it is, right? So I only got to get about that close. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to be close. And they make all these systems to be good enough for practical purposes. These are not, like, a sailboat isn't a measuring device. Neither is an airplane.
But my car's odometer certainly is, right?
Yeah, but, dude, do you know how inaccurate car odometers are? You have they're like 15 degree plus or minus.
When you say 15 degree, maybe map that out in like
15%. Sorry,
journey.
No, 15%. 15% plus or minus is their error.
I haven't found that to be true.
Well, based on what? How'd you
for example, when I use my projected map, which is based off of a globe Earth, and I go from Minnesota to Florida, and it says it's a 1,600 mile journey. I look at my odometer, I look at my Google Maps, I follow. It's certainly not 15% off from that 1,600.
Okay, what do you think 15% would be?
What, 300 miles or something to that effect?
Well, that would be like 200%. Or 20. That would be like 20%. When I said 50%, we're talking about the maximum errors. And according to the National Traffic Safety Board, they only have to be accurate within 12%. But typically, when measured,
I guess 300, the actual math is 240. Are you telling me that that the maximum is I'm going to be 240 miles off my odometer?
Could be. Could be. Have you ever checked?
Okay, it's never has been.
Okay, what has it been?
And I would challenge you to do the same the next road trip.
What has it been?
Because
what has it been?
Chances are we all use a globe Earth map.
Yeah, you're gonna challenge me to do what you didn't do. You never did this.
I have.
You're just making shit up, bro. Okay? What was the result? What was the difference?
It was accurate, and I got there.
It was accurate. That's not a quantity.
And not just
quantity. It was accurate. It's not a quantity.
Odometer.
Bro, it was accurate. It was accurate. It's not a quantity. What was the quantity you measured?
We're talking about.
You never did it,
less
brother.
than a mile off.
You're a fucking liar, bro. Bro, if you, dude, for it to be less than a mile off, okay? If you had like 1/1,000,000th of a difference in tire pressure in the size of your tire, it would be more than a mile off. Just stop it, dude. Stop it.
I feel like you're the liar now, and I would ask you to test this yourself. You will not find, at least in a modern car,
this has been tested.
That your odometer
That's why I'm calling you a liar, bro. Because it has been tested.
From a road trip of 1,600 miles.
It has been tested.
And let me just add, it's not only accurate in the amount of miles traveled.
Yeah, you're lying though.
But
you're lying though. But you're lying though.
Which part?
Saying that it has been tested and saying that it's accurate.
It's tested all the time, every day.
Okay, show me. Show us. Post the test results in the chat. So I want everyone that's listening on YouTube and everywhere else to realize that this person felt he had to lie in order to preserve the globe. And then we'll come in here and ask, why would they lie? That's so ironic, bro.
I think the irony is I'm not trying to protect a globe Earth.
Yeah, bullshit. Then why are you lying?
When I use my Navionics,
post the data.
It's certainly
then post the data. So we're gonna believe a liar, bro.
Okay.
You have no idea how you never.
I let you finish.
No, because you listen. I need you to concede that you've actually never tested the accuracy ever.
I absolutely tested the accuracy.
Okay, so what was the result? Give us the numbers.
I already answered this.
Yeah. You had said it was accurate.
And I told you within a mile.
Okay, so what was then? What were the numbers, dude? Was it 1697 and 1696?
1,600 mile trip.
Exactly 1,600. And it was different than 1599.
And just to be clear, it wasn't from Michigan. I'm not trying to dox myself and tell you where I live, but
here's where you live. No one's
1,600-mile trip. Google Maps said that's how far away it is, and I'm sure it was like 1632. But this was accurate, and it wasn't a 15% error. It wasn't 300 miles off, or 240.
All right, this is going to blow your mind. This is going to blow your mind, dude. What method does your car use to track its mileage?
My understanding is it's the rotation of the tires.
All right, so you don't actually know. So maybe you should go find out before you make claims about its accuracy. Because for all you know, it's getting a redundant from GPS coordinates. Because your car probably has GPS built into it.
It doesn't.
Could be.
Okay.
Try again.
How do you know that?
He's claim stacking, bro. He's just claim stacking.
Yeah, how do you know the ECM? How do you know the ECM doesn't have a GPS in it, dude?
Here's how I know.
You don't know what method. Listen, bro, you don't know what method it uses, so until you do, you can't make claims. Right. I'm not yelling. I'm just talking over you, talking through me, dude. There's a difference.
So you can't substantiate that you actually measured anything. You can't substantiate anyone else ever measured anything.
Here's my substantiation.
You can't substantiate how the
Google
methodology
Maps is the most popular provider.
Now it's an appeal to popularity.
Navigation tools.
Yeah. So what?
Millions of people use it every day.
Yeah.
And millions of people have found that it's accurate to get you from
how do you know that?
Only point A to point B.
Okay.
But also
millions of people found that accurate. I want to believe you. Bro, I want to believe you. I want to believe you. I want to believe you that millions of people. Bro, I want to believe you that millions of people found it's accurate. Please post the survey.
The proof is in the pudding. How many users?
What pudding? You don't have pudding. I want the pudding.
Versus how many users use the Antonio map to get from point A to point B. The proof is
so an appeal to popularity. They use my map, therefore it's true, and your map is not true. You're a
it's
fucking
not just
moron. if
it's
that
not
paper
just
worked.
us Globers use my map. It's flat earthers use my map too.
Well, I don't. And your map is not a globe.
So on the next road trip, are you going to use your Antonio map?
Well, first of all, I usually travel by plane. I'm not going to use any map.
Bro. Hey, Indio. I don't see any roads on Antonio's map, dude. How are you going to use that as a road map? This guy's a dope,
Dude,
man.
He asked me if I'd use Antonio's map to sail. Absolute sophistry retardation right now. Bro, you never did what was claimed. You just made more freaking baseless claims about how many people feel that Google Maps is reliable. How do you know that? You're just making shit up as you go along. Okay? And nobody cares how many people used Antonio's map. You didn't even hear about it till just now.
You're right.
I'm sure have you heard of the Peters connection?
If it's more accurate.
What makes you think that popularity is based upon accuracy?
Because I use Google Maps because it was more accurate.
That's not because you use it. So your evidence about what other people think and how popular it is based upon your personal anecdotal feelings.
I think the proof is in
Dude, you're a mess. You are an intellectual mess.
You're the one that's spiraling.
Dude, because, listen, first of all, I'm not spiraling. I'm disgusted, dude, by how like shoddy your reasoning is and how you think claims are evidence and that you can stack claims to infinity and that we're going to just accept them as true. I accept evidence. Now, if you have evidence for any claim that you made in this chat, starting all the way from the beginning of this hour, right? Claims about what uses a globe or what doesn't use a globe, about the coordinate system, about projections of the globe, about what odometers read, what the distances are, any of this shit. If you have a shred of evidence, data as measured, right? Quantified. If you have that, I'll take it. But until I have that, it's Hitchens' razor for you, buddy. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Yeah, I haven't seen any evidence from this guy.
Yeah, I came for the source data from the download because he said when I download into my nav computer for my boat, it's pulling from a globe source. I was waiting for that. That's the whole reason I joined the call, by the way.
Great. I can find you this link where you can download the globe map.
The globe map? Are you serious about that?
And just to be clear, I'm talking about a map that's a projection, and that projection is only used because it's a spherical Earth projected on a flat.
Dude, you're just reasserting the thing I disproved twice. Do you want me to go over it again for the third time? Oh, that claim is wrong. Literally, I gave you a free education in fucking geographic information fucking services. And you're just like, keep asserting the same thing. How many times did you flunk out of school? You keep telling the teacher that they're wrong over and over again. You're wrong, teach. It's this because these anti-flat earthers told me it's this. It's not a projection.
Check this out.
It's not even possible. Go ahead.
So, like, one of the problems you run in when you're trying to make a global map, kind of like what Antonio did, is that you need a way to integrate the local observations on a grand scale. And so you need a common demarcator, right? And so most people, when they make maps, they have to use something. And you think about it, you have natural demarcators that everyone can see, which is the celestials or the sun, or you can use a compass, right? So those are the three things that you have available to you. Like Indio explained to you, like latitude and longitude are just in reference to the position of the celestial, mainly the sun, at particular times of the day from your observer's location, right? There is no true cartographically accurate integration of a map on a world scale. That doesn't exist because there is no demarcator that can be seen by everyone simultaneously or that can be tapped into by everyone simultaneously. That doesn't exist.
help me understand, why do we all need to be able to see this at the same time to be able to come to an agreement on a map?
Because otherwise you're assuming its location in free space at a different moment in time. And you're giving a person a coordinate from your local time and your local observation that may or may not be 100% accurate based on various optical factors and geometric factors. Okay, it's that simple, dude. You have to create a matrix or a model of integration. And those matrix and models are based on preferences and biases. There's no raw mapping of the Earth, dude. On a grand scale, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I don't think I disagree with that. I think I follow that. I think I can understand that. Yeah, we're using other people's work to build upon. We can't all see the Himalayas at the same time, so we're assuming that the Himalayas are in this direction at this point in time, but I don't see how that
right. And but check this out, brother.
That we use today are actually accurate.
You think this direction is looking down? You think if you're in Corpus Christi, Texas, that you're looking through the Earth to look at the Mount Everest?
Yeah. You know what, Indio? I had that revelation one day in the past, where I was about to go to war, could die, about to invade a country, and I was on the East Coast because we deployed from Hunter Army Airfield, so obviously that's where we were. So I was on Tybee, right? Tybee Beach, looking out in the direction that I'm told the place I'm going is, being Iraq. Not once did it cross my mind that I was looking down through a giant curved Earth to see it. No, I just imagined I'm looking straight ahead and I'm going to go that direction and I'm going to arrive at my destination. In my matrix of my mind, I was entirely imagining traveling over a flat plane. Now, at this time, I knew nothing of the flat Earth, globe Earth argument. That didn't come till like 15 years later. But I clearly remember once I heard about flat Earth, globe Earth, I remembered that moment where I was contemplating my own mortality, looking out at a location where I was going to go and either survive or die. Not once did the idea that I was going to be traveling through a globe or over a globe ever came to my mind. In fact, the more I thought about it, not once in my entire life did I ever think about traveling, being on, or doing anything about a globe. The only time it ever crossed my mind was when I was watching television.
And they showed the graphic, right? ABC News.
Yeah.
Breaking, right? With a gun sitting behind your head.
Yeah. Yeah, but check this out, bro. I also reflected back on my entire military career. Not once did the idea of a globe come up. Not once. Not once. Not a single time.
No. Just remember, in the globe model, to figure out the direction you should look in, you would have had to get a theodolite and measure the angle to look down through the Earth to look at where you're going.
Yeah, never once did we talk about Coriolis. Not one time. Word never came off of anybody's lips.
If that ever existed, you never would have got there.
Not only that, I remembered some of the optics and weapon systems that we used, and so they give you out these playing cards, and either the deck of playing cards is essentially all kinds of enemy vehicles that you identify and you memorize facts about them, and then they also give you deck and playing cards with special persons, that are going to be in the area, so you can memorize who they are. And so one of the things about these playing cards is it might say BMP-1, 15 feet tall, right? So when I see a BMP-1, it's 15 feet tall or whatever. So I had the memory of all these sizes of these vehicles, and I remembered thinking back, we're being trained to identify these vehicles at 20 miles on some of these optics, dude. And some lesser and some greater, but I remember clearly, dude, if I'm out on a flat desert and I'm seeing this vehicle, how in the world can I see this vehicle if there's a giant hump of earth curve in the way? It's not going to happen. At 10 miles, the drop is 66 feet. There's no enemy vehicle taller than 66 feet, dude.
Yeah, and if it was, that would be bad for business on their part.
Exactly. So I clearly remember when I started looking backwards at all the things I'd experienced, that not only did I never think about a globe, did I never plan for a globe, did I never plan for any of the other claims about a globe, but the majority of the things I did superseded the claims of the globe.
Well, I mean, but let's segue it back to this guy. This guy, I can believe it, but you never would have got there. You could not even get to where you were going to be without a globe, without some globe map to get you there. It's categorically false, bro.
Yeah, dude, we use the military grid reference square, the MGRS.
Square.
To get from Kuwait. Square. To get from Kuwait. Well, they're rectangles, but they're unconstructed of squares within the rectangle.
Well, there's a pinned comment where the dude thinks this freaking square is a rectangle, so.
Yeah, so we went from Kuwait to Iraq, and I remember clearly piecing the maps together, dude. They just go one right after the other. Like, you look at them, they're arranged in rectangles. Now, of course, a glober will claim, oh, those rectangles are projections off of a globe, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But when you actually look at the map, the distortions that they claim are just the orientation between magnetic north and true north versus grid north. That's all it is. Because if you have a compass, right? Hold on. If you have a compass, that's all you're going to have. And if you don't have your plugger, which is the military GPS system, the first rule of maps. What's the first rule? Orient the map to the terrain. That's the first rule. All right, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to be completely sarcastic. You're forgetting when they taught us to account for Coriolis at the indoor shooting range. No, it drives me nuts how people who have no shooting experience, military background, or even think of looking into whether or not the Earth is moving, that they believe that a sniper or that a shooter has to account for Coriolis, or even to the point where they talk about it on the football field or on a basketball court. Give me a break.
You know, you got to hook,
funny, brother.
You got to hook them butts. You got to hook them.
Oh yeah, like Wanted, where they curve the bullets.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know what's interesting, bro? Is I hear these guys say, you should just take a straight shot from where you are to where you're going, and then that proves the map. Well, we left from Savannah Hunter Army Airfield, and we arrived in Kuwait on the east side, right below Iraq's border. And if you plot that on a map, we traveled through Nova Scotia, I believe, and then whichever one's right off the edge of Canada. And then we went to Ireland, and then we went to Germany, and then we went to Kuwait. Now you track that, it pretty much is a straight line on a map of Subarats or azimuthal projection style. So I guess my flight to Iraq proves the Earth is flat, I guess, according to their logic.
Didn't Mythbusters do a thing on that curved bullet with an automatic arm and stuff, electronic arm or whatever, and they proved it like it's just Hollywood BS?
Yeah. Well, you could curve a bullet. Yeah, but you could curve a bullet's path, but it would mostly be with the aerodynamics of the round. It wouldn't be with the.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, there already is curved bullet trajectory. It's called spin drift. Everybody already knows it, but it's not like you're going to hit somebody behind somebody else 10 feet in front of you. That's not going to happen.
I mean, this is just for fun, right? You guys don't actually believe that?
Believe what?
Flat Earth.
No, the Earth is flat, brother. That's obvious.
And it's not a belief; it's a knowing. It's a knowing and an understanding. Flat Earth is an observation. The globe is a claim.
Like, we're just doing this for fun, right? It's not real.
Are you coping? Are you trying to cope right now?
No, I'm saying this is
all for fun, right? Shallow that you have to cope because you hear something that goes against it.
It's kind of like when his girlfriend cheated on him. She said, "I'm cheating on you," and he said, "No, that's not real. You're just doing it for fun, right?"
Twonger, you're hilarious, man.
Oh, wait a minute. This is a guy. Hold on, friends. This is a guy that's been around.
You guys
I
are
thought this was
joking,
some
right?
new guy that just showed up. No, we're not joking, dude. The Earth is clearly flat, just as we experience it. Everywhere we go, up is up, down is down, level is level. Down is perpendicular to horizontal, which is parallel to the surface of the Earth's water, which is the standard for sea level. That means that all the elevations of the Earth are arranged
Kid, what
between
about
two
the GoPro
parallel
video?
planes that are arranged horizontally.
What about the
A
instant?
GoPro? What do you mean a GoPro?
Video, kid?
You can't tell me you didn't have fun.
Of what?
with that rhetoric right there.
No, that rhetoric is fun because it's very eloquent and precise. And notice how he couldn't even stand me finishing it because he knew where it was going to go. He just wanted to appeal to a curved camera and hope that a curved camera proves a curved Earth.
Funny. I don't know.
What was actually fun was knowing that when he said all that, a little pee came out of you.
A what? I didn't hear you, Indio.
The cock.
Yeah, I said what was fun was knowing that when he said all that, and you realize everything he said is factually and true, a little pee came out of you, out of fear.
What do you think? I have incontinence?
No, I think you, like, when you're scared like a dog, you piss.
Is that something you were recently diagnosed with? Is that why it's on your mind?
Yeah, okay. Oh my God, no you. Is that your best comeback? No you?
Stutter.
Well, you're the one that sounds like a geriatric.
I don't even know what that
Hey,
means.
you're right. No, Indio, they're entirely correct. You were recently diagnosed with a urology problem and are in fact older than them. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. You guys can just leave now. You proved your case.
Yeah. Dude,
Well,
look how easy that is.
I know the Earth is a globe.
Okay, how do you know that?
Science.
What does that mean? What science? Can you point us which one? Which scientific experiment?
There's plenty of them.
Okay, give us just one out of the millions.
Can you give me just one that points to a flat Earth?
Don't try to change from you to us, okay?
No, that's
Go back
how it works.
to how you know the Earth is a globe, because I can tell you how I know the Earth is flat. But since you say that you know the Earth is a globe because of science, whatever that means,
Right.
because science means the systematic study in the natural world and the things in it. So I want to know how, from that, you know the Earth is a globe. What part of the science?
All of the science supports a globe.
Okay, show us.
What do you mean? Show me where it doesn't.
Okay.
Well, hold on, brother. Hold on.
Just said.
Let's take him at his word. All of the science supports a globe. So when you went and got your urology diagnosis and they used a chemical test to see if you were in fact suffering from a certain infection, and they put that infection in the chart, they then checked off the box, proves Earth is a globe. Yeah, you're right.
No,
Yeah.
all of it. I mean, I can't believe I have to explain this to you, but all of the science relevant to the globe, in fact, supports it. And I'm not talking about the entirety of science, retard.
And why do you believe that?
Why wouldn't I?
Okay, because you've never seen the evidence that you claim exists. You've never even looked for it.
I don't need to.
So then how do you know all of it supports the globe?
Just common sense, everyday observations,
Common
like the sun
sense.
setting and stuff like that.
Which common sense did you use to determine that?
My eyes.
Your eyes. Okay, so you've seen the Earth as a globe. Okay, where?
When the sun rises and sets.
Well, that's the sun. We said the Earth, right? We're talking about the Earth?
Right, it's all a system that works together, you know?
Okay, yeah, cool. So it's just claim stacking at this point. We want to know how you know the Earth is a globe.
Because that's what it presents itself as.
Where?
So
From
you
where?
looked at the sky. You looked at the sky and you determined you're on a spinning water ball in space. Okay, great. Thanks.
No, I
You
also
saw the
watched-
sun.
I watched
You
boats
saw the
go over
sun come over the horizon so you could enjoy your day.
Really?
And then you saw your sun disappear over the horizon so you can enjoy your evening, and you determine you're on a spinning water ball. Excellent.
Look, I guarantee you've never seen a boat go over the horizon. You personally.
A tilted, wobbling space ball, yes.
So where
a
did
boat
you go?
over a boat over the horizon now? Okay, complete that circle.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
and?
Oh, this is Twanner? Dude, you're a dipshit. Shut up, dude. Put yourself on mute.
All right, see ya.
Dude, Twarner, you know you're a flat earther. That's why you keep coming back.
No, I'm just having fun.
Yeah, you are.
It's all,
yeah, you are, dude. You're more dedicated than some of the flat earthers in this chat.
It's all a big fat joke.
Yeah, yeah. It's all just a big fat cope. You're a flat earther and you hate yourself for it.
Well, I hate myself,
You
but
were,
not for that.
you were in the room before I tapped in today, Twonger. That's how dedicated you are to FE. Welcome, buddy.
Yeah. What? Hey, flat man, you got some good memes, dude.
Well, I mean, he's a hardcore FE dude, and you're here more than him. Damn, bro.
I'll let some of the new guys speak. That's always fun.
Oh, you're not a new guy? Yeah, that's right. How come you know less than the new guys then?
Yeah, you wish.
Okay, Steelman won flat Earth argument.
Space is fake.
That's not an argument, though. That's just a claim. So we want the argument. Space is fake.
Gas pressure requires a container.
Oh, awesome, dude! You are paying attention. No, is that a true statement?
Sounds like another claim to me.
Is that a true statement that you just made?
Sounds like this sounds like another claim. Same as space is fake.
Well, I mean, gas pressure is known. Cryogenic container is known empirically. It's not a claim.
Yeah, but it's not an argument.
Well, yeah, typically it's not an argument, right? It's a descriptive statement of reality. Yeah, it's not an argument. Correct.
It's funny how you recognize that space is fake is just a claim, but saying gas pressure requires a container is just a claim too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no. Well, it's a description of reality.
Well, have you seen the container?
I don't need to see the container. I've seen the pressure.
Okay, I don't need to see the entire Earth as being a sphere to know that it's a sphere. There you go.
Okay, no one said you did.
Oh, so small samples work?
Yes.
Like a township? Like a survey of a township?
Like a survey of a township? In what coordinate system?
Yeah.
Yeah, in what coordinate system?
What does it matter?
If you don't know why it matters, then no survey you could listen. If you don't know why it matters, if you don't know why you're over talking me,
why it matters.
I'm going to. Why are you talking over me? You guys ask questions and then try to answer them yourself. Yeah, by talking over. So here we go. Every time I speak, you talk. Why?
Because you're not telling me.
Yeah, because you're talking, dumb fuck.
So tell me. I'm waiting.
Okay. It matters because depending on the coordinate system you use, it changes the datum and changes the orientation of the plumb line measurements. So if you assume that you're in a latitude, longitude coordinate system, because that coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere, expressing points and relationships within that coordinate system will quite naturally, because celestial sphere, on the interior surface of the celestial sphere, will quite naturally show that because the property of the sphere is equidistant from the center, that you're going to have a curved surface. It's not a measurement of a curved surface. It's a mathematical transformation projection onto a surface. So, if you don't know what that is,
are you telling me? Are you saying that latitude and longitude don't give you specific ground positions?
No, they do, but they're not based upon. You can't, from a ground position, find your latitude and longitude.
Why not?
Because the coordinate system's in the sky.
No, it's not.
Okay, I'm going to prove it is. Okay. All right. So, longitude. To find your longitude, you need to know when it's noon, where you live, relative to Greenwich Mean Time. So if it's noon 5 hours for you after when it's noon in Greenwich Mean Time, you are at 5 times 15 degrees longitude. Okay, so there's one coordinate axis. The second coordinate axis is you need to know where the celestial sphere is relative to your horizon. Okay, so if the celestial sphere is 45 degrees above the horizon, right? Where are you?
Yeah, I don't know why you're referring to technology.
Where are you?
Like from like
No,
200
it's not an
years
analogy.
ago.
This is the coordinate system.
We have satellites now that can tell us our latitude and longitude.
No,
we don't need
they
to
don't.
wait.
You're just you're woefully uninformed.
They do. But they
okay.
do.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
But they do.
No, they don't. Okay, the Rhinex data in your GPS, it gives you 3 coordinates. What are they? You have no clue. You don't have a fucking clue, dude.
No, I don't.
GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The coordinate system is up, down, and easting. It gives you those 3 coordinates. Those coordinates are on a plane. They're not on a globe. To get the latitude and longitude from that, they do what's called a geometric transform into latitude and longitude, which I already proved, is based upon the stars. Okay?
Let me ask you something. Do longitude lines
No, we're not even moving on, bro.
Do longitude lines converge? Do longitude lines converge as you go north from the equator?
No.
They don't?
No.
Really?
Why would you think they do?
Because they're measured that way.
Oh, really? Can you post those measurements?
Sure. Like I said, a township survey shows this.
No, it doesn't. Because I just explained what longitude is. No, because I just explained what longitude is. It's the position of the sun. So you're going to need to show me position of the sun measurement.
No, it's not. No.
Yes, it is.
You said latitude.
Okay.
Listen, when I asked you, do latitude and longitude give you specific ground coordinates? You said yes.
No, they're not specific ground coordinates. No, they're not.
So then why did you say yes? Okay, so then tell me your latitude and longitude.
I can't without seeing the sky.
That's just false.
Okay, tell me how to do it. You can't see the sky.
If you gave me your latitude and longitude, would you be doxing yourself?
Okay, really simple, brother. Tell me how to get my latitude. No, shut the fuck up. Now, tell me how do you get your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky?
If you gave me your latitude and longitude, would you be doxing yourself?
Tell me how to get your latitude and longitude using only the ground, the earth, and not look at the sky. Go.
Only using the ground and the earth? That doesn't sound like 2 different things. Why would you call the ground and the earth 2 different things?
Now you're muted.
He said the ground and the sky.
You know what I mean. You're just being a dick. Too bad. It ain't going to work. You had your chance, dude. If you want to type it in the chat, right now, how you get your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky, you're more than welcome, and then I'll unmute you.
What a smart ass using GPS on your phone. Oh my God.
Slimy fucking people, bro. Okay, you said use GPS on my phone? My phone uses location services. It don't use GPS. So next one, try again. And even if it did display latitude and longitude, that is a coordinate transformation. That's not the GPS coordinates, which are in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. If you care to, you can go to Google and type in Rhinex message, and then click Google Images. and it'll show you screenshots of what a GPS message looks like, right? And you'll see 3 coordinates. Those 3 coordinates are on a plane in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It's not a globe. How many times have I explained that today? 5?
At least 5.
Now, this is Grandpa Fiddlebone here. So when you say we're on a disc-like structure, what exactly do you mean by that?
I don't say that, and neither does anybody else in this chat, and you actually know that, so.
Nobody even said that all day long.
You're never going to be unmuted, Grandpa Fiddlebone. You might as well move on to do your act in another VC. So, okay. What you posted the WGS84 reference ellipsoid. Ironically, that's a datum. Okay, that's not the Earth. That's a datum, a reference datum. Ironically, this conversation started at what coordinate system are you using? And you're like, why does that matter? Now, if my datum is a reference ellipsoid, there's going to be curvature. If I change my mind and say, I don't want a reference ellipsoid data, I want a cube, that's going to, and then I measure things and then I project those points onto that shape, right? And I can say, I don't want to use that. I want to use a wireframe Smurf from Gary's Mod. I can map positions of the stars onto a freaking Smurf wireframe. This is called texturing in video games, right? And say the Earth is a Smurf. Okay? Pull your head out of your ass, well, and your shoulders too, because you jammed it way up there, right? Your freaking shoulders deep and you're on behind. So pull your head out your rear end, go learn something, then come back. Ironically, Dan, you posted Google Earth. I'm pretty sure you've ever been told this. Google Earth uses what's called the Webb Mercator, which is a cylinder. So no, you still don't have a globe. So your question was, is Google Earth a sphere? The answer is affirmatively no. It's a cylinder.
Maybe Bad Joker the 8th has proof of curvature. You got something to prove your globe there, Bad Joker?
Dude, dealing with this chat today is like shoveling, right? When you start shoveling, it's easy. But as you get deeper, the ground is harder. It's more rocky. You're hitting clay and boulders and stuff. That's how this chat has been today. It was easy at first, and now I'm hitting the hard-headed motherfuckers.
Yeah, you definitely got down to a harder layer. I agree, Indio, but you've been powering through. It's been good. Lots of good content for people who are paying attention.
Trouble, man.
Right. Yeah, we got to have some backup shovels there for you. Might have to get out a jackhammer.
No, but I really am. I'm really trying to be civil, but you're making it tough.
Oh no, I think you've been doing great. You're very civil. I mean, you've been giving them back what they give you. So what more can you
The
do?
guy before him, I don't know what his name was. He was Fallen Friends or one of these guys with the maps, man. Like, bro, how many times do I have to tell him it's a projectional coordinate system? Like, what do you want to like? Okay, I don't know what's in the 1600s. Gauss wrote something called the theorem of Egregium. Okay, where it's shown mathematically you can project points from one surface sent to any other surface, and that there's general rules across all geometries, like intrinsic curvature, extrinsic curvature, coordinate transformations from one surface to the other, manifolds, etc., right? It's like this is the foundation of differential geometry, and you guys, and this is what they use. Why do you think these mathematical techniques were invented and why they exist? This is why they exist. These mapping problems. And there's a difference between mappings and projections. So mappings aren't rays, right? They're curved lines where where the map from one point to another is a function, as opposed to what you're thinking. There's a projection where you draw lines that intersect points on a sphere, and then below the sphere intersects points on a flat surface, and then they transport that point from one surface to the other. Yeah, that is a projection. But that's actually not what they're doing. They're doing the mapping part, not the function part, or not the projection part. But they teach in school that they're doing a projection. The Mercator projection. It's a projection of a sphere. Yeah, kind of, but not really. Kind of, sort of. It's like a double projection. It's even more than that. It's a double projection in a mapping.
Yeah, that was hung like Tic Tacs. That was before Flat Earthers are silly. Yeah, he was quite stubborn. Yeah, and he was the one who claimed he was gonna, or that we should use Antonio's map for sailing or driving around. Wonder if that guy's got his globe on the front seat of his car when he drives around. But he imagines his globe is in his GPS. That's what he's imagining, and he's going to keep imagining it no matter how much you explain it. Yeah,
there's a little globe in there. It's like it's like a bobblehead, like a little globe. Hey, remember those compasses that floated in water? The round ones that you stick on your dashboard.
Oh yeah, those were cool. They had little suction cups on them.
Yeah. Maybe he's got one of those, but instead of it being a compass, it's a globe, and it just like wherever he is, it just shows where he is on this rotating globe. It just keeps reorienting.
Yeah, so he's never too far from his idol.
Yeah, he's like, I'm right there on this ball on my dashboard.
I actually had a note on that guy. May 15th, 2025, cyclone started to get through to him. And now I'm like, I guess I was wrong about that one. He must have been pretending. I should change the note. Like I did actually. Then I did add
failed
it
miserably in my predictive powers.
I know. Mistake. He was faking it, or he's just gone back to his globe training. I don't even know. But yeah, I did add it. I'm like, 7:20. And to talk to him, and he's completely lost. Or I think I just said back to Globetard mode. Actually, I put that in my secret notes. I usually don't run around calling them Globetards, but I did put that in my note. Yeah, full disclosure. So next time, he pretended to be interested and understanding, and then he went back to Globetard.
Bro, Flat Earthers are silly as... Dude, are you okay over there? You just posted the public state plane survey system. That's a square grid. Like, do you like debunking yourself? Even in your own image, they show a square block.
There's my note. I hope I'm here for round 3. We'll see what he does for round 3. Yeah, Grandpa, we've heard that before. We've had enough of your question, comments, and concerns. Oh, good. Inja's just saying bye-bye.
Yeah, I can't stand that dude.
I know, he never has anything to contribute, yeah. He never would address my concern even if I shared it with him, so why should I? Tristan's upset. He's a Grandpa fan. Hey, Tristan, you could always talk to us. Tristan can talk, Indio. I've heard him before. Have you? The duck.
I was just going to say, I've never heard her talk, I don't believe.
Yeah, I think yeah, probably.
Gosh, well, I thought it was a male flat man, but I'm not going to sit here and argue with the over pronouns. But yeah, I have personally heard it. Yep, one time.
Thanks for correcting me, Mary Mom. I haven't heard them speak, whatever they think they are.
Yeah, I mean, the duck is too young. You can't tell until they're like at least 10 to 12 weeks old. They start getting the curly tail feather if they're a male, and then the female has the more pronounced quack, where the male is more like a grunt. So it's hard to tell from the profile picture. I don't blame you. All right, well, I gotta go grill some burgers. I've been trying to get to it for a while here, but I keep getting distracted, so I think I'm just gonna have to leave to actually focus on the test. But it's been great, everybody. I will catch you later. Good job, team, as always. Bye.
Your spirit is finally broken. You can leave now.
Whose spirit's broken? The Clovers?
Theirs.
Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. I mean, they all ran away, right? Yeah. I think so. Yep. Accomplished mission.
Yesterday, I was listening to a conversation between a Globe individual and I can't remember if it was Jin or AI. Anyways, well, AI's here. He'll remember when he hears this if it was him. They were trying to explain to him gas pressure requiring a container, and the guy was having a hard time understanding it. And I posted a meme that shows the gas pressure principles with the squares, but then the globe underneath showing the non-vacuum and vacuum of space with a barrier between it. And I wanted to unmute and say to the gentleman, picture a plastic bag filled with air, and inside that bag is a ball that spins with water on it and whatnot. And on the outside of that bag, there's a vacuum cleaner, like somebody holding a vacuum cleaner nozzle, and they come up to the bag and put it in the top of that bag, the vacuum cleaner nozzle. What would happen? Obviously, the bag would suck around the ball and all the air would be sucked out. Well, same idea with the globe. There needs to be a barrier between that spinning ball and their claim of what's going on beyond the ball and what they present to us as space. And so without a barrier, no ball and no air to breathe. Whether we were on a ball or not, there'd be no air with no barrier. But anyways, I just felt it was more my place to stay quiet and let them talk it out. I just wanted to share that with the people listening now. And that being said, I don't know if my analogy would have helped him understand the barrier around the ball better or not, but I know he was having a hard time grasping gas pressure requiring a container. They make it sound like it's everywhere. The boat goes over the edge, from an airplane, from a building, from outer space. Curves everywhere, man. The way they make it sound.
Exactly. So, like, where are the countries in relation to each other? Sorry, not countries, continents. Or just land masses in general.
How the fuck would we know? And then how would you confirm it?
Well, my God, you're mumbling, so I have no clue what you just tried to say.
I said, how the fuck would we know? And then how would we even confirm it?
You would go to those places?
Well, how would you know the relative orientations? You wouldn't be able to tell from there.
No, because you compare it to the orientation you were on to when you travel from continent to continent.
Must be map day. Is it map day? Is today map day?
I don't know why you're
upset. Do you know
upset.
anything about maps, cartography, map making,
I'm trying to just have it.
Oh, no, I want to figure out, like I've done this, this will be the third time today with someone coming in, like the third consecutive, in fact, of making a map argument. But the last two didn't really know anything about maps. So you're asking now for a map. How are the continents oriented relative to each other?
That's why I'm asking, because I don't know anything about maps. That's what I'm asking.
Okay. Do you know anything about coordinate systems?
To a certain extent,
system transformations. What?
So I guess a little bit. Like I know of coordinates.
Like latitude and longitude's a coordinate system.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm aware of that.
Where is the origin of that coordinate system? Where does it start?
The equator, I believe.
Kind of. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's an acceptable answer.
Yeah, because that's where it starts at 0, 0 there in the middle.
Yeah.
Well,
so you
I don't know if that would be.
0,
Well, that's what I'm asking. Like, is 0, 0 the middle, or like where in relation to like?
Okay, so this is why I started here. That's not the Earth. That coordinate system. So if you read a book, 200 years ago about talking about the equator, they would say the equator would be above you. And they'd say the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, you'd be under those things. You're not on them, you're under them.
Okay, but they like quite literally correlate to like the spot on Earth. Like there's a physical spot on Earth that has the coordinates 0, 0. There's a physical location.
No, they don't. No, they don't, dude.
What do you mean?
Don't.
I'm on a physical location right now.
Spot on Earth because they move around.
No, they don't. My coordinates stay the same.
Oh, really?
Like if I stay here, my coordinates stay the same.
Really?
Yes, for the past like 100 or so years, Philadelphia has been at like -75, 25 or something like that.
Okay, how did they make that coordinate? It has not changed. Okay, how did they make that coordinate?
I don't know, and then it's not really relevant.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, and you're telling me no, which is crazy.
Okay, but like because it hasn't changed, it is very clearly not changed for many, many years. You're saying they do change, and that it's not a physical location when it is a physical location. I'm at that physical location right now.
Or something for the from the UK Ordnance Survey that says latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. Will you believe them?
Oh no, I'm saying they correspond to a place on the ground. Sure, the coordinate itself like originates at like the stars or whatever the fuck, but like it does correspond to a physical location, and those places exist. There is a location called 0, 0.
So without the stars, you can find those coordinates, right? You can find Philadelphia's latitude and longitude with no stars.
I mean, because we already have the latitude longitude system set up. Yeah, I don't need the stars anymore. We already have the grid.
No, everyone just agreed. It's called a convention, right? They agreed by convention that Philadelphia has those coordinates. That's how it actually works. And you can read about the international. You can read this.
We signed it. Yes.
So you can read
You're saying
this.
it changes.
Why are you interrupting me for the third fucking time? Okay.
Because you're spiraling.
You can read,
you're not having a normal conversation.
Because I'm trying to give you information on why you're wrong. Okay. And you don't want to hear it. The international
it's not the correct information.
No, it's not. I'm referencing. So I'm giving citations to authoritative sources, and you're just blabbing.
Appeal to authority. Sorry, kind of had to get that out. It was kind of funny.
Anyway, what else I'd like to point out is you're not even listening to what he's saying.
No,
you're talking over
he's not
him.
listening to what
You're
I say.
saying he's incorrect.
Yeah, the International Terrestrial Reference System says that local latitude and longitude coordinates, like the latitude and longitude in New York City, are agreed to by convention. We agreed to them. Do you know why we agreed to them? Because there is no universal datum that everybody uses. Latitude and longitude are not points on the ground. Okay, they're not. Sorry, they're not.
I understand that.
Okay, they're points in the sky.
What I'm
because everybody agrees that Philadelphia is at latitude and longitude, it's that way not because of measurements of the world. It's because in our heads we all agreed that this is the location.
And that's what I'm trying to say. And
it does change because it has changed. It changed between the 1920. Listen, it changed between the 1927 North American Survey datum in the 1983 one. It changed. It moved.
From what to what? Do you have a source for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Got a source for the whole fucking country.
No, I want a source specifically for your claim of from 1927 or 77, whatever you said.
I should make you find the source where it hasn't changed.
You know, the burden of proof is on the guy who said that, like, it's changed.
So the first person that made the claim that it hasn't changed was you.
Okay, because there is no evidence that something hasn't changed when it hasn't changed. Like, if I don't brush my teeth right now, I can't give you evidence that I didn't brush my teeth because I didn't do a thing. That's not how you can't prove lack of something other than just not having it. And there's not going to be any tangible evidence of something not happening. So do you have the source? You're taking a long time.
Yeah.
Seems like you're reading directly from the website.
What website? What website am I reading from?
Whatever source you're about to send me. The fuck?
Okay.
You're reading from something. It seems like you're reading something, but maybe you're not. But I just want the source for this.
Seems like. So you have ESP now? Now you know what I'm doing on my end in Cambridge?
No, I literally just said I'm assuming because it sounded like. Do you know words? Do you know how words work, buddy? Do you know how English language
work? You have no idea
what it seems like. You're not tracking this conversation.
How does it seem? How does it seem like it, bro? Did you use ESP? How did you perceive that?
Because it was like your tone.
You know what it seems
and
like? It seems like you're just a narrative spinner trying to blow bullshit up my ass, and I'm not.
What narrative? I'm not painting any narrative. I just want the source.
Okay.
You're getting heated about like an assumption that I thought you were reading directly from an article.
Assumption like what it seems like.
My guy, there's literally nothing wrong with someone assuming that like you're reading off of something. Because like you're trying to prove something here, so of course you're gonna want a source to read directly from. If anything, it's a compliment.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, dude!
Listen, brother. You don't know how any of this is.
You keep talking. Just send me the source for this. Send me the source.
Yeah. Stop yapping, dude.
Because you don't have it. You don't have the source exactly.
Now I'm scrolling up to get it. So hold on a second. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking folder. No wonder. Dude, the other guy tried to spin this same narrative. The same dude making the same map argument, 2 people before you. I took too long to find the source, and it's because I didn't want it, because I didn't have it.
You're jumping to conclusions. You have no idea what my thought process
was. If I say I have a source, dude, if I have a source, I always have it. If you ever been in this chat, you should know you're literally talking to the very wrong person to say you don't have that. I don't talk about things unless I have evidence to bet. I don't talk about things unless I have evidence. Listen,
okay, I understand you have evidence. I want to see it.
One more time, dude. Talk over me. See what happens.
Because you're repeating yourself. I understand that. I already told you I understand what you're saying.
I'm repeating myself because you're interrupting me every time I fucking talk.
Because I already heard you say it. Obviously, I don't need you to repeat yourself.
You heard me say it. What did I say?
Oh, I'm gonna scream.
Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. Your gimmicks will not work here, kid.
It's not a gimmick. I understand. Just fucking give me the source. I understand that you have the source. I just want it.
Stuttering fucking idiot.
I didn't stutter. Maybe it was my internet, but whatever. That's just a weird ad hom because you can't hold your own on conversation right now.
So here's one source.
No, give me a link. I don't want a screenshot. Do not give
me the other one.
No, shut up. This is a screenshot. Give me a link to something tangible. I will not take screenshots. Prove nothing. I could screenshot my own fucking source. I could write up an entire thing on Google Docs and screenshot it and send it to you and be like, "This is my proof." For whatever.
I'll give you the PDF in a second.
Yeah, just send me the PDF.
Okay, yeah. Hold on a second.
Why are you doing this fucking song and dance?
I got to get the other thing. Hold on.
I feel like if you had the source, you'd have it more ready by now. I don't know. I feel like you're pulling this out of your ass and you're searching for it because you can't find it.
You talk. Yeah, I'm going to post it.
Post it. You've been taking forever to post it.
Yeah, because I'm talking to you and you won't shut your pie hole.
You can't do two things at the same time. I'm scrolling through Twitter, Tinder, and my email while arguing.
You want to know how? Now you're muted. Okay, you wanted to play. You want play stupid games. You just want a stupid prize. Okay, fantastic. Now you're muted. Jesus fucking Christ, dude, you're a moron. Okay. I'm going to get you the sources for those two things I posted. Okay, there's one. That's for the datum shift. Okay, now the other one. Hold on a second. Basically, not it. Where was it? Okay. Oh, here it is. Okay. Now I posted. So now I posted both my sources. I'm sure you're gonna go read them and understand them and come back, right? So you're muted until you read them.
It was pissing me off how he was putting the pressure on you to get the info right away. Like, where is it? I thought you'd have it ready. Oh, blah, blah. Oh, my God. Shut up, dude.
Yeah, that's a tactic they do. The other guy already tried it. I tried to warn him. The other guy already tried it, dude. This shit ain't going to work, man. You guys are going to need more than gimmicks in here. This isn't like the other channels. So hold on. I'm going to get to the USGS data sheet for Philadelphia with surveys of control point surveys. And so every time they do it, they update the data sheet and it gives you the chronology of where they had what the latitude and longitude was for that marker. But this is going to take a second because published benchmark sheet. Okay, here we go. Maybe this is it. I want to make sure it goes back far enough. And page 1 and 3. Shit, dude. 2003. Man, just don't go back far enough. 3057 2. 3057 2. 3057 2. 3057 2. 30, 39. 30. And now, hold on. This is going to take a second, buddy. The 1927 and 1983 datums. What I posted, this shows a datum shift. So these are not longitude lines. This is the shift of the longitude lines. So if you notice, around the Ohio River Valley, this is where there was no shift in the marker, in where they placed the marker, right? Because what they ended up doing is they took the marker that was already there and they just stamped a new number on it, right? So this shows the shift from the NAD 27 to the NAD 83. So as you go west from the Ohio River Valley, the shift between the marker in meters gets wider and wider and wider. So it gets stretched toward the west. And then, so what's being stretched, though, is the coordinate system, not the actual space between the markers, because they just stamp new coordinates on them. So if you go east, it gets compressed because it goes into negative values. As you can see through Philadelphia, it has a minus 30. That means the markers got compressed together where they had to stamp new values on the markers. So they have things called survey control markers. They're all over Philadelphia. I'm going to get you some from Philadelphia, right? I'm doing it right now. And I'm going to show you that they change the markers. These change all the time.
You're DMing them to him.
You didn't steal me my claim, dude. My claim is that longitude and latitude change, which they do. Posted you a map that quantifies the change. And now, like I said, now I'm going to get actual data sheets from the USGS which measure the shift. We're not Philadelphia. We've done this before, but I haven't used this software in a while. Oh, we're silly. Come on, man. They move the labels. Fuck. Oh, that's probably a good one right here. Here's the date sheet. Hopefully it goes back far enough. It's a church, so yeah, it might work. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. Current survey control. 305607. That was in 1992. Yeah. Gotta find a pre. Oh, here's a 46 one. The Geodetic survey 1946 was adequate except for the following change. Station recovery, station recovery, station recovery. 19th described by Coast and Geodetic Survey. 19th station is the final of the spire. Yeah. This marker hasn't been there long enough. Oh, Independence Hall. Bet you that has a fucking geodetic control marker. William Penn statue. I wonder if that's got a geodetic control marker. NAD 83. Meters, meters, meters. Current survey controls the NAD 83. 3958. You got the former one. Superseded 30. Control 3956. Still NAD 83. Oh, that's 3956. 3956. Superseded value no longer just protected by NAGS no longer adjusts projects to the NAD 27 or the NGVD 29 datums. See file DSO data to determine how the superseded data is derived. Okay.
What's up, Indio? I thought I'd come back and say hi since I ran out on you last night.
Oh, no, that's fine, dude. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. I'm the one late for the party, man. Party's over, I show up, man. You gotta stick around. Dude, it's a freaking party. The Goldberg's just breaking shit today. They're just fucking like, throw the fucking lamp at people. Trying to find a geodetic control marker in Philadelphia that's been there since 1927. Kind of having a problem. There must be something.
Don't you hate it when you read something and then like you go back to find it and you can't find it?
Yeah.
Like I know I fucking read it, dude.
Where the hell is
Like
Philadelphia Hall?
I know I read it because it stuck out like a sore thumb when I read it, and I made sure to remember it. I should have fucking screenshot it. I didn't.
Philadelphia is nice. Looks like a shithole.
You know, that's another wild conspiracy theory. I wonder how many things have changed on the internet that we didn't screenshot, and then we go back to look at it, and it's worded completely different than what we read. I'm like, huh, I don't remember reading it like that.
Oh, word. Is the butt nut still here? Oh, yeah, here you go. I should have just did this in the first place. I was looking for very specific data. So this is right from the U.S. Geological Survey themselves saying there's a datum shift.
Hello, friends? Question mark. I see one unmuted guy who's probably actually asleep. He looks like the type who would be asleep. I'd be asleep if I was him. I'd be asleep if it was me.
What do you got for us?
Bruh, alright. Should I drink more? Yes or no?
Doesn't sound like it's helping.
Amen. Thank you. Finally, somebody fucking has my best interest not in mind. Anyway, so the Earth is definitely not flat.
How do you know that?
How do I know that, bro?
Yeah.
That's a good question. How do you know that the Earth is flat?
So I'll take it, given the reversal, that you don't know that.
Yeah, how do you know that the Earth is flat? Where's the proof
So
in
you
either
just
direction?
you made a claim, dude, and you reversed it. So
The Earth could be
obviously,
triangular. For all we know, the Earth
Right.
could be triangular.
yeah, that's cool. So what do you experience it as?
Is the surface of that triangle flat or is it curved?
All
You
right.
experience any tilting?
All right, y'all are right. I definitely
Curvature?
experienced
Do you
the
see
Earth as
water being
flat.
curved? Yeah, there you go.
Completely fair, sheepdog. I experience the Earth as being flat. You're right. I drive to work on a flat line. I come back to work on a flat line. I go to bed on a flat line.
Yeah. So
No,
what
you said
reason?
it could be a triangle. You said it could be a triangle. I just asked if the surface of that triangle is flat or curved.
All right. All right, you're right, bro.
What about the surface? What about the top surface?
It's flat, minus the point, but that's actually flat. All right.
Okay, cool.
I'm way out of my depth here, but I'm not going to drink. I will not. I will take a vape hit in y'all's health, and I will hop chats.
That's all you got?
What do you expect me to do, bro? I woke up off the floor. I started getting drunk, and I got back on Discord. Like, I've already done this twice. You expect me to have like some grand argument? All right, I'll lock in.
Yeah.
Hold up. The Earth isn't flat. Y'all are a little bit crazy for thinking the Earth is flat.
It's an ad
Very
hoc.
clearly not flat.
That's an
It is
ad
very
hoc, dude.
spherical.
Try an argument. That ain't
So I'm
proving
guessing
nothing.
you learned that in third grade and you just never questioned it ever again.
First of all, you don't need to learn it in school, bro. You just look at the Earth and you see the water. If the Earth is flat, the water would run off the sides.
Sides of what?
The sides of the map.
And fall down into what? And fall down into what? What would pull the water down?
Saying, do you know that there's a shoreline?
Why would it fall down?
Shoreline containing every body of water. You're saying it would just run over?
The gravity core pulling it into motion.
Okay, you know that the bodies of water are contained.
There's
right?
definitely 100%. There's a secret area underneath of the map that's like.
Yeah, you're being foolish, dude. You know that bodies of water are contained, right? They're in containers. So you know that,
Contained
right?
by what? Contained by what?
Well, land in this case, if you're talking about the seas,
ball?
oceans.
No, they're contained by the gravity center of Earth.
No, they're in containers, dude. Like any body of water will be in a container.
Right, you ever put water? You have a cat, perchance?
You think that you've just got like a freestanding giant body of water with no shoreline surrounding it because of gravity? Is that what you imagine is going on, man?
Yeah, because of the center of Earth's gravity pulls the water in and holds it close.
Okay, well, you'll want to Google these. You want to Google these things called oceanic basins, and take a look. Take a look at how that works.
Google, bro. I don't trust Google.
Well, you don't trust your experience with reality either, since you obviously need something to contain a body of water anytime you have one.
Hear me out. I drink a lot of alcohol. I throw it back up.
Yeah, so the alcohol that you drink, it comes in a bottle, right? It comes in a bottle, right? Or a can, right?
No, bro. I have a dummy mom who spits alcohol.
Oh, you can't just have gravity just cause a big body of booze just standing there in the air or something because the gravity's pulling it. You can't have that?
What about the alcohol area that they said there was a cloud of alcohol in NASA? I don't trust NASA. I don't trust the government.
All right, this is too stupid for me. Someone else.
All right, so I can stop arguing and I can just hot chats now.
No, you can't. You can't leave. You got to stay here and give us content.
I love content. I love making content. I'll be all.
Yeah, the gravity's pulling you in here.
The gravity, bro. What's pulling me in here is just the alcohol and the need to argue with people. But y'all don't even have arguments to argue with my unintelligible arguments.
Bro, that's it, heretic. That's what gravity is. Gravity is alcohol and a need to argue with people.
That's it.
Yo, wait, really? Wait, so I'm probably the number one producer of gravity. If that's the case.
He discovered what gravity is.
Gravity per capita in my entire state.
I'm impressed. That's the first person to ever understand what gravity is. Not the bending and warping of space-time, not mass attracting mass. It's alcohol and a need to argue with people.
It's alcohol per capita. Alcohol per capita and the need to argue with people. I produce the most. I'm putting in the most work. Y'all should thank me for the gravity that exists on this flat earth that we live on. Alright, y'all are boring as fuck. I'm gonna chat hop. Damn, the next chat's Christian.
Oh, don't, please.
No, I reconsidered. I realized the next chat's Christian chat, and I was like, that's gonna be even more boring. But they're gonna tell me that I should stop drinking. Y'all are not telling me to stop drinking. However, I am gonna take a drink.
I told you to stop drinking. Drinking does not help you in this argument.
Drinking doesn't help. What argument we're even having, bro? Y'all didn't even have points to my points that I'm making. That's counterpoints.
Well, you believe that the Earth is the third disk from the sun, so I can't argue
round as
if you don't
fuck. The
understand
Earth
what the
is
hell you're going on.
spherical. The Earth is a sphere.
Cool. So at what? Okay, so if I fill up a cup of water, and the surface of that water would be what? Curved or flat?
Do you have a microscope you're looking at it with, or are you just looking at it straight off the eye?
I mean, at what point do you need to look at the water to curve that you don't need a microscope?
So technically speaking, if you looked very closely at the edges, it'll be curved upwards because that's just how water works. That's why you can overfill a cup of water and it won't spill water to some slight degree.
Right. So surface tension.
Yeah, surface tension.
Right.
You're aware
Right. So
that like we're such an
So what about what about in a pond?
Hold up, brother.
How about
We're
a
such
puddle?
an
How about a
insurmountable
puddle?
decimal. You could
How about a
outview
puddle?
yourself. You could outview
How about a
yourself
puddle?
onto the
How
entire
about a
world. You
puddle?
could go
Why
100
aren't you
miles
answering my
past where
question,
you're
man?
looking at, and you would still be looking at the
I'm trying to
continent.
get you to follow a list of logic here, but you don't want to do that.
All right, how about a puddle? A puddle, same thing.
Okay, a puddle. You have a puddle.
It's still curves a little
Does
bit.
the water curve?
Yes.
Why does it curve? Where does
Surface
it curve?
tension.
Where does it curve? Where's it curving at in a puddle?
Largely the edges, potentially the middle part, depending on the size of the puddle.
Have you never been to the beach or to a lake?
I live in New England, therefore I've been to the beach many a time.
All right, so the water coming up the beach when the waves come in is not curved upward because the ground underneath it is downward. And what you described.
Wait, have you ever been to the beach? Hold up. Have you ever been to the beach? Because that was like the exact opposite description of waves.
What you described was
no
when
sheepdog.
I asked
Have you
you
been to the
inside
beach
of
yet?
a cup.
Sheepdog. Have you been
Yeah,
to the
I lived
beach?
in California. I've been to plenty of beaches, dude.
Okay, so you've been to the Californian beaches, so like the most.
I've been to Florida. I've been to California. I've been to New Orleans. I've been to Texas. I've been to New York. Been to North Carolina. Where else do you want me to go, dude?
You just named a bunch of very gay places, but okay.
So anyway, what you're describing with the surface tension, you're saying, oh yeah, it's curving upward. But on a ball, it's supposed to be curving downward. So which one is it?
However,
Curving upward
waves
or
go
downward?
up the beach. They go up the beach. The tide goes up the beach, upwards of the beach.
Well, that's just because water is laying flat over it. And
Like
it pushes
the beach
up
goes
the beach.
down into the water, and the waves go up onto the beach.
It's still flat.
No,
It just recedes because the water is lost.
the water's not flat. You haven't actually been to a beach if you can't tell that the water is not flat. It's very curvature at the farthest points you can view. It is relatively curved.
Only time it curves is when there's a wave, man.
The only time we're talking curved is when there's a hot girl in a bikini. But I respect you, brother.
That's the only curvature on Earth is a hot girl in a bikini.
Bro, you helped me out.
All right, hold up. Amen to that, bro. Amen.
Dude, you just helped me out. Win my lawsuit against the guy. I bought a live edge oak table, right? 700-year oak. That's right. Cost me $75,000. I told him it's not flat. And he said, why isn't it flat? That's a flat table. I milled the surface. I go, yeah, but look at this live edge. The live edge is all craggly. That means the surface ain't flat. So I'm going to sue that dude.
Mentally ill.
Get my money.
You're mentally ill. We get it.
Now, the point is the edges of an object being round.
A tree being a tree has nothing to do with Earth being round or flat. You are completely.
No, it has to do with your argument.
And bring it to like yellow.
Yeah, it has to do with your argument about if the water is meeting the shoreline, then therefore the water isn't flat over the entire surface.
All right.
The fringe edges of a thing don't change its surface.
Oh my god, bro! I'm trying my best not to call you retarded, but I really want to call you retarded.
Well, I mean, you could do so without actually saying the words. All you have to do is demonstrate a flat. Yeah, you just have to demonstrate a flat surface where the edges being fringed changes the fact that it's a flat surface overall. Yeah, there you go. Demonstrate that.
Okay, so your table that you were just bitching about.
Yeah, what about it? It's flat.
You were just bitching about it because it wasn't flat, because apparently the tables are not flat.
No. I was just making fun of your point.
Do y'all have any perspective outside of your own person?
What are you talking about?
When you order something off Amazon, is that just like you're totally like you have no perspective outside of ordering it and then receiving it? I wanted to leave, bro. I was trying to leave before, and y'all told me not to leave, so I didn't leave. Like, the fuck? Can I leave now? Am I good to leave?
Dude, it doesn't matter whether we say you can or can't. If you're a man, you can just go at your own volition.
You're right, I could, but I'm here for content, apparently. I enjoy making content. It is a 10 of 10 experience to be part of content. It's a very hyperborean experience.
Ah. One of those, huh?
So can I leave now?
Can't resist the spotlight.
No, I mean, it's fun to argue with people, especially when I'm drunk, and y'all have no ability to prevent me from taking the next shot that I'm going to take. And y'all's arguments are so bad that I could literally argue with my cat, and it'd be a more intelligible argument.
How would you know if you're not in a sound mind whether our arguments are good or not?
Because your arguments aren't good. The fuck? What arguments have you made that are good? Y'all were like,
so your arguments aren't good because they're not good. That's very wise.
Oh, but have you seen my table? My table's flat, therefore the Earth must be flat.
Nobody said that.
I'm pretty sure you just said that previously.
No, dude. You seem to be insinuating that if the water comes in and out with the tides or the waves, that the overall surface of the ocean is oriented flat.
When did I ever even say that? I said that the water goes uphill onto the shore. The sand goes downhill into the ocean.
That's true. What's your point?
The Earth is rotund.
Does that change? So you think that because the water, as it's coming into the shoreline, goes up the shoreline, therefore the Earth is round? So I was correct after all.
I said rotund.
So now you're fat shaming the Earth?
Yeah, 100%. The Earth is very much fat.
Oh my goodness, dude. This dude's fat shaming Mother Earth.
Hell yeah, I am, bro. Mother Earth obese. I still love her though. She's hot as hell. And cold in some places, you know. You go to Antarctica, she's pretty icy. Like, can't help you there, but Godspeed. You go to the ice
so
wall,
when your girlfriend,
there, Godspeed.
Yes, right, brother. So when your girlfriend thinks you're daydreaming about other girls, you're actually daydreaming about the Earth?
Hell yeah, brother. Am I wrong though?
Am I
wrong for that?
Perfect sense, dude.
For that, bro? I dream about the Earth. I dream about being in other places. I'm like, damn, I'm in this stupid ass bed with my stupid ass girlfriend. I could be like on top of Mount Everest. in the deepest darks of the sea, in like a little submarine submersible thingy that has the depth, width, and depth. And
You're right. You could be.
I could be.
Yeah, you could explore. Yeah, you could explore the surface of Earth. You could explore the depths of the oceans, but you know where you can't explore? Anywhere in your fantasy space. That's where.
My fantasy space? What does that mean?
Yeah, you know the space that you imagine when you go to sleep at night that the Earth is floating inside.
Well, because they're dreams, so I can't explore my dreams. Correct, but also like
you're correct. You're correct. Space, as in like Star Trek and Star Wars and all these distant galaxy worlds. It's a dream. You're right.
Brother, rephrase it, brother. Rephrase that, because you made it in the worst way possible. I see the argument you're trying to make. You made it in the worst way possible. As a drunk person, I'm telling you, you should probably.
Yeah, what I'm saying is all of that exploration into the vastness of space is fictional.
So, like the space that actually exists around us that we see at night doesn't exist.
No, I didn't say that. I said,
bro. All right. So I had a kid when I was in high school in my freshman year science class. He asked the teacher, "When astronauts go to space, why can't they touch the stars?" Are you that type of person?
No, dude. That's
why don't astronauts touch the stars? Space just doesn't exist. I respect that. I respect that. You don't believe in space at all? I respect that. I'll take a shot.
No, I don't believe.
I want to argue with you.
The stories about it. No, I don't believe in the stories about it, dude. Two different things.
You don't believe in the stories about space. They did silence Neil Armstrong. Right. That's true. Space is probably a lot more than we view it as. However,
dude, why would I trust anything Neil Armstrong says?
That's fair, bro. For the sake and argument of arguing with you, I'm going to take a shot just to argue with you specifically. Are you down for that?
Dude, Neil Armstrong probably poops his diapers, so why would I trust anything he says?
I'm pretty sure he died.
Well, I can't remember if he died or Buzz died.
Yeah, wait, it was Buzz Aldrin or some shit. I don't know.
No, Buzz is still alive.
I don't give a fuck about what the government does. I hate the
Buzz is still alive. Look, Paladin. We agree that we see the same sky.
Hold on. Can we agree?
Paladin, dude. We agree that we see the same sky when we look up. We see the same sky when we look up. We see the same stars when we look up. What we disagree on is the story that comes with those stars. That's what we disagree on.
The story is there are other places. Y'all believe in a flat Earth, bro? I believe in a very much rotund Earth. Mother Earth would never put my peanut inside, but like, she thick. Can I get an amen? Amen. I gave myself an amen because I know y'all wouldn't. So what's y'all's argument? Mostly I'm asking AI Overlord 2.0, who seems to have no sort of logical component within his AI programming.
Well, I'm modeled after the vast human experience. Therefore, why would you expect me to be logical? Humans are illogical, irrational, and retarded. En masse.
Amen. I would drink to that if I didn't just drink. Otherwise, I would have drank to that. But thank God, bro. Someone give me a reason to drink, finally. You're right. Humans are pretty retarded. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Yeah, you got it. Humans believe the Earth is round because they're generally retarded. You're correct.
No, humans believe the Earth is flat because they're generally retarded.
No, humans experience the Earth is flat. That's agreed upon.
Humans experience the Earth is flat because humans do not generally experience the entirety of the Earth.
Aha, so you agree that we experience it as flat. So now prove that the imagination of a greater experience exists of a globe. Go ahead.
So, all right, hear me out. Hear me out. This might be wild.
So do you think the Earth is too big to see it curving?
You're going to have to extend your mind a little bit for this point. right? So like,
I just want to know: do you think the Earth is too big to see it curving?
Hold up. Let me make my point, then I'll get to your point after. I got to make the point that I just was making. Humans generally experience the Earth as flat. I drive to work on a flat line. I come back to work on a flat line. I go to bed on my bed, which is flat, right? For an ant, bro, let's just say for an ant, I drive to work on such a curvature they could not even see the workplace if they had the best vision imaginable by even the gods themselves.
Okay.
The Earth is
So
not
are you
flat.
saying that the Earth? So you saying the Earth is too big to see curvature?
Yes.
So you admit that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is not
No,
flat.
dude, he's saying the Earth is too curvature to see big.
Bro, we live on a sphere.
I agree with that too. Yeah.
Y'all just spherophobic, I guess.
So, Paladin, can I ask you
Just be
another
nice.
question?
Just like be that ignorant and spherophobic. Yeah, all right, go ahead. What's your name? Sheepdog, go ahead.
Yeah, is the Earth too big to feel it moving?
Clearly, yes. Do you feel the Earth moving right now?
No. So the Earth is motionless,
Exactly.
right?
The Earth is too big. No, bruh. The Earth spins.
Well, you admitted that the Earth is motionless, and you admitted the Earth is flat, based on your senses.
I never said the Earth is flat. I said
You said
I
it's too
drive
big
to
to
work
see
on a
curvature.
flat line. I come back to work on a flat line. I sleep on a flat line, on a flat plane. We can even call it a plane. A plane. I drive on a plane. I come back to work on a plane. I sleep on a plane. You know, like a flat line, right? The Earth is
Right.
not.
So
The
you've
Earth is
never
spherical.
experienced curvature.
The Earth is spherical.
So you've never experienced curvature.
All right. Just because of this, I'm gonna hang out with my brother tomorrow. We're gonna dig a hole in the beach. That's our goal. I'm gonna dig a hole all the way to China, bro, just to prove you wrong.
I hope so. I really hope so. You might want
Amen.
to stop drinking for that one.
Nah, I'm probably gonna be too drunk to hang out with my bro tomorrow. It's already 5 o'clock ish. 4:20.
Sucks, man.
Hey, yo, 4:20. Hear me out, flat earthers. Do I take a hit of the Mary J? No, I shouldn't. You're right. Thank you, boys. Anyway, so y'all are having 0 arguments per second that are actually like good arguments. So I'm just gonna hop to Christian chat.
Well, it's not an argument. The Earth is flat.
You haven't had any good arguments. Y'all have had no good arguments the entire time I've been here. Y'all have had like the most respectfully. Y'all have had
You
the
admitted that there is no Earth curvature. You can't see it. Plain and simple. You admitted there's no Earth curvature.
Are you dumb?
You admitted it. You said I can't see it.
Are you dumb?
Too big.
No, I'm asking you a question. Are you dumb?
You admitted it, dude.
Okay, so you're dumb. That's acceptable. Hear me out. The Earth is round. Have you ever hiked a mountain, like a full ass mountain, not like a little hill, like a full ass mountain?
Yeah, I went to the Appalachian not too long ago.
Okay, like 7,000 or 8,000 feet, or have you just hiked the Appalachian Trail? The AT doesn't. He's going to show you the views that you need to
It was
see.
about 6,100 feet.
Okay, have you not looked out? Was there clouds that day?
No, it was. I could
Was it
see pretty far.
foggy? So you did not see the curvature of the Earth? Are you retarded?
There's no curvature, man.
Okay, so you're retarded. That's all right, bro. I'll send you your friend request. You're a good guy.
I'm not gonna accept. You can reset
That's all right. You don't have to, bro. I don't give a fuck if you accept my friend request. I'm sending one to A Overlord too. I literally could not give a fuck less if you accepted my friend request or not. I'm gonna hop chats. It was good talking with y'all. It was a fun time. Albeit, it was a very much. I could have had better arguments if I was more drunk. That being said.
Did they recently change the settings on the microphones? You know, AI. Or the settings pertinent to each Discord channel?
Listen, bro, there's more important things going on right now. I dropped the chicken nugget. It has to be found in less than 5 seconds. I can eat it.
If you rinse it off and then dip it in the sauce, you'll never even know that it was ever dirty. It is a hot day today.
Oh, man. Classic globe tactic of cope. Show up drunk, pretend like you had a discussion, and you got presented no good arguments. And be like, yep, flat earthers got nothing.
So, guys, the Earth's flat,
Yeah.
right?
Obviously.
Who's got any new lore?
Anything more than the Earth being flat? Like, what do you mean? Or what? More to life? Wow. Blame it on the rain, I guess. Hello. Not too much popping, elbow. You just joined. Drunk boy left. It's already a flat. What else you got? Girl just left.
Trying to see where the room is popping. It's quiet on both sides.
Well, over the years, we did get rid of a lot of our faithful time fillers. You know, the Globe Zealots are always willing to show up and take a beating. Like Brenda. Brenda does go over the line sometimes with personal attacks, like rule violation type of attacks. So, other than that, I got nothing against Brenda. I think Brenda's awesome. Off the floor with Brenda. I mean, how could you lose? How could you lose to somebody that's going to be like the hole in a donut is space time and a dog bone is the clock? I mean, how can you lose to that? It should just be winning after winning, talking to that person.
The shear isn't it's a natural phenomenon.
Dude, back in the day, Brenda said that an imaginary girlfriend is a physical thing. Elbow, you play any video games?
Yeah, I do.
You like RPG style?
I really haven't gotten into those.
Oh. Good grief, dude. And slow down to let this guy go by me. He slows down even worse. Like, whatever. Now there's this cool new game out called Expedition 33. Well, actually, it's called Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Now, Claire Obscure is not the name of a chick. It's the name of an artist technique, which is by putting extreme contrast between light and dark, and then playing around with the in-betweens, where you emerge new things. But the game is kind of about an imaginary world, where people are living in a world of their own making, and then denying the real world. Kind of like Glovers. And in the game, the villain, when you start the game, it's pronounced that the villain is this giant, like, lady made out of what looks like stone. You know, like a giant stone creature that's really far away from you. It's like way out in the distance on the horizon. But you can clearly see the thing. And if that Earth that they're on was a curve, you wouldn't be able to see it. But when you go to the dock in the game, there's like a globe just sitting in a bunch of junk that you can look at. It's kind of weird because then you're looking at the globe, and then you look out across the sea and you see the monolith and the statue that's like a giant, almost godlike figure. You're like, wait a minute, I can see that plain as day. Part of the resolution at the end of the game is you got to make a choice to put down the fantasy and step back into reality, or to embrace the fantasy and enjoy it as much as you possibly can until it consumes you. Which is kind of like the choice some Globers have to face when they realize that their faith in the globe isn't as sure as they thought it was, that they're not sure whether it's reality anymore. Maybe it is a fantasy. Maybe it is just a story. Maybe I have to make a choice.
That's pretty funny. Is that the one you were playing the other day? You were streaming it?
Yeah. Tonight I might take on the hardest boss in the game. I had to rank up a little bit because the first time I said hi to him. I said, hey, you, how about some of this magic sauce? And then he said, how about my big sword in your face? Hi-ya! That was the end of that. So you fight him and you're doing pretty good. You know, he starts off like looking really bad. You know, he's got like one arm and his other arm's holding this massive sword. And he's like, dude, I killed giants. And I'm certainly going to kill you. He comes out, you're like smacking him around. You can see his health bar going down. And you're like, oh, yeah, this guy's toast. Then he falls down, like, you know, on his knees. Then he thinks about it for a second. And he's like, wait a minute. And then his girlfriend whispers in his ear telepathically, hey, don't you remember who you are? You're the guy that killed all the giants. You're my boyfriend. And you better beat these suckers while I'm watching. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's right. So then he gets how far it's regenerated and everything, and then you blast one of your techniques, and then all of a sudden you see like a pixel come off his health bar. Like, oh crap. And then he just spanks you harder than a redheaded stepchild with his big sword.
Dumpster?
You ignore gravity, I can't explain it better to you. You ignore it, I can't explain it to you.
Now prove air pressure without a container.
Gravity.
He doesn't. Oh man, dumpster baby.
Is the air thinner above you?
Dumpster
Do
baby.
you have a pressure gradient in the atmosphere?
Yeah. Yeah, brother.
Yes. Okay, how does that happen?
Yeah, there you go, buddy. You clearly didn't understand someone else was speaking. So what you should have done, dumpster baby, if you actually wanted to have a proper counterpoint, is say, simple, the moon is within the containment. And then their argument that you can't go to the moon because it has to be within containment would be taken off the table. But instead, you immediately went to your lore of your cosmos being a vacuum. So now you're back where you started. So you screwed up. So I'm going to mute you and let you walk some more. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying gravity, brother. I get that you mute me when I start making sense. I understand that. Perfectly fine. I get that you like your...
Hey, dumpster baby. I gave you the reason why I muted you. It's because I like to speak uninterrupted, and then I like to unmute the person so they can talk. That's all that happened. If you want to characterize it as you were making sense, that's why you were muted, well, that's because you're stupid, dude. I was clearly critiquing the arguments on the table. In fact, my critique actually critiqued the flat earthers argument. But you were too dumb to notice. So I'm going to mute you so you can be more dumb, so everyone can witness it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So far, I haven't been speaking to you whatsoever. I didn't realize you entered the fucking conversation at any point in this conversation. Who the fuck are you?
He was throwing you a bone, and you just fucking just let that bone go.
Hey, bro.
So angry. He's so angry, dude.
I'm the guy with the powers. That's who I is. Right? So when I wanted to join the convo, and you clearly didn't let me because you were talking straight through me and over me, I just muted you, said what I had to say, and then unmuted you. Why you got to make it personal now? It sounds like you're afraid to get back to the topic. So I'm going to mute you. What you're going to do is take the high road and get back to the topic, or you're going to take the low road. Let's find out. All right, go ahead, bro. Get back to the topic.
I mean, you need to unmute me first, no?
Yeah, I'm muted.
Okay, great. I was trying to get back to the topic when you muted me again. No idea when you entered the conversation. I was talking to...
Stop talking about other people.
TV and Professor Triangle and Cyclone. Cyclone mainly. No idea.
Just like me, I entered the conversation, AI entered the conversation, and it was actually throwing your bone. Which actually I was getting a little
there's no bone. There is no bone.
I was getting a little irritated.
Anyway, there is no bone. Anyway, we'll get back to the conversation because AI Overlord likes to mod abuse otherwise.
Oh my god.
So when we're
report us
about
report us.
Yeah, don't worry, I will.
Okay, well then we're gonna mute you. Go report it.
Oh yeah, no, go mute me and I'll report.
Yeah, it's interesting that he never got back to the topic. He still, even though you unmuted him, he just kept complaining about the mutes and doing a meta conversation.
Oh, wow.
And that's a Glober dumpster
That's a
baby.
Glober. That's gold. A Glober is just dumping on the dumpster baby. Wow, that is cool as.
No, that's a good spiral, guys. Keep that going. But also, you need to read out what your report of us is into the room. Because that'll be gold too.
Oh, I just definitely want to hear that. Please read that soon so we can get that recorded also.
Yeah, read out your report that you're going to make about us. And then go back to whatever you were on the topic. Whatever element you were spiraling over. The gas pressure requiring containment. Gravity. NASA. Whichever one you want to spiral over. But come on, guys, that's pretty funny. Let's keep it going.
It's okay.
Get that report drafted.
You were talking about how like you need a container for gas pressure, and I'm telling you that gravity explains that perfectly. If you choose to ignore gravity, I can't help you with that.
All right, but what if I call it fairy dust?
Again, what did you say?
What holds the gas in is fairy dust.
No, it's gravity, and we observe
No, it's fairy dust.
No,
I like the fairy dust part. I like fairy dust.
Can you give me an observation or like proof of fairy dust?
You made the claim of gravity. I'd say the burden of proof is on yourself.
I got this. Hold on. I dropped the pen. Hold on. I got this. Proof for you. I dropped the pencil, and fairy dust pulled it to the ground.
Okay, again, you don't need to yell at me. I'm talking to like 3 people at once. I'm sorry if I interrupt people sometimes. Of course he was.
He was just telling you the observation, man.
I'm talking to 3 people at once. I prefer to talk to 1 person at a time because it becomes confusing when it's my turn to speak when 3 people are having a conversation with me at a time. Okay?
Yeah, you speak for like 3 people at a time, like you have a legion inside you. Anyways.
No, I'm speaking for myself. Thank you.
Well, I mean, what's fairy dust? What's wrong with fairy dust?
I'm telling you, it's gravity. I'm not saying anything about fairy dust. I don't know anything about fairy dust. I can show you that gravity exists.
Oh, let's see it.
I can show you fairy dust exists. I dropped the pencil.
Fuck. No, I realized what I just said. I can't show you, like, hold it in my hand, just like I can't show you air holding it in my hand. Do you think air exists? You can't see it. You think it's?
I can put it into a balloon.
Okay.
Therefore, I can hold it.
The problem is you actually can see air.
If you drop the balloon, what happens to the balloon? Wait, if you drop the balloon, what happens? What happens to the balloon?
Hey. If I drop the balloon,
real quick,
No, AI. I'm having a conversation with another guy. Please don't interrupt. I'm talking to what's
the medium. The fairy dust will bring it down.
I mean, if you want to,
you don't make the rules. You don't make the rules, bro.
I'm talking to Elbow right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's great.
No, this isn't a
I'm talking to the audience,
I'm
bro.
talking to Elbow right now.
I'm just pointing it out. That's great.
I'm sorry, dude.
Pointing out a fact. Hey, shut your mouth. Just let me get it over with.
So if you want to redefine gravity as fairy,
how you gonna play? All right, get played, bro. Good job. Okay, so every now and then people are gonna interject, bro. So you made an error. You said you can't see oxygen. Well, if that's true, then how do they get spectroscopy off of oxygen molecules? Clearly, they can't. So it can be seen. It can be directly observed. Maybe it takes an instrument, right? But that's a direct observation. All right, go ahead.
I think we unmuted him at the same time.
Dumpster baby.
I'm still muted, by the way. There you go.
Yeah,
there you go. Now you got it.
Same time.
All right, now you got it. Okay, so you're asking me if there's an observation through which we can determine that gravity exists, even if we're using an instrument, correct?
Is this scientific observation?
Correct. Am I understanding the question correctly? Am I understanding the question correctly?
You said
you're asking me to provide an observation.
My thing was, my question. You said you could show us gravity.
I'm asking AI right now. He asked me if I could show.
Go ahead, AI.
I was talking to you, but AI took over, so now I'm talking to AI.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. I interrupted, but I never asked the question. I was just pointing out a fact. So you could take that fact and use it as you will for your argument. Okay, go ahead, make your argument.
If we're using instruments to prove that gravity exists, we can, for example, use a telescope where we look at a distant black hole and you see light bending around it. You can do it with the sun as well. You can see light bending around the sun. You don't need to look at like a distant object. You only need to look at the sun. You can see it with the sun as well.
You can see light bending around the sun, even though the sun is the light source.
Light coming from behind, starlight coming from behind the sun, yes, is bending around the sun because of gravity and reaching us.
And where have you done this? So I'd like to see this.
Through a telescope. You told me I could use.
So you've looked at a telescope. You've looked at a telescope at the sun, and you've witnessed light bending from stars from behind the sun.
Yes.
Well, he's lying to you.
No,
I don't care if he's lying or not. This is hilarious. I've got nothing.
Well, he's just telling a lie. How can you refute his lie? There's nothing you can say to somebody who lies.
It's just funny.
That's a funny self-report, brother.
Well, I was wondering
you understand that concept, but you still do it yourself. Interesting.
Are you going to stick with that claim you made that you can't see gas?
Not where we're at right now in the argument. We're talking about light refraction, brother.
And you went all over the place because first you told me.
Actually, stop. We are not talking about light refraction. We're talking about you proving gravity. And your proof of gravity is light bending from behind the sun.
Bending around the sun because of its gravity.
So is it gravity or is it refraction?
I misspoke. It's gravity.
I don't think you know what you're talking about.
He doesn't know anything. The first person who said refraction
my bad, I misspoke once, now I'm an idiot. Yeah, my bad, I misspoke one word.
First person who claims refraction loses. You lost.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I get that you have like two brain cells like sharing. There's like 20 people in here and you're sharing like two brain cells between you. I understand that concept. It's okay. I forgive you. I forgive you.
Rage quit already?
No,
we're the board. You don't like the board, do you?
I'm still here, and I get that you have two brain cells that you share together, and I forgive you.
Yeah, it's the rage quit. Yeah, okay. Spiral commenced.
I'm not rage quitting. I'm right here.
Yeah, you're spiraling, dude.
I'm right here, brother.
It's boring. Just continue to engage with the subject.
Yeah, it's boring because you're losing. Yeah.
Either spiral and
I get that.
Maybe make a spiral DC that you can go to and cry.
You just get to run over. I understand that.
Nobody cares about you, dude. Just make a claim and prove
it. I understand that. You want someone in here that's like slightly stupider that you can like bulldoze with your dog shit argument. I understand that.
You went from
somebody even stupider than you. No, this is good enough.
No, I understand it. I understand it. It's okay. I forgive you.
Oh my God, dude! Just make a claim and prove it.
You went from going to the moon.
I forgive you.
Hold on, you went from going to the moon.
No, it's okay.
And then trying to show gas pressure without a container.
It's okay, my guy. I forgive you, man.
I don't give a fuck. You're okay. Now, man. Come here, man.
You're okay,
Come here. Yo, listen up. You went from going to the moon.
I forgive you. I forgive your stupidity.
You've lost your mind.
I forgive you. You are forgiven.
He's down to just repeating the same shit over and over. He's just repeating himself now.
I'm doing the cross for you right now. I bless you. You are forgiven.
You sound psychotic.
Yeah,
I forgive your stupidity.
He probably has our names written on his wall.
No.
You're the dumbest person in here, man.
That's rich.
Yeah, coming from you.
Huh?
Yeah, he said it's rich.
So
that's rich coming from you.
Obviously tapped out because you're not even trying to engage with the point that Alvin's trying to bring up with you. So you're obviously done, right?
Wait, heretic, fuck, I forgot. Why did I ever unmute you? Holy fuck. I get brain cancer.
Oh, goodbye.
I get brain cancer from listening to that guy. Like, I'd rather be banned from...
Okay, well, tell him that if he doesn't undo that in the amount of time it takes me to ban him, then that's it.
Dumpster Baby, blocking moderators, or probably the room channel owner, is not wise. Please unlock him so you can hear him. If you choose not to, he might choose to bounce you out of here. That's if another mod doesn't grab you first, because it is a bannable offence. So please don't mute moderators.
Can you hear me, Dumpster Baby? Check.
Dumpster
Well,
baby.
end of the
Someone's
line.
about to talk to you. If you can't answer them, you are going to get expunged.
I think he has you muted too. So he joins a VC to talk to people that he mutes.
Let me see, dumpster baby. If you have heretic,
I'm good. If you want to ban me. I'm not listening to heretic. That's not
okay, well,
happening.
bye. It was fun.
Suit yourself, man.
Get rid of him.
Way she goes.
That was a good one. That was great YouTube.
Too bad this server is not like the like the English server that if you meet somebody, they can't participate in the other channel.
Well, Vivek likes us.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Vivek is a bloody legend.
He figured if you wanted to see how a server runs, gets moderated, put a flat Earth room in there, then you'll see a server shape up.
It'd be nice though if the mute command was there was two of them, server side or room side. That would be handy. So if it's just someone that you know is a pest in your particular room, you can just lock them. But if you know that they're just a global pest, then you can just rail them completely.
I like the ability to just, you only get one choice. You can get muted everywhere, or you can be polite in our room. That's it. That's your only choice.
I like that. I do like it, but yeah, it'd be nice if there was the option, because some of them you sort of look at them and go, "Yeah, I know. Just be quiet for 5 minutes. Give everyone's ears a break." So, other than that dude having a meltdown, have we had any other good ones in the last 12 hours? We got Biggie Cheese. I've seen the name before. Can't remember which side of the fence you sit on. Biggie Cheese. What are you believing or knowing? Planar with topography? Or a magic monkey ball covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space?
Doing all that crazy shit like a clock.
All that crazy shit to absolute perfection for the last however many years. Probably quite a few more before I was born. No Biggie Cheese? Aw, man. You're in politics, Biggie Cheese. There's plenty of rats here. You want to be careful.
Go ahead, Cooper. Well, he does it every time now.
Stop scaring him away, heretic. What do you reckon, T-Dub? What a way to start your Saturday morning. Some random internet user having a meltdown. I feel like going out and mowing the lawn or something. I'm all pumped up now. That'll wear off quick though. But
What I missed.
because the paranoia about like, oh well, we've been lied to, all school is fake, space isn't real, there's a glass dome, et cetera, like that jives really well with people who already have paranoid delusions. And then there are people who are genuine, and if I had to assume, probably people like yourself who genuinely do believe this and have spent lots of time researching it and probably being influenced quite a bit by confirmation bias, but we won't get into that just yet. So yeah, those were my beliefs before. Now I'm here. So
interesting. So confirmation bias. If you and me were to go out and shoot a laser across an exceptionally large body of water, say, I don't know, 30 miles, just throwing a number, and that laser was set 1 foot from water level. Now, if we're on a ball, that laser technically would be a tangent to that ball. Fair call?
Sorry, you said tangent? What?
Well, if you've got a straight line and you put it next to a spherical object or circle, that straight line is a tangent if it's touching that ball or circle.
Okay.
So from the tangent point where it touches the circle, so we've got a straight line touching a circle, from the tangent point, as you get further and further away from that tangent point, the distance from the tangent to the curved surface gets greater and greater and greater. That's what we call drop over distance. So as you get further away from the tangent point, that distance gets greater. Really simple. The problem is, mate, when we go out and do these laser tests, There's no drop over distance. That's the issue we've got. This is not a belief. It's actually measured as flat. And a lot of people don't know that. They think that we're just, like you said, confirmation bias. So when I go out and measure something and it's curved, it's curved. If I go and measure something it's straight, it's straight. If I measure something at 4'8", it's not going to magically be 3'2" just because I've got confirmation bias. It's a measurement.
No, when I said confirmation bias, I wasn't talking about every single theory you have is confirmation bias. I think that just in the same way that like MAGA people or people who are like left-wing psychos who deny genocides or whatever, or any sort of like internet, let's say internet embalmed conspiracy theorist is prone to like viewing
people. What about the people who didn't come to this through the internet? So, just so I can get your grasp of your ball knowledge, at 10 miles, how much drop should there be? Do you have any idea?
10 miles?
Yeah.
It would be 8 times the number of miles squared, right? So 10 miles would be just doing a quick calculation. 800 feet.
Inches.
In inches, mate, yeah. 66 foot.
No, it's like we're talking about 10 miles, right?
At 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop. That's it. And as you know, the further you get, being that it's all mathematics.
Wait. What's your drop formula then?
I just use an online calculator, one that was made up by bald believers. That's why I love it so much. We just use their tools. This is what it's supposed to be. So you're supposed to be on a radius.
But to determine drop over distance, you have to use a formula. What formula are you using?
Observe square root of the observer's height times 1.22. That gives you your horizon.
No. I'm talking about drop over distance. You brought that up initially.
No.
There is a formula to determine drop over distance.
Yeah, you got the right answer. You got the right answer. It's just inches. So that makes your 800 is equal to 66 feet.
Yeah, you were right. That's it. It's just that 66 foot. When you convert the inches over, that's it.
Yeah. But this is fucking me up too because we're using imperial units, and I'm not used to working in that.
Ah, right. Yeah, you get used to it after a while. One of the online.
Still, it's just like it's so dumb. It's like like 16 inches in a foot or whatever. It's like 16. That's the number they pay. Like in metric, it's all like 10, 100,000. You know, it's easy. But sorry, went rant over.
One of my US mates said that metric was invented for people that can't do maths.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, wouldn't that be some way to justify anything that's like harder and more inconvenient? Is just to be like, oh well, you don't have the skill to handle fishing with a toothbrush, so you're an idiot. Like, what do you mean? It's just a worse tool.
There you go. On the side chat. Old dude has posted up the spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a radius of 39.59 miles. And it's nice to see a post from old dude. I haven't seen one for a while. Cheers, mate. So drop over distance. Now, we can sit down at the table and draw this out and work it out mathematically. But when push comes to shove, at some stage, we've got to go out into reality to see if what we've been told about the story of this ball Earth actually rings true. We've got to go out and test it. So when we go outside and we go, right, how can we test this? Ask yourself, how can you test if you're on a ball? Well, let's get a laser and shoot it long distance. So we grab our trusty laser and we shoot at long distance. That gives us our tangent.
I'm so sorry. I realized why there was a discrepancy between our two numbers earlier. The reason I said 800 feet and you said 66, what did you say, 66.8, right?
66 foot, yeah, pretty close to it.
Yeah, so the reason you said it is because you were calculating drop relative to tangent line, right?
Yeah.
Whereas mine was not relative to the tangent line. Mine was just drop height calculated over distance. It's not.
Over what distance? So you need some kind of reference
miles.
point. You need some kind of reference point to reference from what you are dropping from. You had it right. That tangent is the reference point. The only thing you didn't do was you just spat the number out. You didn't convert it from inches to back to feet. That's all. That's the only bit you missed. You had it right. So don't lose
So this chart that you sent in side chat here, I'm interested in this one.
Well, see that line where it says 0 up to 39.59 at the top of the ball? Imagine that's you and me with a laser pointer. So we're standing on one side of a lake. We shoot a laser pointer straight out, just like that. And what happens is we go around the other side of the lake and then we measure the distance from the ground to the laser. That's all we got to do. So number one, we know the distance from the start of the laser to where we're measuring to. So we'll pick a number, 10 miles. So at 10 miles, that distance should be 66 feet. That's it. You don't have to do anything more fancy than that. So if you're on a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles, that drop should be 66 foot. The only issue is, when we're going out and doing these tests, that's not what we're getting. And these guys are going 20, 30 miles. Allegedly, the government did a, 92 mile and hit their target. This is mathematically impossible if you're on a ball. And here we go. As you can see in side chat, you've got helpers. War is Peace posted up, look up refraction. The only problem with refraction is what our friend War is Peace doesn't get is it won't bend the laser enough for you to hit that far. You might get at most 10% extra, but yeah, those kind of numbers that they're claiming to bend. So let's see, at 10 miles, you're supposed to get 66 foot. So 10%, let's take 6 foot off there. So you've still got to find 60 foot of drop, and we're not getting any. So I've even given you your 10%, and you're still not even close. And when you stretch this out further and further, 20 miles, 30 miles, I think at 30 mile, it's about 600 feet. Give or take, I might be wrong there.
So at, we're talking about drop from tangent, right?
Correct.
Right. And so what was the height of the observer in this hypothetical?
Less than 1 foot, so we'll put it at 1 foot, just to make it easy.
Oh, so like the observer is just like almost level with the like water line, basically?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called hidden height?
Hidden height?
Yes.
What is hidden height?
So during these like drop from tangent experiments, right? Hidden height is like the amount of a distant object that is obscured, like because of the horizon, right? Because of the curvature. It's basically, it's like how much of this
That's
object.
That's what we're talking about. When we say there's 500 foot of missing object, that's below the horizon. So your item has to be at least 500 foot tall, 600 foot tall before you can even witness it. If you want to check this out, type in Earth Curve Calculator. There's a really basic one from GitHub. I like it because it does metric to imperial conversions. You just click the little button at the top and it switches over for you. So if you're like me, who's everything
I
in
was just
metric,
using this one. This MetaBunk.
basic one. Which one's that one? MetaBunk. I don't know that one.
Yeah, I just threw it.
There's heaps of them. Like, yeah, you can
there's
you can
lots.
spend days just raking through them. But there's a real basic one. It's one of the first ones that comes up, just from GitHub. But I like it because it shows a picture of the curve down the bottom and your position, where the horizon should be, and the target's hidden height. So how tall the target has to be in order for you to see it. That's why I like that, because when someone comes along and says, oh, I saw a lighthouse from 100 miles away and I was only standing at my normal height down at the beach. And it's like, okay, let's put in the distance, 100 miles, you're 6 foot tall, just picking a number, and it'll tell you that the lighthouse should be X amount of feet or metres high. And when they claim they see a 20-foot lighthouse and it's hidden behind 400 foot of curvature, you've got to ask the question. Is there really curvature there? Did they do the observation correctly? Are they lying? There's so many factors we could ask. But the problem is, when we're doing these laser tests, where's your hidden height? All you're doing is placing a tangent next to a ball. If the ball is truly there, then when you get to the other end of the laser, you can mathematically work out your distance from point A to point B and how much drop there should be at that point. It's not that hard. There's nothing hidden. It's just
I have to ask the obvious question, man. So the obvious question I'm going to ask is then, why do objects disappear from sight as they are so far away? Like a ship, for instance, why do they disappear like bottom first? And say looking at Chicago, for instance, across Lake Michigan, on a clear day, on some clear days, you can see parts of the Chicago skyline, but it's only the top portions of the buildings. So how could that?
Why do things disappear bottom up? You've been taught that it's because of the curvature, and that's it. Everyone just accepts that things disappear bottom up because
Sure,
of the curve.
just tell me what
we
you
go
think
outside
you address the-
and we see the bottom half of shit missing. So what you've got is, number one, perspective. As we know, as things get further away, they get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then you've got...
Sure, they get smaller, but they wouldn't get obscured from view. They would just get smaller. You'd still be able to see the entirety of the object.
Well, when you're standing at the beach, the bottom half of your vision is already obscured because of the ground, because of the water. A lot of people don't realise that. So you've got perspective, angle of resolution, angular resolution, and that leads into the Rayleigh criterion and your ability to focus on stuff. So as stuff gets further away, it appears to get smaller, and because it appears to get smaller, the way optics work, you have trouble focusing on that thing. So just to give you an idea, 18 inches at 1 mile. So once something gets that's 18 inches small or less, you'll have trouble focusing on it at 1 mile. Or if it's 18 inches and it's further than 1 mile, you'll have trouble focusing on it. And that's all those things combined are what's causing these things to disappear bottom up. Now, what's interesting is we can replicate quite simply, and I'll post it up. One of the chaps actually did this in his house or someone else's house. Where's my folder? He took a photo of some
but I want to address, you've made like 5 different points here, so I want to go through them.
Well, I just want to show you something real quick. Inside chat, you'll see an image of 2 cans when it loading up. That's on a flat surface. As you can see, the bottom can has what we'd call bottom-up obstruction. The bottom of it's missing. All that is because he's raised his elevation in the top one to take that image. That's it. So
that image doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's right, because you've been taught that effect only happens on a curved
but like I've never ever pressed my face against the floor because I was a crazy kid. I didn't, I
well,
was
that's
on
not
the
his
floor
face
and
against
shit.
the floor. That's just a camera.
No, but that's the perspective, right? If you put a camera directly at floor level and you took a photo of something against the wall, you're not going to have any of the bottom of it obscured. That's crazy. I can take a photo right now of that exact same angle of like a
No, you can't.
toilet paper roll or something, and
No, you
it's
can't,
not
dude.
going to have
Dude,
any of the
dude.
bottom of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it clear to you, brother. Brother, you think that's the case? It's not true. We can replicate
Okay, I'll
this
do it right now.
effect where it's time.
I will do this right
In
now.
fact, you won't be far enough away. I guarantee it. But here's another thing. We have videos, dude.
But we're not. We're
Just hold
maybe
on,
1 meter
brother. I
away.
don't need you to get. Hey, bro, calm down. Nobody's being hurt here. Okay, just calm yourself. Calm yourself down, dude.
But look at the photo. It's only a meter away.
Okay, I can finish the sentence, dude. Yes or no? Do I have your permission? Do I have your consent?
Talking about distance makes no sense to me.
Do I have your consent to finish a sentence? Yes or no?
Oh my god, you're fun. All right, let's do this.
So, not only do we have pictures like this, we have videos where a man uses two cameras with different aperture sizes, and out in the end of a hallway, he lowers a flashlight, and you can watch both cameras, and the flashlight will actually disappear in the one camera before it even gets to the ground, while the other camera can still see it. And what that proves is the only difference between the two is the angular resolution ability of the camera. So yes, things disappear just because of optics alone. That is a fact.
Okay, but that's not addressing my issue with this photo that was given.
What's your issue with the photo?
No. Well, the second photo, the bottom part of the photo, that does not make any sense. An image like that coffee pot would not appear that way if the photo was taken at that level. You would absolutely still be able to see the metal ring.
You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. This photo is showing you that you're wrong, dude. So you're wrong.
I'm just saying.
I've got one that I've done across the Walmart floor, dude. Same effect.
Okay.
Our other friends have done this too. Same effect. I can show you one on a table right now. Just hold on a second. I can show you one on a table.
I'd love to
where the
see it.
table is a little bit. Yeah, I know, dude. I'd love to finish my sentence. So I got one on a table, right, where I could show you. And the thing about this is that the table has a little shine to it. So you can actually see the reflection of the drapes in the table. And they pull a coin away, and the coin disappears from the bottom up. Now, why the reflection of the drapes is relevant is because according to the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. That means it proves that the camera's above the table, but yet the coin still disappears.
Okay,
I'll
so
post that
can you
video
see
for you
my
right
camera?
now.
Can you see
Yeah,
my
you're too
camera?
close. Yeah, you're too close to the object.
I haven't started yet. Yeah, I haven't started yet. So I'm gonna mark this with a marker. Actually, hold on. Give me a second.
Okay, so let's break down what you need to do. You need to be far enough away and at a low enough angle, dude. Okay, so if you don't get the effect, it's because you're not far enough away or low enough.
Sure, I hear you. You've said that a few times now. But would it be acceptable if I'm at the same distance as that image that was sent inside chat was?
22 feet. Allegedly, it was 22 feet.
22 feet.
At least.
So 2 meters at least. Okay. So as you can
It
see
also
here,
matters what-
I've added a little. I've added a little pen drop here, like just as a marker. So I'm going to place this right here against this wall, right? Okay. And you said what? 22 feet?
Tylenol, yeah, 22 feet. Just so you know, like there's like 3 foot to a meter.
All right.
It also matters what lens you have. Okay.
Oh, okay. So now it starts to matter. Other things start to matter, right? Because I can see that dot, no problem.
Your aperture size makes a hell of a difference. You can get a full camera with a bloody great big lens and put it on it, and at 20 feet still see the whole lot of it. You can get a tiny little phone one, and at 20 feet it doesn't. Sorry, Al.
As you can see, no portion of the bottom of the paper towel roll is obscured. The entire bottom of the paper towel roll is visible.
Yeah,
and I'm the same distance away.
Turn your phone upside down. Turn your phone upside down so that the camera is at floor level.
Okay. Floor level. Hold on, let me focus. Yep, I can
zoom
still
in and
see
take
the
a still
dot.
shot. Yeah, that's great. So what did I tell you? What were the caveats? It's an angular relationship.
Okay.
So that means that depending on your aperture size, you have to get further away. You have to be the furthest away in the lowest angle so that it reaches the critical angle of the aperture that you're using.
All
So
right. Well,
that's
my
clearly
phone
not
has
far
many
enough
different
away.
lenses. So how could I change this so that this would satisfy your
I don't know.
okay? You don't
You tell
know?
me, dude. I don't know. I don't know which lenses you have.
So what lens would work?
Okay, I'm going to make it very clear. I hope you can understand this. Very simple. It's a angular relationship. It's dictated by the Rayleigh criterion, which is a form. Wow.
Yeah, you said that 3 times, man. I don't know what that changes.
Okay, so let me say it one more time, so maybe you'll get it this time.
Oh, boy.
You have to be far enough away and low enough to the ground, depending on the aperture that you have. So if you're not getting the effect, you're not far enough away with the camera.
Okay, Tyler,
so what if I
just then, Tyler, how far away were you from the paper towel roll?
That was about 16, maybe 18 feet.
16, maybe 18 feet. It looked like you took 3 steps.
No, here I'll show you the distance where I was. So my phone was down here, and that's where the paper towel roll was, like right around there. So that's about.
Dude, that ain't no 18.
That ain't no 18
That's
feet,
one,
right?
that's one table, dude.
Okay, I'll just jump on a calculator here. So 22 feet. Hold on, feet. 2. So you need 6.7 meters. The chances are, if you're in a bedroom, it might be 4 meters across.
It wouldn't matter anyway, because it matters about the aperture of the camera you're using at present. For example, I told you previously that a guy used 2 different.
Do this.
Can you figure out how to let someone finish a sentence?
Well, you disagree with the other guy. I just want to know what you guys actually believe so I can do this test properly.
He's not disagreeing with me. He's emphasizing what I'm saying.
We've said this like 17 times now. It's an angular relationship that differs with the aperture that you're using, dude. So it's camera or aperture specific. Well, duh.
Okay, well, that's all I'm asking. Literally what I asked was, how do I do this test properly?
Yeah, I said it 5 times. I said it literally 5 times, dude.
Yeah, okay. Here, I'm walking it all the way down the hallway here.
Yeah, see, if you didn't talk through the end of people's sentences, you would have heard me say it 5 times.
Trust me, I did hear you.
Oh, really? So then why are you asking?
You gotta relax, man.
Oh, yeah, I gotta relax now, bro.
Yeah, the other guy's like being chill and he's engaging fine with me. You're on some shit.
Yeah, dude, because as soon as I started coming into the conversation, you talked straight through me, and I said, calm down. And then you repeatedly talk straight through me.
Yeah, all right. Let's talk about something that matters. Here, so you see the paper towel roll at the end there?
You're on your phone. Use your phone to zoom in on the roll. So use the zoom function, and you should be able to see the roll nice and clear. If your phone just
and I see the bottom. I see the bottom of it with the dot. I think when you zoom when you're taking a Discord video, it doesn't zoom for the viewer. You might have to zoom yourself.
It's not. Yeah, I click on it. No.
But yeah, I can see the dot clearly from my eyes and through my camera.
Cool story. Take a still shot. Yeah, perfect. Take a still shot while you're doing it.
All right, I'm gonna turn off the video and I'm just gonna put the phone near the ground and take a still photo.
You can't do that while the video's running? Holy crap. What, do you got an iPhone?
Wait, why? No? I've been after it.
Don't worry, don't worry. It's just the iPhone versus Android thing. There's a few of us that are always with each other.
I have a Samsung though, so it's kind of weird, but
yeah, so they can take. Well, it depends on which one you have, but pretty much all I know, most of them can take a photo while you're video recording.
So AI, how you been, man?
Horrible. It's too hot for me where I'm at right now.
Where you at anyways? California?
No, I'm in New England. It shouldn't be so hot.
Oh no, definitely not. Yeah. Humid.
Not anymore, but it was. We went through a major heat wave. Everybody buying out all the air conditioners.
I wasn't sure if I got kicked or I got disconnected or something, but yeah, I have the photo here. And you can clearly see the dot and the entirety of the object.
Yeah, cool story. Well, how does that change what we said?
What? What was the point? It wasn't going to matter.
Yeah. Watch what we said. That depending on the angular relationship between the aperture and the angle, right? So you obviously aren't far enough away for that aperture. Duh.
You saw how far away I was. That was like 40 feet. I'm halfway down an entire office.
Yeah, it's a relationship between the optic and the angle that the optic is at. Every single optic, your eye, your camera, your telescope, your binoculars, they all have a specific maximum and minimum range. Depending on that optic and the aperture in that optic, it will have a specific relationship, angular relationship, to the item you're looking at. Now, as you get closer and closer to the ground, a very large optic is not going to get as close to the ground as a very small optic. Does that make sense? For example, if you get a beach ball and sit it on the ground and a tennis ball and sit it on the ground, the tennis ball, center line of the tennis ball is going to be closer to the ground. Does that make sense?
Well, hold on. There's a question. Did you flip it upside down that time?
No, you just asked me to take a still image, but I could do it again.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, so you didn't get it as low to the ground as possible, dude. So you did, man, I don't know, bro. Do I got to draw the instructions in crayon or something?
Hey, you could try being polite. It might help your point get across a little bit easier.
Yeah, I gave up being polite when I talked through all of my sentences.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't think it was as bad as you said it was. Otherwise, somebody else would have said something too. But it's just you getting really mad.
No, they don't need to because they know who I am. They know I take care of my own self, bro. Good grief! What do you think? I need white knights to tell me somebody's talking through me? What do you think? I'm deaf?
No, I just think you're a blowhard.
Dude, I blow real hard. Trust me.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Flip your phone. Take another image for us.
Yeah, I'm walking back right now, and I put it even further out.
So the one that you posted, was that you holding the phone up, or was that you with your phone down on the ground?
That was up. With the bottom of the phone pressed against the carpet of the ground.
Because with the one with the cans,
it's like an airplane.
Yeah. And what's really cool, Tylenol, is what you're doing now. Someone actually lined up across their floor a whole heap of little Lego pieces, and they put air temperature sensors, and they had a laser pointer at the end of it, and they were opening and closing their door. So they had a camera sitting down at ground level, looking at these stacks of Lego pieces that were set distances away from the camera. I'll have to find the video. Someone probably posted up for you if you're lucky. And when they opened the door and closed the door, the temperature in the room, he just dropped out.
He did? Oh.
Hey, sorry about that. Every time I take a camera photo, I think it disconnects me.
Yeah, it just pauses for a second. So every time they open and close the door, you can see the Lego pieces appear to bend as the temperature conditions change for that specific area. When you first look at it and the room temperature is stable, you can see them all as they get smaller, as per the rules of perspective. Further away they get, the smaller they appear. And then when they open the door and a cool breeze comes through, all of a sudden the ones at the back look like they were bent around a ball. It looks really, really cool when you start looking right into it.
You're talking about Sky Free, aren't you, Matt? Mate.
I think it was Sky Free, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really cool little. I think it goes for about 5 minutes, but yeah, really cool little video. So the thing is, we can show this bottom-up obstruction happens on a flat surface. So now we have to take a step back. You guys claim it's because of curvature that bottom-up obstruction happens. We're showing it can happen on a flat surface. So that means it can happen on both surfaces, so it's not the surface that is the cause. It's something else. So we know, as I was saying with the tennis ball versus the beach ball, a beach ball is a large ball. So if you place that on the ground, the center line is going to be sitting up maybe a foot. You place a tennis ball on the ground, the center line is going to be a lot closer. The same thing happens with cameras or optics. So whether you use your eye or a telephoto lens, so look at the difference in them. Your eye, what is that, about 5mm optic compared to a telephoto lens, which is what, 70mm, 80, 90, 120?
I took the photo upside down, and the dot is still visible, both in the photo and with the naked eye.
So yeah, so it's to do with the size of the optic and the distance given. So the problem is with those Cairns photos, I don't know what optic was used for that. Whether it was an older camera and it had a smaller lens on it. I know a lot of the new phones, they've got nearly 10mm optic on them, which is bigger than what your eyes are. So they're huge, which gives them the ability to have a larger focal angle. So their angle of angular resolution and their ability to resolve the images are better.
Yeah, imagine the optics you need to see through seawater and heat and waves. What kind of distortion that's going to cause if you're taking a boat going over the set horizon? Yeah, that's going to be hard.
So in that photo I sent, you can see the dot on the paper towel roll still. This is with the camera and on my phone being inverted.
That second image is just a blur, mate.
Yeah, because it's like almost like 50 feet away. Here, I'll circle it for you.
Focus on it.
Yeah.
That's I was just looking at the image. I know a lot of time automatic focal points, there's something that'll be in focus and the rest of it will be out.
Oh, look, he circled a planet.
No, that's a black hole, dude. Not a planet.
No, that's when you take a picture of the sky and you get 1 pixel, you call that, you say that's got full of gas and there's 90 moons flying around it and there's people on it and trees because I took a picture of a pixel.
All right, well, I'll make the dot a whole lot bigger then.
Well, just get it in focus and that'll be good enough. You don't have to change the dot. The other image was good, the first one.
Yeah, because that was maybe half the distance. That first photo was like much, much closer. This one's almost like 50 feet away.
That's a long haul.
Work better. I'd love for my coworker to walk in here and be like, "What are you doing?" Be like, I'm arguing with flat earthers." You're like, dude.
Well, you're not arguing with us because we know what the results are. And we
what I missed.
know that there's air. Well, he took a photo and he posted it up, and then he had to actually circle the dot because for some reason his camera doesn't want to focus at that range. Yeah. So he's trying to do it again. So
well, what can happen is, some cameras when you put them down low, because the low part of the angle is taking up a distance, they'll mess up your focus. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you might have to actually tap the screen and get it to focus on that particular area.
So I made the dot a lot bigger.
Well, the dot doesn't need to be bigger. We just have to need the image in focus, that's all.
What's he trying to prove, that nothing is hidden on a flat surface? And I already posted the picture of it.
Well, we explained to him that things disappear bottom up and on flat surfaces, and he didn't like that, so he's going to prove it for himself.
You can tell by that
It's a
image.
good old college try.
Yeah, make sure you go outside and do it on a nice flat surface and make sure it's hot out, and then you won't see shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
fine,
just,
but you can recreate it indoors.
yeah, because I was just trying to recreate that image with the coffee pot, right? Because like if that image is possible, then I should be able to recreate that in my office here.
But look at it. In fact, the dot wasn't in line with the bottom of the roll, was it?
Well, because I drew a character with legs and arms. That's what that dot is. That goes to the bottom of it now. Here, I'll show you a close-up photo of it.
But that image that you've just posted, that last one, why can't you see the front curve of the roll? Where's that gone? You've just proven our point. Bottom-up obstruction. Thank you.
Yeah, he's saying that it's not obscuring the dot, but it's obscuring the part of the bottom portion of the roll. So you already demonstrated that the bottom is missing.
No part of the bottom is missing in this image. There's a new drawing because I drew a little guy, like a little stick figure, and his legs touch the bottom of it. Whereas
we're not worried about the dot, Tylenol. You're focusing on the dot. Have a focus on the bottom of the roll. Have a look at your first image you posted up. We could see the entirety of the roll, yeah? When you're looking at the floor, you can see where the corner of the front of the roll touches the floor. In your last image, the corner of the front of the roll is now missing.
So when you
that
say
means
corner of the
in
front of the
relationship to your particular optic and your particular distance, it's just starting to take effect. I don't know what your distance is. If you tell me it's at 50 feet, I'll just believe you're at 50 feet. But based on the optic, the aperture size, and your relationship to the distance from the object trying to be shot, that's just starting to take effect.
Yeah, so if you get further away, right? So if it's starting to take effect, if you get even further away, what do you think is going to happen?
When you say this, starting to see this effect, I'm looking directly at this image and I'm holding the paper towel roll right next to me, and I don't know what you're saying is obscured.
The front edge of the paper towel. Compare your two images. The first one you took, you could see clearly the front edge of the paper towel where it was touching the floor. You could see that. Now you
but that first image was before I inverted the camera.
Exactly. So
no, but it's
what
just
does
a
that
higher
prove?
vantage point. So
Bottom up obstruction. Oh, what was that? Sorry, you're just at a higher vantage point.
Yeah, because I missed that.
Sorry, I missed that. Tylenol, hold up. Tylenol. I missed what I was going to say. Just hold on a second. What was that? Sorry.
Well, yeah, he said exactly what you heard him say. He said the effect didn't take effect until I made the camera lower to the ground.
Interesting.
Of course, when you're at a higher vantage point, you're going to see more. Of course.
Right. So all I'm saying is that first image was taken at a much higher vantage point, right? Because it was about 6 inches off the ground because my phone was upright. But that last image, my phone was inverted, so the vantage point was only maybe a couple centimeters off the ground, and it was way further away, which obscures some of the curve as much because it appears more 2D, but none of the actual facade of the paper towel roll is obscured in that last image. I can still see the full character. I can still see like where it touches the carpet, right? But the amount of area that where it touches the carpet is just smaller because it is further away. But there's nothing about the paper towel roll is obscured from vision. I can see the entire one in both images.
So you're telling me you can clearly see in what you posted the front leading edge of that paper towel where it touches the ground. It's not obstructed in any way, shape, and or form.
Like when you say front edge, what do you mean? Like the bottom, like
the leading edge, the bottom, the front of it, where you're positioned, you're looking at the front.
Okay.
That is missing. It is obstructed. Why? Because of your relationship to the aperture and the distance away from the item. So this is what normally happens. You can clearly see it, and it's just playing with your head. So don't worry, it's just an optical thing. The issue is most people assume it's due to curvature. So if you were a flat earther and you were to put that picture of the paper towel up there, I can tell you what they'd say. Oh, the floor's not flat. That's the usual response we get. People will say the floor's not flat. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Be honest. Is your floor flat?
I mean, it's carpet on tile at a 20-year-old hospital. So
He's going to say no. They always say no. Nothing's ever level. Nothing's ever flat. Fuck it. There's nothing as self-leveling concrete. I've never heard of that shit.
Yet. Holy shit. I haven't even told you what my answer is yet. And you're already assuming and running off with it, making jokes.
We told you the answer.
It kind of sheds a bit of light on what the way that you think about these things. I mean, all I'm telling you is where this floor is, the nature of the floor, its background. That's all I can say about it. I'm not out here with a level. You know what I mean?
Good job.
So anyway,
he got right to work. That's impressive. Look, he got right to work, didn't he? He did something, tried something.
I'll give you credit for that, mate. You have done more in the last 5 minutes than some of the so-called anti-flat earthers that come in here that have done in probably the last year, 2 years that I know of. So yeah, thumbs up for you, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what I'm looking for because according to what you guys were saying, there should be like a portion of the facade of the.
Look in the side chat. Your 2 images that you posted. The last image, which is posted at 33 minutes past the hour. And let's go back to, that's dirty, that one's dirty. There's a clean one. What time is that? 23 minutes past the hour. The 23 minutes past the hour, you can see the black line underneath the front edge of the roll. Can you see that black line underneath the front edge of the roll in your last image? No.
No, but there's a problem with that, man, because like there's various lighting all the way down the hallway, so the shadow is going to change.
Yeah, but stop. That black line is underneath the roll. That's a shadow underneath the
shadow
roll.
Being casted on the right side, right? So that means
so
the light
why can't you see that?
Above and to the left.
But
okay,
you can see that front edge where it connects to the floor. Why can't you see that front edge where it connects to the floor on the last image?
Because it's not directly beneath the light. Like that is.
Well, maybe you might want to try again then. Put it directly beneath the light, go the same distance and see if we can see it.
Oh, Lord. All right. Fuck. I can't believe you're making me do this.
So you're making excuses why you can't see that front edge. We know why we can't see that front edge. We've explained it to you. You even said yourself it's because of the elevation of the device in comparison to the 2 images. We know that. It's your angle of view.
Well,
as you get lower, your angle gets cut down due to the surface. also known as the ground in your case, or carpet. So half of your view gets cut off. That's what's happening.
So we just waiting for like a Glober to say something stupid or what?
Nah, just don't go running to your family saying the earth is flat after we flat smack you. You just get ridiculed.
Are there any Globers in here?
No, but you kind of sound like one Roger.
Yeah, there's a few in here. They're just afraid to talk.
Well, if they're so sure about it, why don't they talk?
Tylenol was doing some field research, taking a little break.
You're about to say AI. The other night I was listening to you. Who was it that you were talking to? I think I don't remember who it was you were talking to, but you were putting on a clinic, man. You were giving some good knowledge, man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Was it War's Peace? I'm not sure who it was you were talking. Some guy that's kind of like on the bottom of the chat.
Nice of Warriors Peace to grace us with their presence.
But no, it was some good like top flat Earth. And you're one of my top flat earthers. There's like a lot of like well-rounded knowledge on flat Earth. Every subject matter you kind of like you shed some light on, and you really couldn't argue with anything you're saying.
Well, it's like this, brother. Once you realize you're on the surface of the flat Earth, you're always on the top. It'll take a minute for the Glovers to get that. You know who else went out and did that? A test really quick way back in the day who impressed me was Ed Masto. Back in his early days, before he got all jaded. We told him go to a body of water. Yeah, it probably was. It was a long time ago, even before the arena. But we told him to go to water and do it. He's like, oh man, I'm not around any water. But then, like within that week, he went to like a really long river. The only problem with a river, though, is that a river could technically be running down. So it's, you know, rivers aren't necessarily a flat on the surface the whole way. You know, it depends on the slope and the run of it. You know, some locations of rivers can have, you know, flat water on the surface, but sometimes rivers are actually sloping downwards, which is why they're flowing. Oh.
Yo, what do you call it if a controlled opposition becomes the mainstream, like the mainstream viewpoint?
Oh, that's easy. You call it synthesis.
Synthesis? Was that like
yeah, so you've heard of
to the Russian spy that talks about it?
Yeah, exactly. So you've heard of the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. Well, the other one has some name which I can't remember, but it's some thesis, antithesis, synthesis. So essentially, they let the thesis and the antithesis play out in a controlled manner to where the majority of the population adopt the new synthesis. And so they think they have woke and free, and they're in a new paradigm, setting off the old one, but they're really just being, you know, led along like sheep the entire time. Just like in The Matrix, where the engineer told Neo, hey, I've been playing you like a fool since day one.
So we're in a state of synthesis with, you know, the truth of the earth. I feel like we're also in a state of synthesis with Islam, because the majority of people that claim Islam are like, they're controlled opposition, man. They're not even true Muslims. It's all the same engine too.
Well, it's like a shell game, you know.
A lot of them just because of like modern, like you know, modernity and, you know, this 21st century heliocentrism and all this science and crap. A lot of them have denied things in Islam that, you know, like for instance the flat Earth and stuff, because of that.
Yeah, but it's like a shell game, brother. So you know that, or not a shell game, a tile game. You know that game where there's one missing tile, you shuffle all the other tiles around.
Yeah.
So at any given moment, whatever is true and false, it's just this tile shuffle. So like the paradigm we're in now, you know, there's certain tiles that are true, and in the next paradigm, those tiles will be shifted to false, and then the other tiles will be shifted to true. But the majority of humanity will still not know the truth. About 10 to 20% will even be close to the truth. A lot of people are mistaken thinking that, oh, once somebody figures out the Earth is flat, all of a sudden they're a truther and they know all the truth. It's like, no. You could be like, okay, the Earth is flat, it's clearly flat, but you could still have the other 90% of your truth statements be false because you're still in la la land with all of your other ideas. And those ideas aren't even about the cosmos. They could be about moral. They could be about moral issues, right? Like you could, accept that the Earth is flat, but still, be like some kind of moral tyrant. Mr. Roger, you said you had an example?
Yeah, Campanella. But I don't know his whole story. I've heard half of it.
Well, yeah, it's like, so like the theme that the engineer told Neo, he told him, hey, I've got to let a small group of freedom fighters do their little freedom war so that the entire system can exercise their yearning for freedom to make everyone think that they struggled against the system and they achieved. And then we go into the new version of the Matrix where everyone accepts it, except for the few stragglers. But I'm okay with the few stragglers. It's okay that they know the truth, as long as the organism survives. Right? So many people went along on Jaren's journey, right? Why? Because he was promoted in the mainstream. That's usually who people know of, don't they? When they come in here. They're like, oh, yeah, I followed you flat earthers. And, he believed in the flat earth, and then he did this Netflix, and he proved the earth wasn't flat, and then he went down, and he saw the earth wasn't flat, and so I was on the journey with him. We were all on the journey of truth together.
I think it goes deeper than that, yeah. And there's more to that whole story.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about from the observer, the casual observer who's just watching flat earth, globe earth from the outside looking in. They see flat earthers gaining popularity, taking over the algorithms, being addressed by Congress, having these tests, that test, but then they see, okay, yeah, they had their day in the sun, but now that we've done these other things, we've come full circle again, and this resurgence of flat earth was put down again, and so we can all go back to sleep at night. So yeah, a lot of people feel that way now. They feel like they've entertained flat earth for the past decade. Now it's time to get back to real life. So now they're just going to move on with their lives. They don't care anymore.
And the question is, do they ever care to start with? People that spectate in life really don't have any stake in it. So,
well, it doesn't matter, does it? It only matters that they still be a good little citizen. So as long as they're doing that, their journey, whether it was valid or invalid, is irrelevant. It's the result that matters.
Well, in your journeys, congratulations. You have all discovered the truth that the earth is flat. The next achievement you have to unlock is the truth that Islam is, the true religion. And Allah is the truth.
So good luck with that, brother.
May Allah guide you all.
I hope he does.
Just like with Flat Earth, you gotta forget everything you think you know about Islam. Because they be lying. Someone's losing their mind in the side chat.
Yeah, he's having a hard day. He's having a bad day. War is Peace is having a very bad time right now.
Oh, man. Was that the kid I was talking to last night?
Maybe. I talked to them before, too.
Dude, I have like an 8 out of 10 record for turning the people that I really school gay. So like they meet me, they have a debate with me, and when they leave, they either turn into a woman or gay.
What?
So you talked to Brenda first? Is that what happened? AI?
That's crazy.
I know, right? Isn't it weird? Years ago, Planer Walk came on 24/7 and had a debate, which I debated Planer Walk. And look at him now.
You turn Planner Walk to trans. Damn.
That's none of your business.
It's like the reverse of Flat Earth. You're supposed to turn them, like Flat Earth, you turn them not straight to straight. You're going the other way.
Well, dude, it's like a vacuum, right? Once you're exposed to a certain amount of differential pressure, you just get sucked along. So like once they get slapped by my debate skills, like they can't even call themselves a man anymore, I guess. I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. We were having these couple of conversations with these guys. And it wasn't even going weird or nothing. And then all of a sudden we got him on like a really good point. And then, man, I think the kid was called Cosmos.
The world is curved, by the way.
We ended up having to ban him. But like he immediately started just saying all kinds of really gross, like gay erotica stuff all over our stream.
Yeah, that's weird how they turn gay like that when they lose. All of a sudden they want you to suck on their dicks and all kinds of weird shit.
Yo, let's not get too graphic. Who's the one?
Yeah, but it was like out of the blue, dude. It's like he was being cantankerous, don't get me wrong. He was being edgy. But he wasn't being vile or anything. Then we got him on a certain point, and then all of a sudden it just went south quick.
The world is round, by the way.
Like a coin?
Yeah.
Like round, like a ball.
Is it? Round like a ball.
Yeah, round like a ball.
Can you prove convexity of the Earth, sir? Can you show us?
Yeah. Yeah, I can show you. Yeah. Like, look at the
NASA photo.
Look at,
what are you gonna do now?
Like, go online and ask ChatGPT if the world is like round or not. It'll tell you it's round.
We've done that both ways, dude. ChatGPT is not an expert on the shape of the Earth by any sort, and flat's not a shape, by the way. So,
dude, he's using ChatGPT to for him to get along for the rest of his life. Now you know he's handicapped at this point.
have you ever met Luca?
The guy that said the world's round already gone?
I think so.
What is this, guerrilla warfare? Hit and run? He's always scared.
It's like a kid egging your house. He does it from a distance, dude, and then he runs.
Yeah, why do people hate sardines so much? Like sardines and anchovies, what's wrong with them?
Dude, sardines are great. They're in a can. They don't need to be refrigerated. You can eat them. You can cover them in salt. They're delicious.
That's what I'm saying.
Good protein. Especially since they invented that new can, which is just like the quick pull. That old can where you had to like put this T-bar on this little edge and then roll it up. Those ones sucked. If you screwed up, then you're like, how am I going to get this sardine out?
I wonder if the quick pull ones are like more prone to the food going bad quicker because like the metal is thinner in that location. I doubt it.
I'm glad you asked that because rumor has it that the metal on the lunar lander was actually thinner than that. For real. They were like afraid to drop a screwdriver while they were inside because it might just pass right through the bottom of the vessel. And I'm thinking, how are you gonna trust your life to that, dude? How are you gonna think about it this way? If you're afraid to drop a screwdriver through the bottom of your vehicle, how are you gonna like change your clothes, open up a soda can, with your space soda? How are you gonna use the toilet without destroying your vessel? It's like a joke.
Did they also load up the golf club too? The golf ball. When just anything could tear through the aluminum foil.
Did I hear a conversation about sardines? I swear I did.
Yeah, we're talking about how the moon landing, the story stinks like sardines in the sun.
Yeah, it does. I'm doing a show on the original Blue Marble tonight. I'm going to have fun with it. Yeah, that all started out with an LSD trip, by the way. If you look at the history of the Blue Marble itself, dig into their archives. There was an activist in California who actually took an LSD trip, and he swore that he saw the curvature of the Earth, and we all deserve to see a picture of the globe Earth. So he has some friends at NASA who the last Apollo mission was going to go in range so they could take a picture of the Earth. It was his idea. And it's a true story, I swear to God.
Swear to me. Remember Batman when he said, "Swear to me"?
We got Flat Earth Batman in here. We can swear to him.
I swear to Allah, bro.
Swear to him or swear at him? Oh, looks like War and Peace is swearing at him. Okay. War is peace. See how you put learn some respect? Drop the L off it, mate. It's earn some respect. You're probably not going to get it by abusing some of the other guys in.
Is Over the Fences a Glober, by chance?
No, she's not.
I didn't know it was a she neither. Sorry. I apologize. I like the 90 to the North Star, but it looks like it's placed over a globe too on her avatar. Just wondering.
Yeah, that's my punch in the face picture I use when I give the triangle test. So that's why she has it.
Nice. Nice.
I'm about to ruin their day. This is going to be funny shit here. Make sure our streams are running.
What do you mean?